Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Random 11.
Hello.
Also
back from FanExpo.
Yes. Can't wait to hear all the stories. Also with him is Reese 753.
I'm here.
And
currently, but yeah, it's actually accurate for once with my avatar. I'm eating dinner currently, so I'll be half muted.
Unlike those normal avatars that don't feature you gooning.
Right.
Mirage is with us.
Well, hello.
All right, so let's jump right in here. Let me start screen sharing. We have a interesting night planned. But first and foremost, if you would like to support the OCA podcast, I invite you to go to patreon.com/OCA podcast. Very easy to spell, actually. And that way you can donate money to us on a monthly basis. As you can see, 6 total people, only 4 of which are paying us, have donated $28 this month. Thank you, 4 total people who paid us and the 2 freeloaders. Also,
you're welcome.
Patreon.com/anime collector. Here you can pay per video, and I will actually do stuff at some point, someday, sometime.
Sure.
It'll happen.
Don't worry, guys. I can attest. He has not built me yet.
I can make a video anytime I want. Okay.
I'll just say, by this time next week, my business will have launched. Literally that day. So we'll see. All right. You can also go to ocapodcast.com/support to find more options not listed here. If you are watching this show on the video on demand, actually, you could give us a super thanks instead of a super chat. That's that fancy way of sending us money to tell us how funny or how much you love us, all that good stuff. But you weren't here live, but you still feel obligated by this Catholic guilt that the exchange of goods didn't happen, and you were laughing your ass off by yourself because you weren't here with us. You can atone for that sin with super thanks. So thank you for that. All right.
Nice.
Also,
nice.
Oh shit.
Whoa. It started over. No?
That's weird. Right. Oh. Okay. I know why this happened. Okay. Interesting. I got to figure out the code on that. StreamYard emailed me today saying that my card was declined because it was an old card. So I updated that, and I'm guessing that what happened here is it's no longer factoring in the expense of StreamYard. That's got to be what that is. Cool.
That's not cool.
Well, it is what it
is. it's cool for right now. Let's aim to get.
Let's bask in the glory. This is what we aim for. Anything past halfway is actually profit. Only problem is this is a false sense of profit because I just spent like $280 on StreamYard for the year. But, oh well. Anyway, don't forget you can fuck a watermelon. Oh, no, wait. It's the blue things that blend in with the water, and I basically couldn't see them because I'm blind. All right. So, let's talk about something interesting here. First, let's put this over here. Let me get my chats up here. In fact, I probably should have pinned this one instead of putting myself in timeout. Let me just open this and pin that chat. Cool. Oh, dear. I said something naughty.
You did.
Oh, I'm not logged in. I'm logged in.
You deserve to be in the naughty house.
I should make my other account a mod.
This is what he said.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, I didn't say that. That was...
No, it's your picture. You said it.
I've been framed.
You gave the rights to Reese. Anything he says is your words, too.
All right. I got that pinned. Cool, we're good. All right, let's talk about this. So,
he's cool with it. Awesome.
I still prefer lube, just saying. Like, it's not as much fun for either party. Let's not put that there. Actually, that's going to fall on my laptop. All right. Okay, let's do this. So, a new 163-page FTC regulation bans fake reviews, testimonials, and more in final rule. Well, what does that mean for review bombing? So, there's a very interesting, obvious, like common sense approach the FTC is taking here. But I have no idea how on earth you police it or how you acknowledge specifically that the owner of the company paid for the fake review. So we'll read this, we'll discuss. So the United States Federal Trade Commission has banned fake reviews and testimonials in a 163-page final rule regulation set for publication. The FTC prefaced their 160-page final rule with a summarizing statement. The ruling bans anything that could mislead a consumer who would utilize third parties to make their decision. This includes fake reviews, fake testimonials, including those from celebrities. Does this mean you can't pay Jack Black to endorse your presidential campaign? And
Can we get in trouble with having? Can we be in trouble with having Donald Trump endorse us?
That was real. Although, as much as I love that intro, we're going to have to retire it pretty soon. Because Lord knows it won't be former President Trump anymore. All right. And fake social media indicators such as followers or likes. The FTC defines a fake review as being from someone who does not exist, such as an AI-generated fake review, or who did not have actual experience with the business or its products or services, or that misrepresents the experience of the person giving it. It's unclear how the FTC will enforce misrepresented experiences from reviewers. The rule also bans pay-to-play reviews, whether they're positive or negative, regarding their own or a rival's product or service. Businesses also cannot have an insider create reviews, create company-owned websites that present themselves as hosting independent reviews, or suppress genuine reviews, such as via legal threats, intimidation, libel, or slander. Pretty sure that's already illegal. Isn't that already illegal? Isn't that what anti-slap is for in most states? In short, a review or testimonial must come from a real person discussing how they feel about a product or service, with no other influence over them. The FTC will forbid, quote, providing compensation or other incentives conditioned on the writing of consumer reviews expressing a particular sentiment, either positive or negative. The FTC summary provides, quote, it clarifies that the conditional nature of the offer of compensation or incentive may be expressly or implicitly conveyed. This, in turn, should mean a reviewer believing a positive review will grant them future gifts without the business making such a promise would still be void, as the business couldn't offer the initial gift that gave them such a belief. Okay. The register notice defines purchasing a consumer review as, quote, means to provide something of value, such as money, gift certificates, products, services, discounts, coupons, contest entries, or another review in exchange for a consumer review. So I guess what they mean is like when, like for example, I was at the UPS store the other day, and they had like a QR code in front of their cash register. And it had like a QR code for Google and a QR code for Yelp, basically like leave us a review. And it said, upon leaving a review, a $20 tip gets given to the people who worked at the FedEx or the UPS store, right? Mm-hmm. Now, on the one hand, that's cool because it's like it encourages you to give a tip, right, that you don't have to pay for, that the company's paying for, right, by leaving a review. And interestingly, it disincentivizes you to leave bad reviews, because if you see that it says they'll get a $20 tip if you leave a review, then it fizzles out like, well, fuck you, I'm going to leave a bad review. It's like, oh, but still going to get a $20 tip. So I'm rewarding the people who gave me bad service, right? Now, the girl who helped me was actually really awesome, and I would have left her a review, but on principle, I'm with the FTC, and I won't do that shit. In reality, I just couldn't be bothered. Anyway, but yeah, it seems like that's what they're trying to get rid of, right? That, or like fill out the survey, get a $20 gift card deposited to your account or whatever for Amazon or something like that, you know? So the FTC chair explained, quote, fake reviews not only waste people's time and money, but also pollute the marketplace and divert business away from honest competitors. Everything the FTC has said here is obvious to every person, and we agree with it. The problem is, how on earth do you track and enforce this?
Yeah,
right?
I was going to wait until if we're hearing if we're like, how are they going to police this?
By strengthening the FTC's toolkit to fight deceptive advertising, the final rule will protect Americans from getting cheated, put businesses that unlawfully game the system on notice. You're on notice. You remember KW Miller?
Oh, there you go.
Was that like podcast 103?
I don't know.
Oh, that was good. 109, I want to say. Dick Kickin' Chicken, I think is the one it's from. Anyway, so the final rule will protect Americans from getting cheated, but put businesses that unlawfully game the system on notice and promote markets that are fair, honest, and competitive. Nonetheless, there may be some teething problems in the case of genuine user reviews and review bombing. This is a flood of negative reviews, usually after a business has announced something that makes their product or service reviled. This can also be an act of protest against a business. So the thing is, though, I don't know. So they're saying that reviews can't be from people who didn't even use the product, right? But I think that means in terms of like reviews on Amazon. You know what I mean? Like if you make a TikTok bashing a product just because you're fucking pissed at them or whatever, I don't think they can police that. You know what I mean? Or like bashing the company.
Yeah, it would be hard. Because they have to weigh your just freedom of speech, right? So
right, yeah. Which, granted, I mean, France just arrested the CEO of Telegram, right?
Yeah.
Tim Waltz is talking about quote unquote hate speech, the ill-defined, constantly moving definition of hate speech is not free speech, you know, all that kind of shit. It's like the point of free speech is that you protect speech you dislike. That's going to become a theme at some points in this podcast. That things you don't want people to believe or say, you'd have to defend their ability to do and say those things, right? The text doesn't clarify. So I guess the point of the review bombing, like where this really hits people, is when you've got a product, for example, and it has 37 reviews and it's at like a 4.7 star. And then the review bombers come in here and 2,000 people leave a half-star review and it knocks the average down to 2 stars or whatever, you know? The text doesn't clarify how much a person would have to use a product or service to be considered having actual experience. One commenter proposed a scenario where a person tasted food from a restaurant but didn't go into the establishment. Postmates or something, maybe? The commission stated the posited hypotheticals did have legitimate experience with the product or service, but should not misrepresent that experience as more than it was. And I mean, on the surface, for the most part, we can agree with this. If you ordered food from Uber Eats or whatever, and by the time you sat down to eat it, it was cold, leaving a review that says the food was cold hurts the business when it's not the business's fault. If, for example, the Uber Eats driver delivered 3 meals to other people in your city before they got to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For example, review aggregate websites such as Metacritic and Rotten Tomatoes offer no way to prove if a user actually watched or played the media they are reviewing. On the other hand, gaming platform Steam only allows you to review a game that you've purchased, and it shows how long you played the game for. Steam also denotes if there is a large influx of negative reviews and attempts to disregard those that are off topic from the game's overall review metrics. There's also the factor of
Rotten Tomatoes, I think, just changed their system. I don't know if it's for every movie. I think it's only for select movies, but they're changing it so that it's only verified reviews now for user reviews.
I mean, they're always
so you have to buy through Fandango or whatever the hell that thing is, which is like, how do you have international reviews? Because that's not a thing outside of the United States.
The other thing is that if you're trying to game the system, when Disney released Captain
Marvel,
right? We covered a couple articles where Disney had bought out entire theaters. Like they bought all the tickets to make it look like the box office was doing really well, right? It's called like seeding the tip jar, right? When a person puts the tip jar out, if the tip jar is empty, you are less likely to even notice that it's there. But if they put a couple of dollar bills in there, right? Or even better, if you have a tip jar and there's nothing but pennies in it, you're more likely than not going to get more pennies. If you have a tip jar that has an assortment of coins and then you throw a couple dollars in there, it indicates to the people like, oh, other people, there's social proof that I should be giving more than just the change in my pocket, right? Like if I give them $5 and they give me back $1.23, I should put the dollar and the 23 cents in there rather than just the 23 cents, right? It's like a way to get people to actually, you know, provide more than they otherwise would have by, you know, kind of incentivizing them based on what they will perceive as social proof that other people are doing it, therefore I should too, right? So it's kind of the same thing what Disney was kind of doing is if we make it look like it's really hard to get into the theater to see Captain Marvel, and we make it look like it's doing really well in the box office, that effectively will trick people into trying to go see it out of FOMO, fear of missing out, right? So theoretically, though, you could buy the tickets and then submit the reviews, right, on behalf of the company without having seen the movie, right? That's still a way to game the system, right? So it says here, Steam also denotes if there is a large influx of negative reviews and attempts to disregard those that are off topic from the game's overall review metrics. There's also the factor of a user complaining about an element they knew was in a piece of media via marketing materials. Could a review be deemed fake if the user complains about something they knew they were going to get? It's funny. I remember, you guys remember that movie, Species? I think it's called.
There is a movie called Species.
I think it's that movie. It might have been
It's
called
like a
Splice.
clone. There is also a movie called
I know.
Splice.
Splice, is that the one with the bald chick, or is that the one that's the M. Night Shyamalan one that goes along with Glass?
I think Splice is M. Night Shyamalan.
No.
Right.
The M. Night Shyamalan is Split.
Split. Yeah, I think it's.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure it's Splice that I'm thinking of.
Species is the one where it's like this girl
Yeah,
alien.
Splice. Yeah, so it's Splice. Is the one I'm thinking of. Anyway, yeah. So Splice. I had this experience in high school where I went on Facebook or maybe even MySpace at the time, and some girl in my art class said something like, "I just got out of Splice. You should not see this movie. It is basically porn," or something like that. And I'm just thinking to myself,
like, all right, let's.
And I'm just thinking to myself, it's almost like you didn't see the trailer. Like, really? Like, who convinced you to go see it? No way did you look at the poster and go, "Let's go see that." You know, like, oh my god. So the new rules will allow the FTC to tackle violators by prohibiting their sale or purchase and allow the agency to seek civil penalties against knowing violators. The rule will become effective 60 days after publication in the Federal Register. So let's take a look at some comments, and if you guys have any thoughts on this, go ahead and share them.
Basically, how are they going to police this? Like, seriously.
It seems impossible to police. And especially like when Farrah went on the show, she talked about how her strategies to attack Mars Girl involved buying bots to follow Mars Girl. Because, as she put it, it's against YouTube's terms of service to buy subscribers. But YouTube can't know if you're buying them for yourself or somebody else is sicking them on you. So the result is still that your account gets banned.
Right.
So if you wanted to harm a competitor, you could buy bots to make it look like they're getting really obviously botted reviews or like, you know, people talking up the thing on Twitter or something. Mm-hmm. And you could use that to get them sanctioned or whatever the FTC has power to do. So it seems very difficult to police. It seems like an enormous effort to chase out the people who are doing these things. I really don't think anybody, like, it's already something that companies are doing in a sort of under the table, clandestine way, right? So making it illegal is really not going to change a whole lot because it's not like they really put it on the books to begin with. You know, I mean, we talked last podcast about Ubisoft paying for reviewers to come out and play Star Wars for 4 hours and then also go to Disneyland and experience Star Wars land and shit. That, you know, that's effectively buying reviews, right? Especially because they had a third party, hint, hint, the thing that gets you away from the part where this is, you know, it's not technically illegal. We didn't say it. Some other company that we pay was shaking down people, telling them to change their reviews, you know? So I don't know. It really seems like it's going to be impossible to police.
It could be that they're just putting the rule out there and like making it so
setting the precedent.
Well, setting the precedent, sure, but also saying like, if you catch a company doing this, come rat them out and it'll be illegal, right?
Yeah.
I kind of
how do you
feel like
how do you think this will affect like YouTube sponsorships?
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought of when I was reading it, because I've gotten so many emails from people telling me we think your brand, we've been watching your channel and we think your brand will be perfect to like partner with to promote our product. And what's your product? Reading glasses, cat litter, right? Like, it's just like random shit. It's like makeup. It's like, you haven't watched my channel at all. A bot sent me this message. Like, you cast a wide net knowing that somebody is going to respond yes, right? And then all they promise you is, we send you the product for free, you get to keep it, right? Say these things, and maybe we also give you like a free one you can send to somebody else or something like that, So
what I was trying to say earlier was, it feels like this could be a precedent. Like now you can't say, like they're trying to weed out like negative stuff.
Yeah.
Like they're trying to set this precedent, and then when you start talking about public figures and political figures, they'll also go after you through this kind of foot in the door tactic.
Well, I don't think the
don't think
FTC
so.
regulates any of the political stuff.
No, but I think what he means is
they're trying to go after the free speech idea.
Yeah, he's looking at it from the tactic of this is meant to curb the consumer's ability to argue about things online, right? To leave reviews and stuff, right? Because there's always going to be somewhere where they say, well, you didn't even buy the product, kind of thing, right? So I think what it actually is it's more like they're trying to stamp out something that is happening, but in exchange, the problem is probably only going to get worse. Like, for example, I kind of joked about Jack Black, endorsing Kamala Harris or whatever. And I don't think that's going to stop, right? And they're going to have to, they won't be able to argue that it's false or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think it's going to do anything. It's basically just paying lip service. But I do think that it will only be applied in areas where it harms the consumer instead of the corporation, right? So like Reese was saying, I think there will be instances where freedom of speech will be put in jeopardy to some degree. Like the only place this is ever going to get applied is that direction, is what my prediction is. Anyway, so Luigi Mel 64 says, word of mouth has always been a thing before the internet. No way that will be banned since that is an offline action. Well, not in a free society, it won't. Apparently, I said Reese is my favorite co-host.
You did. It's right there. Your name
Right
and
there.
avatar.
What's up, Cool2T? Those Pokemon SV sales mean nothing since returns do happen and the product's quality is bad. That Crystal, Emerald, and Platinum are looked back more fondly and deserve the extra gameplay features. Okay. Yes. Okay. I would like to say something about the Cool2T. The Cool2T had one of the funniest comments I have ever seen, and I didn't interpret it correctly when I read it during the stream. We were talking about that woman in Canada who had been sounding the alarms about the Papasquat Indians on Wasaga Beach, and I had mentioned that one of the names of the cities sounded like a racial slur, and I said, like, say it with a hard R, and the thing ends with an A, right? Like that was the joke. The Cool2T, without skipping a beat, says the hard A, EH. And the A, I read it as the hard E. But what you meant, and I realized it during my rewatch, it was so fucking funny. The Canadian, how's it going, eh? Like the hard A. I thought that was so fucking funny. I couldn't believe it. I almost threw up laughing when I was in the car listening to it. All right. He said, a clarification on my last comment of last stream. The reason my comment sounded so matter of fact is I was trying to make an otherwise vulgar comment advertiser friendly. I have to double check what it was. That's the loosest definition of fake I've ever heard. Free speech is allowing people to have an opinion and knowing the facts. No, knowing the facts is not part of free speech, unfortunately. But Rotten Tomatoes made the case worse. They will not get the worldwide ratings, especially where Fandango does not exist. In streams deeming reviews disingenuous, now against the FTC. Oh, it seems, I think he meant. It seems deeming reviews disingenuous now against the FTC ruling since they are all legitimate customers. I don't know. Splice is the ball chick. Yep. Split is the one about. No, I don't want to read it. No. Waiting to see that for our watch party. Elon Musk made the rule against engagement farming. It is in the TOS. Okay. Yeah, and it's a problem that every social media company is going to have, because the meta. What do they say? Meta stands for the most effective tactic. Was it the most targeted approach? The most effective targeted approach is what I think they called it. Is that like if you can farm?
That's bullshit, though.
Okay, but whatever. The idea behind it still stands. If you can farm, whatever gets you funding through the thing, people will always do it, right? I can't tell you how many times I've seen like a YouTube short or something that went absolutely nowhere, but it seemed like it was going to go somewhere. And so that kept your attention long enough to watch the whole thing, and it went nowhere and you're upset about it. But because you watched the whole thing, YouTube keeps promoting it to more and more people, you know? Anyway, moving on from here. Who's got pickups? I have pickups. Do we have any actually here? Cool, we do have one, at least. All right, let me show you my pickups real quick. So,
Sorry.
So my wife and I bought
at the same time
a shit ton of shirts off of like a Facebook store or whatever. And I'm going to show them to you. I haven't even opened them yet. They're still in the packaging stuff. So I bought a ton of them, right? They seem enormous, actually. I'm not sure. So I bought this one. The horrors persist, but so do I. Right? There's a couple of them that are pretty similar. This one is for my wife. All I want is cuddles, but all I get is struggle. Right? The horrors are never ending, yet I remain silly. This is the one that got me to click on the ad. I was like, yep, that's me.
How much were these?
They weren't cheap. Probably $300 for the whole lot. God has a plan. I'm here to ruin it. All right. And then number 2 here. These ones are mostly for my wife. Oh, maybe not actually. I have stability, the ability to stab. How's that? Fight, fight, fight.
That is beautiful.
Nice.
Don't be part of the problem. Be the whole problem. All right, and then I got 2 more. This is the one that I showed my wife. This is the first one I picked out for her. I am a dragon, and this dumpster is my mountain of gold. And then the absolute greatest one in here. I do not think, therefore I do not am. I love that. All right, those are my pickups. Anybody else got something before I go back into Discord?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. These are those moments of silence I'm talking about, where I throw.
I said no, I don't think so.
All right, so Mirage says, Mirage picked up Tactics or Ogre Reborn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Pokemon X. I'm gonna hear Luigi's opinion about it soon. Kirby: The Forgotten Land and Yoshi's Crafted World.
Mm-hmm.
Pokemon Sword. Imagine in history an actual animal goes into battle with a sword in its mouth like that. Like, Seb picked up Attack on Titan final season part 1 and Haven't You Heard I'm Sakamoto waffle editions
with those god awful labels that I feel. So
Randy went to FanExpo.
Yes.
Do they have sunroofs in a cop car?
Well, don't sweat the details.
You know the important detail.
Depends on how well off the drug dealer was when they confiscate their vehicle.
Yeah, maybe it's a modified cop car.
The level of detail focused on the face instead of the ass is the
Look what they stole for us.
I mean, it's better than the new X-Men series, right?
Yeah.
Why? Why would you get this? Why?
So the just so people know, the Harley Quinn is a print by artist named Derek Chow. Derek Chow. I have the comic about the print. The comic with Rogue on it is art a variant cover by Art Germ. That was a FanExpo exclusive that I got signed.
And this?
And that was free with my ticket.
Oh, wow. That explains a lot.
Okay. You're off the hook.
You win this round. Okay, Green Line, you picked up Violet Evergarden. I was gonna say. I was gonna say. Did this magically leave Reese's collection? That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how it ended up in my hands.
I mean, he also got
Reese is filling out the or he's trying to reduce the size of his shelf, I suppose, and trying to get more room in there. So
he couldn't have anything with the initials No Nut on it.
Yeah, no nut. No nut on Violet, unfortunately. But he also picked up the 2 movies.
For me. He picked up the 2 movies.
Well, I did.
Bought them for him with my Crunchyroll discount, pass the savings on to him.
Cool, and then you got the Mastering Manga with Mark Crilly. I like Mark Crilly. He has a YouTube channel.
Did, and even though he definitely has that like how to draw manga style, it's for like
he's
learning
significantly
the basics.
Better than the other ones you would buy, and as just like an artist in general, he has much better tips than you would get from the rest of those books. Do you follow him on YouTube?
Sure. This is a book that I had like back before. I did. Well, I do. I'm still subscribed to him. I've been subscribed to him for fucking years, but I haven't watched any of his like recent stuff.
Same.
Like it's one of those ones like, oh yeah, you still exist and it's still upload. Wow, that's nice. Yeah. But
he has a great voice for YouTube.
He does.
Doesn't he? Like there's just something about him like when you watch his content where he's giving you good information and he just seems like such a pleasant person while he's doing it. Anyway,
yeah, for sure.
Shout out to Mark Crilly.
But yeah, I picked that up. Yeah, because I used to own that before the fire happened at my place, and so I was like, well, I'll pick this back up. It was $7, so it was heavily discounted. Yeah. So I was like, I'll pick that up.
Right on. Okay, we've got. Dear Lord, I don't even know what that means. I prefer Xerneas over Evital. Sounds like
Evital.
That sounds like some hardcore give you cancer sugar substitute. XY does have the best custom clothes. It is a good thing Kirby of the Stars We Deluxe used the same art for both the Japanese and US versions. All right. Well, thanks for sharing. Okay. Oh God. Oh, cool. Nice. FanExpo Hall. Yeah. Lady Phoenix, did you enjoy FanExpo? Tell us.
Did you see Randy?
No one sees me. I am a ghost.
He's a ninja.
Responds with a link to an Imgur post that's a picture of a cosplayer of Mr. Popo. All right.
Seriously, actually, I do want to talk about this for just a second.
He was Blue Popo like that.
Not the Mr. Popo thing. So FanExpo takes place in 2 different buildings. They're both technically the Metro Toronto Convention Center, but half of it takes place in the South Building, half of it takes place in the North Building. And there's this like walkway bridge that takes you across both buildings. And you have to go, I forget how many floors there are. There's like at least 5. If you start at the bottom of the South Building, you go up 1 escalator, you go up, and that's the panel room, that's 700. And you go up another escalator, and then you go up another escalator, another escalator, and another escalator. I stopped even counting. Then there's the bridge. And then you go down 1, 2, at least 3 to get to the bottom of the North Building. Anyway, this trek on the weekend, on Saturday and Sunday, can take forever because the escalators are back to back, so they don't want people going down the escalators all at the same time because it backs them up. And if there's no room to go,
it feels great, actually.
Did you change your shirt? Yeah. If there's nowhere to go, then it's going to cause a backup, right? And so when there's these massive amounts of crowds, they hold up the line, and it causes a backlog in the bridge area across the 2 buildings. And if you were a normal person, it could, on Saturday and Sunday, it could take you like half an hour to go from the one building to the other building.
I see what you're getting at.
I
am not a normal person.
Not a normal person. I weave and like.
You're describing me at Anime Expo. My literal tip. I planned out a video to record a tip video at Anime Expo. My tip is, even when it might actually take less time to wait for when they close off an area for a line, when they're letting people in, my tip is don't stop moving. There are a million different ways to get to each part of Anime Expo. So just turn around and go a different way, right? Because the act of moving makes it feel like you're getting more done than sitting around at a convention.
That has nothing to do with what I was going to say.
So you're about to describe moving around and going a different way instead of waiting.
No, not a different way.
The cool 2K got the answer right here.
Wall crawled under the bridge.
Well, I basically did. So this is an image of the. This is an image of the 2 buildings, right? The 1, 200, and 300 area is the North Building, and then the 8, 7, 6, 500, and 400 is the North Building, or the South Building, sorry. And so you can see how many fucking escalators you have to go up to get to this bridge, right?
Yeah, do you guys not have elevators in Canada?
No, you're not allowed to use the elevators because the elevators are limited for accessibility purposes only.
And
so
you don't have the magical, wonderful thing called the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Also, there's probably a weight limit on the elevator.
Oh, of course.
Oh,
That's true.
And I don't know if there's stairs. There are like you can see the picture between the 500 and the 400 level. There is a set of stairs. I think there are a set of stairs between the 600 and 500 level as well. But anyway, there are not a lot of stairs, so it's not even like you could choose to pick the stair route. It's either escalator or elevator, and because unless you're handicapped,
like
you're not going up
you
the
would not
elevator.
Want to get stuck in a zombie apocalypse.
No. Actually, that's a funny thing you said that because the writer of the World War Z was there one year, and I asked him that. I said, "What if the zombie apocalypse starts in the exhibition hall right now? What do you do? What are your first steps?" I forget what he said, but anyway.
Well, so for anybody who wants to know what Randy looks like, you just have to look for that panel.
Oh, yeah, if there's a recording of that panel, I guess I outed myself.
Yeah.
I was the one that asked that question. Yeah. Also, speaking of a fire alarm went off on Friday. No one did shit. Everyone just sat around. No one tried to evacuate. Nothing. We just put up with But no, what I was gonna say was, my cousins go there, and I saw them while I was in the North Building on the 300 level, and I was about to go up to the bridge. Now it's kind of weird because they also limit you where you can go. You have to go into the big convention area to get around to the escalators. It's not even nice. Anyway, so I saw them coming down the escalators where I couldn't go, and then they came to me and they said, it's insane up there. Do not go up there. Go downstairs to the 200 level, that's ground floor. Walk outside and all the way around the entire block to get to the South Building. That's a long walk. I was like, I can do this. I can get across the bridge quicker than going outside. I made it in 11 minutes.
Wow. It's a world record.
It's not a world record because if there's no traffic, it's fine.
Sorry. Real quick. Pull your thing off screen real quick. So this happened to me when I went to see Hensuki in 2019 at AX. This is a similar.
It could be a mistake.
They're telling us to leave the building.
No one's leaving though.
Yeah. Don't use the elevators, but leave the building. So there's been some earthquakes in Los Angeles, well, not in Southern California, and they're as you guys can see, they're telling us to leave the building, but we're not gonna. Anyway, that was 2019 AX.
Bring up Discord again. The pickups
Sure.
channel.
Yes, what's up?
Give me a second.
Are you gonna post something underneath where I post? Oh, goddamn.
Yeah, don't scroll down. Oh, scroll up. Scroll
It's too late. You
There you
can't
go.
show it now. I'll have to wait till next podcast.
Okay.
Now you can show it. Now you can show it.
You can't show it until next podcast.
Yes, you can.
No, it's
Okay.
just podcast 272.
Yeah, shut up. Okay, this is the bridge.
Yeah.
That they're not moving. Those people are not moving. It's stopped.
Anime Expo has something like this between Kensho Hall and West Hall, but it's not this long.
Yeah. And then go to the next picture. This is behind me on the bridge. So I weaved through these people. I did not wait for them to all I weaved while they were
100%.
moving.
100%.
But
That's exactly what I do. Like,
there's so many people that just kind of like stand around and like la-di-da. So I'm like literally zigzagging through all the like the tiniest gap. I'm in that gap, and I made it through this stupid bridge, and then go to the next panel or the next
so real
image.
quick, I just want to address this before we get too far away from it. Lady Phoenix says, I always enjoy Fan Expo and got Danny Trejo's autograph.
Oh, cool. I didn't get to go see him. I went to go see Marissa Tomei instead. The panel. I don't do the autograph thing.
Good choice.
This is the 700 level. This image.
No,
this is me coming down the
arrow
escalator.
pointing down to 700, doesn't it? Or no, that's down to bathrooms.
Yeah,
Seven,
that escalator. Yeah,
because like all the 716, 713 are all on this level. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, and then that escalator going down is the exhibitor hall, which is the 800 level. But if like all those people are people who are, because those escalators don't come up, the up escalators are around the corner. And so all of those people are all people that are trying to go up, coming up from the exhibitor hall. I had to weave.
I see you used your typical Peter Parker photographing abilities, since you're clearly right here in the photo.
Oh yeah. I just webbed it up, up on the escalator while I was taking the photo. No, I was actually going. I didn't want to go down. I was going to a panel, so I had to go head face first into that crowd of people to get through to where I wanted to be. And then you can go to the next panel. So this is on the 300 level going up the escalator to where the bridge starts. And all of that wall where those two people are sitting, that's on the like escalator side, technically outside of the exhibition area. They were just sitting there for some reason.
Okay.
It doesn't show that wall in this map.
Yeah. I'm just trying to visualize. This thing is huge, man. Like,
yeah, it's a pretty big area. And this map is not to scale at all, actually.
Yeah,
but
no, totally.
So
like, look at how big the walkway is on the map compared to the room we're in. Damn it, sorry.
Yeah.
Like yeah, definitely not to scale.
So the people that are see that mushroom there? The mushroom head? Yeah. Basically everyone around that person going up towards the door to get into the escalators is right above the C. Like right you can almost see C, just like right above the C. Right, yeah, that's the door to get into where the escalators are.
But and on the level where the person with the mushroom is, right?
Yeah. That's all the same level.
So then they go up and then they would come around to up here.
Just go to the next thing, you'll see what I mean. Basically, all I was going to say is all those people are waiting to get onto the fucking escalator, right? And if you look back past the wall again, all those people in the not all those up there by the wall, but by those curtains, but like just all those people by your cursor right there. That's a ton of people all just waiting to get up these fucking escalators, which I had to weave my way past. Those were easier because you can walk into the convention area and like act like you're going to go to a booth and then just walk around everyone that's waiting.
So you said that's the 300 level?
Yeah.
Do you mean that it's the 200 level and then it went up to the 300, or like where is, because I see that was the 300 level and it goes up to here. What are all, like you're on this is another escalator that I don't see in the schematic.
I can't see your mouse right now, but I am on the top. Yeah. That photo was taken on that top escalator on the north side. Like I'm literally going up to the bridge area.
Okay, so when you said that this was 300, I assumed
this is looking down onto 300.
Onto 300. So that seems like there should be a second escalator in the thing then, from like, because you go up, take that off screen real quick. You go up the escalator that brings you to here, right? I'm
literally standing in the same place between those two. It's just one's on one side of the this pillar.
But this area with the purplish carpet, is up from 300.
No, that is 300.
Oh, okay, so that's a door. Okay,
that's just a door.
I thought you were, when you said the door to the escalator, I thought that these people had ridden up an escalator to get.
Oh
here.
no.
Okay,
No.
that makes more sense.
That's all. Everything on this is the same level. Well,
Gotcha.
except obviously down into the
So
escalator.
it seems
there,
like these people are up. I guess they're not. Okay, I
They're
thought for
not.
some reason that they were up higher than.
Yeah,
these
it does
people.
kind of look like that, but they're not. That's all the same level.
Yeah, that's like a full wall. I for some reason, like, imagine if they were twice their size.
No,
all of
I
a sudden
saw
this visually becomes like a railing.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
It's waist high or whatever.
I saw that perspective as well. That's why I said go to the next
Gotcha.
picture, because it's a little clear what's happening in this
totally.
picture. But anyway, so yeah, my point is it was a massive amount of people, and I mastered the ability to weave through those people and get to the other side of the convention in under 15 minutes.
I just want to say, compared to Anime Expo, people in Canada are in much better shape. Like, you're probably the only fatty there, huh?
Oh yeah. There's also 2 levels down from this too that I had to come up, but those are a little easier. There's not as many people down there.
I might have gone through the ceiling.
Yeah, well, it would have taken the whole building down with me.
All right. Oh, sorry.
This is
not want to do that one yet?
No, I don't even remember what that what level that is.
Looks like it's 300. No, it's 700. 712.
700s again. Yeah, it's just 700 again. So yeah, you can ignore that one. But it's showing the same thing.
Cool.
It's just slightly lower down.
So is that the same as? Yeah, that's like. Yeah, that's just further down from this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, so yeah, that
seems like
that
a
was
place I wouldn't want to be stuck in during a fire.
Yeah, that was my journey, man. There was another year where the fire alarm. So the fire alarm this year happened like literally in the last 10 minutes on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
There was another year where it happened during the middle of the day on the Saturday, the most busy day, and people actually were told to leave that time. And the escalators get shut down during the fire alarm, and so do the elevators. So people who were
that
on
seems
wheelchairs,
like a really not good thing.
Yeah, people on wheelchairs
you get
couldn't
into the freaking elevator, right? And you're between floors, and somebody pulls the fire alarm because there's an actual fire, and you're fucking trapped. Like,
I don't know. I'm sure
in a wheelchair, trapped in an elevator.
I'm sure the elevator will finish its job, right? But like,
I don't know, because then a person could get in.
I don't know. I think it just doesn't. Well, or maybe they were just not letting us use them.
They probably doesn't.
You have been chosen as the sacrifice in this trolley experiment.
I'm not entirely sure. All I know is we couldn't use them, and the escalators were down, so people in wheelchairs were stuck on the bottom. Or it was a nightmare. Yeah.
Tragically funny, but right on. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Cool.
Let's
catch up on some chats real quick.
You didn't had no stairs either. They did have stairs.
They did have stairs.
The top of the door was locked.
Yeah, the door they couldn't. The door wasn't locked, but the function to release the latch was not intuitive, and nobody had ever done it that was, in the corridor, and they died from smoke inhalation or whatever. I love how Randy is using saw now instead of scene. Proud of you. If the building can kill 32 people during an arson, the Japanese fire safety people will give you a pass. Kyoto Animation failed common sense. I don't know. I think it was just a bad place, wrong place at the wrong time sort of situation, because they had a career day or visitor day or whatever. It just happened to be the day the guy showed up. If you do that walk around the building, you might not get back in the building unless you have an exhibitor badge. Yeah.
Oh, no. I had a premium. Well, it used to be called premium. Now it's called ultimate. So I get the priority entrance. But yes, that did happen to me one year where even with priority, I did get locked out. But that's super rare to get locked out with priority. So I'm not too worried about that. But yeah, if you don't have priority, potentially you could get locked out. But again, that's only happened to me ever once.
Oh, dude, I've gone to Anime Expo almost 20 years now, right? Like 18 years, I think, is the 19 even might be the amount I've gone. Well, I mean, I guess there's a couple of years in there where COVID shut it down. But the point is, I have had, and it's always the LA Convention Center staff that cause these problems, but like you'll go to the car and you'll come back in, right? I'm just dropping stuff up, grabbing a water, coming back in. Then 10 minutes later, you'll need to go back to the car for something. And you try to come back in. They're like, no, you got to go out on Figueroa. This isn't an entrance. You can't come in here. And then the next time you come back, right? And you're like, the last time I tried to go through here, I was stopped and wasn't allowed through. I just want to double check. I'm just running this to my car. Is that okay? Yeah, sure. I'll be here. Leave, go to the car. My wife and Dan or whoever come back in. And then Jeff and I stay at the car and drink, 2 or 3 water bottles. Cause to stay hydrated, you got to just down a bunch. And then on our way back in, the shift had changed and we got a different guy's like, no, you got to go out on Figueroa.
Yeah. No, the exact same thing. Both the North Building and the South Building have parking garages, and both of them have very easy access to the inside of the convention center. In both, like easy access to the North Building for the one, and easy access for the South Building for that parking garage. Both of them are exhibitor only. Not even my premium pass gets me in. But if you want to go get lunch, you go out the exit door. They are allowed in the North Building. You can go out the door as an exit door, and then sometimes you can be like,
"Fucking idea ever."
Can you hold the door open? And sometimes they'll do it nice and let you, but a lot of times you have to walk all the way around outside of the fucking, basically around the entire building to get back into the building.
So, you know how I'm starting that business and we're fantasizing about what I could do with the fuck you money? I am absolutely going to get an exhibitor booth and I'm just going to staff.
Just for the badge?
Just for the badge. And at the booth, I'll put a lawn chair and a mini fridge, as a place to sit down.
You can just print off a bunch of self-reap stuff and just try and,
I'll just sell the it was all consensual shirt there. I'll get a booth right next to Damon Mill's autograph sign.
Yeah. My cousin's daughter does a table at the Artist Alley or whatever. So sometimes he'll grab the exhibitor badge from her and use it. But it's all the way in the bottom of the South Building, so sometimes it's more of a pain in the ass to go get that than just walk around.
It's actually, if you've got the money, listen, I just doing the math on it. I don't want to get into details on it, but I can see a future where I'm making 4 times as much money as I'm making now, and it's all happening while I'm sleeping, right? And if that amount of money is coming into my bank account a month, it's yes, absolutely, I will drop 10 grand on an exhibitor booth just so that I can store a fridge there with waters and stuff for me to come get it. And I'll put one of those adult only booth enclosures around it so that I can, have some sort of privacy where it's not going to get ransacked if I'm not manning it the whole time. Or I'll just pay some guy to sit there on the lawn chair.
Well, no, just pay some guy to sell some shitty thing. Whatever, right? Buy shit off Amazon and be
be so fun.
$5 markup. Whatever you sell, you sell.
I can't wait to irresponsibly spend fuck you money.
Yeah.
All right. So the Quote T says Trump is wrong. People just don't panic anymore. It wasn't due to his leadership. I don't know what you mean by this. What is this a reference to?
Yeah.
When he got shot, he said that he was proud that no one ran and everyone remained calm, because if people had to start running out of that thing where he got shot, then people could have got trampled and that kind of thing.
I mean, he's not wrong, but it's not necessarily due to his leadership that didn't happen. People just couldn't fucking believe it was happening. They didn't know what to think when it was going on, It also doesn't really sound like the gunshot noises don't sound like you'd expect if you aren't I mean, most of the people there are probably gun enthusiasts, but if you've never been in that environment, like even at a gun range, it sounds louder because you're in an enclosed area, you know. So I just think you expect it to be different. You don't really know what is that? What's happening? You don't immediately think, oh, there's gunshots going off. People are dying. You know what I mean? Old man says, seeing all those people crammed together on the walkway gives me the heebie-jeebies. I would immediately leave and never come back. I can't stand crowded spaces. Yeah, I can't stand being in Costco for too long. I don't know why. Like I almost feel like I can't breathe anymore, even when it's not that busy. I don't know what it is.
The worst was that bridge. There's a section where you're going over the road that or actually it's the train tracks, but anyway, that's like entirely there's doors and it's entirely encased. It's not open. There's another part that's open, which is fine, but there's this one section that's all enclosed, and that's where the photo was taken, right? Where I showed you the front and back, that section. And in that section, they do have little fans to make it a little bit better, but oh my lord, there's huge windows, so the sun heats that area up, and you get 1,000 people up there. I don't know how many people are up there, but whatever, however many it is, a few hundred people, all heating that fucking thing up. It's so musty. It's I just want out of here.
Totally. So he says, my mental state would be the same as Bochi and Bochi the Rock, and shared a Bochi screaming and glitching out video. Kultichi says AC is working on a rundle, a reoccurring revenue bundle. Okay, we can call it that. I don't know. All right, so just a heads up, random. I'm going to skip the next 2 articles for time. We can always do them in missed news if we feel like we actually have time when we get there. But the Yuri manga, Her Kiss My Libido Twinkles, has 6 days left. So next podcast will be the last time we talk about it because it will be over by then, I think. Unless we do a show on Wednesday, maybe we'll see. I'll be in Florida. And then the Dagger of Kamui Treasure Trove edition has come out and has exceeded its goal already and is still going up, as you can see.
Damn, a live count there.
So have you guys backed this already?
No.
No.
I did see that people were posting from the updates that they're not sure if they can get the dub.
Oh.
So click on the updates tab.
One
down,
update.
just updates.
Funded in 6 hours.
Okay, that's that one.
Thank you once again for your support of our projects. Now the hard work of exceeding your high expectations begins. In this first update, we thought it would be a good idea to answer some of the questions in the comments so that they don't get buried. So here we go, dub questions. We'd love to include the English dub, but like so many titles of this era, the original licenses have not survived. Who released this originally? It was Animego, was it not?
Let's find out.
What, the DVD or the VHS?
It was either Urban Vision or Animego. I'm pretty sure it was Animego. The original licenses have not survived, so we don't know for sure if the rights to the dub reverted to the master licensor. If we can clarify the rights situation, we'll definitely include the dub so as to preserve it. If you have any clues, please let us know. Interesting. Might have been ADV, actually. Anything else worth bringing? Wait, did Hiro... Wait, oh, whoa. Hiroyuki Sanada is interviewed.
Anime News Network has 3 listings for DVD, Laserdisc, and VHS. They all say sub, and they were all released by Animego. So I don't know where the stub is.
Really? Weird. I'm pretty sure the one I saw of it was
English cast. Hold on. Cast.
So what did Hiroyuki Sanada do?
English. Licensed by Animego. Dubbing American National Enterprises. Oh, distributor for English companies with the dub as Best Film and Video Corporation? Never heard of it.
So Hiroyuki Sanada voiced the main character? Wow. So for anybody who's not following, Hiroyuki Sanada was the old guy in Bullet Train. The guy whose son
the elder
off the roof.
Yeah, they called him the elder.
The one who tells the ladybug story at the end of the movie. Yeah. He's also in Last Samurai and Mortal Kombat. He plays Scorpion in Mortal Kombat, the newer one. Anyway, yeah, that's cool. All right. So is there anything else that we need to share, or is it just the stuff about the dub?
Yeah, unless there was something else down below that caught your eye in the update.
Not when we're pressed for time. Okay. In Netflix live action One Piece news, god damn it. Yes, give me your cookies. Give me all the cookies. Nom, nom, nom. One Piece live action series unleashes the King of Alabasta casting. So this guy, Senthil Ramamurthy, is going to be Nefertari Cobra. Thoughts on
that's the Vivi's dad, right? Yeah.
So so you guys said that Vivi is not from Alabasta?
She's the princess of Alabasta. I mean,
But they're not covering the Alabasta arc.
They're not?
They're not. It wasn't listed in those arcs when we covered it last week.
Oh. Now I'm confused.
well, I think they're covering Baroque works, right? That's why he's kind of included in here. Which is like the lead up to Alabasta.
Oh my god, I was muted.
I mean,
Sorry.
Alabasta in general is part of the Baroque works like saga. So
yeah, but they announced the episodes that they're going to be like the arcs that they're going to be covering, and they said they're not going in Alabasta.
So Alabasta must be the end of.
No, it's going to be the start of season 3.
Yeah. It would be at the end of season 2 if they had covered it. So what they're probably going to do instead is just kind of like, so does perhaps, I don't know, I haven't watched this part of One Piece. Does Vivi get introduced and then they go with her to Alabasta?
yeah, but it takes a fucking minute. Like,
okay, so then they're probably going to introduce her and maybe introduce him through like her explaining exposition wise. And he'll
I can't say for everybody else here, but like depending on who you ask, like Vivi is like an honorary member of the crew because she's part of the crew. She journeys with the crew for such
spoilers.
Spoilers.
Wow.
Wow.
Right?
Okay. Like a 30-year-old series. God forbid.
Well, AC hasn't seen it yet.
That's
he's gonna forget it in T-2 seconds.
True.
So in the anime and in the manga, they're the same. From what I remember, Cobra is not introduced until they get to Alabasta.
Until Alabasta, yeah.
They don't.
Right.
They don't show him in like a flashback or anything like that. So unless they're making a change, or
like they did before,
or oh man, like Garp, that would be annoying. Or what might happen is it could be like the stinger at the end of the season to say like, this is what's coming up next. We're gonna have like kind of like what they did with Smoker in the first season, how he shows up right at the end, as kind of like just like he grabs the wanted poster, I think, or whatever he does, and it doesn't really show his face. So maybe they'll do something similar for the end of season 2, because season 2 ends at Drum Island. That's the last episode. So that'll be the stuff with Chopper. That'll be the end of the season. So they won't get to Alabasta. That they're saving that for season 3.
Do we know if they're even doing season 3?
They'll keep doing it as long as it's driving people to watch Netflix, I think. This is bigger than anything else they've done in terms of...
As long as it increases their subscribers, they will keep making it. And
but
maybe Oda might throw some money at them too. To say,
at some point, though, it's going to get kind of weird when the actors like age. I don't think they can keep it going for that long.
Well, but isn't there a time jump coming up?
Not
you
for a
want
while.
to tell it, Randy, or do you want me to? Yeah,
Not
the
for a
time
while.
jump
So
how many volumes do you think they covered, Randy, in the first season of One Piece? Like,
I didn't read the
8?
volume, so
10?
I don't have.
Okay, I think they covered. Unless I'm getting my timeline mixed up, because I didn't watch the Netflix series. I think they covered roughly like 8 volumes or
The
9
anime
volumes
was at like
of the manga.
530 episodes when the time jump happened.
Time skip. The time skip comes in like volume 60.
Okay, so there's still a good chunk of time.
There is a lot left before the time skip.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that's good. That way, the characters are going to age up as time goes, right? Just the nature of doing a live action thing. So maybe by the time they get to the time skip, it won't need to be as much or as.
It's like a 2-year, 3-year time skip.
So I'm saying that maybe by the time they get to that point, if they get there, the cast will have grown enough that just changing their wardrobe will be like, oh yeah, something's different about them or whatever. You know what I mean?
I don't think they'll do a 2-year time skip like they did in the manga, in the live action.
Yeah, I don't think
if they get that far.
I just want to show off here real quick. This means absolutely nothing, but on IMDb, Senthil Ramamurthy is showing as in one episode, 2025. And when you click on this, you find out it is season 2, episode 1, which could be that they don't even know. And that they're just putting it like the first episode that I don't know. I guess I could click on all episodes and find out. That's season 1.
I mean, they put Garp in episode 1, so who the fuck
so they
knows,
only have
right?
the first episode listed for.
But like they legitimately put Garp in episode 1 when he doesn't show up in episode 1 or any time. Like, so they could do something stupid where they show him at the earlier on or they give him scenes earlier on. They're stupid. I'm sure they'll change shit. Now if you want to switch to Vivi's casting, I don't know if you have the image, but after
I'll pull her up. Hold on. I'm just trying to figure out how to do this. Hold on, I'm pulling out a screen so I stop throwing more shit into the doc.
After he was announced, they announced Vivi.
Yeah,
and both actors are Indian.
Yes.
And
but they're
so
not,
a lot of people.
They're not. There's something specific to where they're from that they don't look like generic Indian. They look like, I don't know, Northern Indian or something. I don't know what it is specifically. I'm just saying that, like, at first glance, when you look at him, like, you're like, yeah, he looks, and your brain immediately goes to Indian, but then you're like, there's something else there. Almost like, almost like a mix between like a Northern African and Indian or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's definitely not Egyptian, but it's like kind of like a little bit closer to Egyptian than a typical, what you think of when you think of Indian, like freaking Gandhi. I don't know. Like,
yeah.
Anyway. Yeah. So good.
Well, yeah. So what I was going to say is people are upset that they didn't cast Egyptians because they've been making a stink about making it diverse. Mm-hmm. And apparently, I don't know, but apparently Egyptian actors get snubbed a lot. And so they thought this was a good opportunity to get Egyptian actors into something that was fairly mainstream, but they get replaced with Indian actors. And people are making the claim that at one point Oda said that Alabasta was inspired by both Egypt and India. So that's like the justification.
So,
but it's pretty much just Egyptian.
I saw something on the subreddit for One Piece that said, I just found an Indian location that makes everything have a lot of sense, right? So this is like an actual place in India, right? And they're suggesting, where the fuck did the other... Yeah. So they're suggesting that this area looks like it could be Alabasta. Yeah?
Could be. Are there examples of a city on top of a plateau in Egypt? Probably do. I don't know.
Well,
But,
I'm just saying that if you were to film here and all of your extras, everybody who just happens to be in the background would be Indian and would look like they belonged in your thing.
that would be pretty smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the only difference, of course, is that Alabasta has like these mountain ranges behind it, which they could easily. I mean, this is the easiest comp job in the world to use this as a green screen, right, and add your effect, or blue screen in this case, right, to key out that sky color and put your mountains behind it. Like it's not like an unheard of thing. So
yeah.
Anyway, I think that's a possibility. So granted, like race aside, right? Like we're saying. Obviously, we're bringing this up because it seems as though in the original story that Alabasta is based loosely on sort of like ancient Egypt. Yeah.
Yeah.
The pyramids and stuff. Right. So with that aside, right. Because like in any situation, when you have an anime character.
To be fair, it's not as on point. Like they don't have pyramids.
Okay.
So it's not like that nail on the head. But like there's cat
to
motifs.
Me, I look at this and I see like the Taj Mahal, which is in India. Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. I mean, that's what I see when I look at it. So I think
it's in
makes sense.
I don't think it's in India. It's in
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia or one of those places.
I don't know. I'm not well versed in the geography of that area.
And Alabasta, if you Romanize the
It is in India.
What do you call it? What do you call it? It is in India? Okay. Yeah, the katakana. If you Romanize the katakana, it's the RL situation.
Yeah, so a lot it could be like Arabia, Alabasta. Yeah.
Yeah. And Oda has actually spelt it both ways on because he'll draw it in English on like
on signage and stuff.
Yeah, on maps and flags and stuff, and he's done both L and R. So no one knows what like his official
which do you prefer?
Spelling would be. I like Alabasta just because it sounds better, in my opinion, than Arabasta.
Yeah, I like. So this isn't Alabasta's not the only thing from One Piece that's had that issue because Zoro and Zolo is often done too. I prefer Zolo because I think Zoro is way too on the nose. You know,
but it was intended to be on the nose.
I get it. I'm just saying. I just think it sounds cooler when it's like something else. But anyway, so moving on from here, let's look at Vivi. So One Piece live action series cast Charithra Chandran as Vivi. Now I don't know about you, but I can't not think of a charred urethra when I read her name, Charithra, right? But she looks the part, I'd say. Like I don't know why, but as I was waiting for this news to drop, I was thinking of Nico Robin the whole time. And then I finally scroll down and look, and I'm like, oh, that's Nico. And then I look over to the right. I'm like, what the fuck? Blue hair? Oh, this is Vivi, right? Like, that's kind of how it went for me. I'm like, I don't know why in my head I just kind of merged them together. So she also put out this this little message here, which I'll play for you guys. If I would only go to the correct brand.
Hey guys, I am so excited to be joining the cast of One Piece, and I feel incredibly grateful to Oda Sensei for trusting me with the role of Vivi. I know how much she means to all of you, and I am going to work my hardest to do her justice and make you all proud. See you soon.
Just gotta say, I love her voice. I feel like that's gonna like bring that exotic aspect to the character. What about you guys?
She's also royal, so she's got that like English
posh
accent to it. Yeah.
Accent.
So I would just like to preface by saying I have no problem with her casting. all the things about the race shit that I was just pointing out that is a criticism that is, especially since they were like making it a point to say, no, we're being super like we're picking the people from where they were from and all that
like they
stuff.
specifically got Iñaki, who's Brazilian, to play Luffy. They specifically tried to get. I mean, like they went out of their way for some characters. Zoro's Japanese, right? Makenyu. I don't know. I don't think Taz Skylar is French as Sanji.
I'm pretty sure he is.
Is he? Okay.
Pretty sure.
I just remember when it came to Nami or whoever, they're like, yeah, it could be anybody, whatever, right? Like they didn't really. She's supposed to be Swedish or whatever, right? But they didn't really stick with it for her.
Well, I mean, that whole thing. She's supposed to be Swedish. She's supposed to be from Sweden or whatever the country was, right? So it's like she's supposed to be. Luffy's supposed to be from Brazil, not Brazilian, right? There's a difference, but
well, so just so we're clear, in the world of One Piece, Brazil, Sweden, France, none of that shit exists.
Yeah, sorry. This was when someone asked if they were from Earth, where would they be from?
Yeah,
and Oda answered, "Here are the countries where they would be from," but it was. This is the country you're from, not they are this race, you know, they're or nationality or ethnicity or whatever, right? It was just they would be from this country.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So
now, I will grant you, it most likely means that they're this
of course
ethnicity, but
so the only casting that I have issue with from season 1 really is what's Nami's sister's name? Yojiko or something like that? Yuriko?
Nojiko? No, it starts with an N. Nojiko, maybe?
You know what I'm talking about. Anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't think that she was well casted just because I didn't think the actor who played her was very good. And I know the character has more tan skin than Nami, but going full black with it, with the blue hair, was like super strikingly like too contrasty, I think. And it makes me worry a little bit about the blue hair with Vivi, as you pronounce it. Because I'm just worried, like when I look at Oda's drawing, Oda draws the eyebrow as just a line, right? It's not a blue line. I feel like if they try to color her eyebrows, fucking forget it. It's going to be the most distracting thing in the world. You know,
they're going to color her eyelashes blue just to piss you off.
Exactly. Right. And what I think is, like, for example, when they did the live action Cowboy Bebop, Faye's hair was not the color it is in the anime, but there was a tint of that color. Makenyu's hair was not green like Zoro's, but there's that like hint of green. You know what I mean? And that's the difference between what they did with those characters versus what they did with
Nojiko.
With Nojiko, right? Yeah. So I'm apprehensive. I think she looks like that character. I could just based on these two images here, I could see this person pulling it off. I'm excited to see it. I just hope that the wardrobe department, really create important, intentional, creative decisions with the wardrobe, especially the hair, that aren't going to become distracting, right? Like if you give her like that hint of blue shine in the hair, almost like a post effect where when you see the highlight in her hair, you just go over that, like you key it and then add a blue tint to it or something so that it's just like a little bit less of the other colors coming into that white, might even be sufficient to get it across. I don't know. I'd have to see it. But they did a good job with season 1. So I'm going to hold my hopes high that they're going to do a good job with season 2 on that. Any more thoughts on either of these two before we move on?
The actor for Cobra, I don't know if we've mentioned it. Looks familiar. What else is he from?
Yeah, he's
Heroes.
Oh, that's right. Heroes. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
she the girl is also in a movie called The Sun God something, where like very similar plot devices happen, which is ironic. I don't know. If
maybe that's why they picked her.
Yeah, I don't know.
She pulled it off. Just do it again. Now
it was about like an uprising in a country and all this kind of stuff. So
all right. So those are the official announcements. We have one more to look at that is a leak that may or may not be true. Somebody here posted Gavin Gomes, actor and stunt performer, who looks like Matt Walsh if his beard wasn't fully reached its final form, is going to be playing Chopper Heavy Point, which I'm guessing is just when Chopper goes into the bigger form or whatever. Which basically means, and this is why you would hire a stunt performer, right? If you're going to do this, is that he is only for really the mocap and that kind of stuff, and then they're going to probably adjust.
They might make it a practical suit.
Yeah, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, the point is that when Chopper goes into this form, it is for combat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he is going to be the one they're choosing because they're going to need him not so much for acting, but for combat and choreographed things that a stunt performer would be better at and easier to get from, point A to point B than just some random actor you hired to play the character. That is to say, I don't know if his voice changes in the show, but I imagine they'll just use whoever's going to play like the cutesy version as his voice as well. So then they said
just to point it out, Chopper ate the human fruit, so this is his human form. And the normal form that you see, he's a deer, right?
Yeah.
And so the normal form you see is his hybrid form, technically.
Wow.
Where he's like half deer.
Given the lack of detail so far on how Chopper will be adapted in live action and Gavin's experience as a stunt performer who works with prosthetics, it's unclear whether he'll serve solely as a body double or also provide character's voice for Heavy Point Chopper. I doubt it. If you're saying that he doesn't change the voice in the anime, yeah.
Right. There is one point where his voice, but like they'll just get the other person to voice it.
Yeah, exactly. Let's catch up on some of these chats. If license is in doubt, release one copy, then see who sues. Fortunately, he's not working on his Grundle. Yes, I'm not. Don't look it up. Eiichiro Oda is just wasting each $18 million an episode when working with Netflix, the anime plaguers, and leakers. Okay. I don't think any of us share that opinion. And any money that you waste of Netflix has gone to good use, right? What does Netflix have that anime fans don't? If he says money, he is wrong because 10 million fans in total have more money than what Netflix have. Okay. Depends on the sample, what you take as your sample size, probably. Isn't there talk of remaking the One Piece anime? Yes, starting from the first episode. Yeah, the Wit Studios doing it's called The One Piece. Yeah,
they don't know how far they'll go though.
Yeah,
I wouldn't expect.
It seems like a gimmick, and it also seems like it's probably just going to cut out all the filler.
Oh, it's definitely going to cut out all the filler, for sure.
Anime and live action has failed to bring new anime fans. Actually, no.
Yeah, that is a lie.
You can think that. You can definitely think that. But this show in particular has proven otherwise.
My cousin who normally doesn't watch anime that I went to FanExpo with, I went out for dinner with him on Saturday, and we were talking about the live action show. He was like, "Oh yeah, I like it," and I was like, "Wow, you watch that?" And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, and it was really good. And he's like, "Did you like it?" Because he knows I like One Piece, and he's like, I was like, "No, I have my issues with it." But anyway, and he was like, "Oh yeah," and he knew all the characters, and I'm like, "Wow!" And I think he said he watched it twice even. Anyway, yeah, he liked it.
Honestly, it's funny when I was doing some. In the past couple of weeks, looking at stuff about the second season here, I felt an itch to go back and rewatch season 1 just to like refamiliarize myself with it before we got to it. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I don't think it's perfect. It's certainly it's certainly not the same experience as watching the anime, but sometimes that's good. Like as an anime fan, I would watch exclusively anime, especially when I had my collection all around me and I had the stuff I hadn't watched sticking half out. I would only watch stuff that I owned, and I would try to, just sometimes I was putting it in just to get it off the list, right? And then occasionally I would go like 2 or 3 months and I wouldn't watch any anime at all except for what we were doing for the Watch Club. And I would binge, 24 or just any number. Like I watched all of The Walking Dead up to where they were at just to take a break, and honestly, it's a good thing to have this alternate way of experiencing stuff just for a change of pace, right? Because truth be told, there are some things that the West has mastered in terms of storytelling that anime can't touch, right? Anime is way better at other things, like off a cliff way better, right? But there are some things where getting to experience a show like this, like I know Random 11 doesn't like it. I liked that they introduced Garp early. I felt that the dynamic there kind of made that payoff for me. And again, I haven't even gotten to the part in the anime where Garp shows up, so maybe I'll change my mind when I do. But I felt like that I could see why they made that creative choice, and I think it made the show better, in my opinion.
You watched up to the end of.
I watched up to the end of Arlong Park.
Yeah, he shows up before that.
So maybe he did, but
for a brief second, you don't really know he's Garp.
I remember there was I think you said he showed up for 2 episodes and then he doesn't show up again for 30 more later or something.
A lot longer.
I didn't get as far as you had told me to get to. I only got to the end of Arlong Park. Anyway, Rumiko Takahashi is ruining her reputation by having Netflix slimy hands on it. Live action is tying fantasy to reality, which goes against the point anime allows for better suspension of disbelief. In some cases, yes. AC woke criticism, not the right Indian. Yep, it's true. I did say that. The colors in live action sucks. Okay. The anti-Pajit might have caused some confusion. Look up the location. I'm not following.
That seems I googled it. It seems to be some racist slur against.
There's the term Pajit, which is just like making up or making fun of, like Indian names like Manpreet and Dupreet and Pajit, whatever, is meant. It's meant to be like a racist thing against Indians, specifically the Papa Squat kind, I think. Versus because. The thing about India,
Google said Sikhs specifically, but
the thing about India is that it is massive, and there are 1 billion people living there. So naturally, you're going to have some places that are very advanced and very modern and have good infrastructure, and then you're going to have places that don't, right? And you're going to have places where it's basically the third world right next to places that's almost the first world or even is the first world. You know what I mean? So I definitely think that there is some anti-Indian sentiment because of stereotypes surrounding the Papa Squat stuff we covered last podcast, right? But that, of course, is it's a more nuanced thing than it's not as black and white and easy to explain than just kind of throwing it out there like that. Anyway, Baraki makes sense than Blackie, okay? Since the pocket monster is supposed to be a mix of Black and Lucky. Okay. So it's supposed to be a mix of Buraku and Raki. So we're going to call it Buraki. Blucky might make more sense. I don't know. I can't keep up with every Pokemon reference. Being the same as the character is not acting. It is playing as yourself. Voice acting in cartoons is better since you just need to sound like the character. I don't know. They're going to go full Lava Girl. What does that mean?
Like the show Shark Boy and Lava Girl. I think CG wise, maybe.
Okay.
Because it was heavily on
Lava
the girl
being...
from
Shark
Boy and Lava Girl?
Yeah, I assume so. And she was maybe I never even watched that movie, so I don't know if they made her like badly CG'd. I don't know when she was using her powers or something.
Wasn't the wolf guy Taylor Lautner?
Yeah.
He was the Shark Boy. Yeah. And then wasn't Lava Girl the girl from Spy Kids?
No, I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so.
Anyway,
it was definitely a Robert Rodriguez. That was definitely a Robert Rodriguez movie, right?
Yes. I am not dealing with these comments. She was typecast, because of her other movie. CG is not live action nor anime. Tell me otherwise. You basically said rocks are food. Well, if you think so. One Piece Kai, yeah, basically. Randy, did your cousin also bite into a nut? No, that was his brother.
Yeah, just my brother.
Then how come Toon Maker Sailor Moon failed? That means live action One Piece failed. All right. No, if you are an anime fan, you watch anime. Okay, I'm skipping these. No, I can't. Whether Advance or Primate, they use Canada as a toilet. Whoa! They colored Lava Girl's eyebrows. Okay, yeah. Thank you for, and it's not the girl from Spy Kid. All right, well, we're all caught up then. All right, so I need to do a lot of massive things to the doc with those. All right. Amazon Prime Video announces adult animated anthology series Secret Level. But why? I don't. The thing I don't get about this. Oh, let's just read it. I'll make this point later. So Amazon Prime Video, Amazon MGM Studios, and Blur Studio, which is the studio that did Deadpool 1. That's the one by, his name is escaping me right now. Matt Miller? Is that his name? They leaked the Deadpool car fight from the first movie, like the previs they did that was full CGI. I think they had Ryan Reynolds leak it in order to show how much like people were so excited for the like when they were hyping up the leak and everything that they were able to get greenlit to make the movie. Anyway, so MGM Studios and Blur Studio have announced Secret Level, a new adult animated anthology series featuring stories within various iconic gaming worlds. Secret Level will premiere exclusively on Amazon Prime Video in over 240 countries worldwide on December 10th, and it's set to run for 15 episodes. That's right, like that's a few months from now. That's not far off at all. Like I'm surprised we're just now hearing about it. Secret Level weaves a tapestry of iconic games across multiple mediums to tell a series of unique and captivating stories, said Vernon Sanders, head of television at Amazon MGM Studios. Quote, created and led by Tim Miller, not Matt Miller, sorry, Tim Miller at Blur Studio and supervising director Dave Wilson, each episode will take our global Prime Video customers on a brand new journey with breathtaking animation and imaginative storytelling. So Tim Miller has a great track record, except he also did the Terminator Dark Fate. And so it's kind of up in the air where this is going to go, you know, because he seems to have bought into the woke shit. And I think a lot of people who worked on Terminator Dark Fate, maybe possibly even Tim Miller, years later kind of came out and acknowledged, yeah, I guess, you know, we really missed the mark there kind of thing. So we'll see. Here's a rundown on the new anthology series plus its reveal trailer. Secret Level is a new adult animated anthology series featuring original stories set within the worlds of some of the world's most beloved video games from the creative minds behind Love, Death, and Robots. Each of the 15 episodes is a celebration of games and gamers. Each episode of Secret Level serves as a gateway to a new adventure, unlocking exciting worlds from beloved gaming classics and highly anticipated new titles. Prepare for an unforgettable journey where Amazon, MGM Studios, and gaming's finest unite in a first-of-its-kind event that brings together more game IP in a single series than has ever been done before. Below is the incredible list of games who inspired the 15 epic stories found in Secret Level. Okay. So these games inspired the 15 stories, right? Tell me, is that or is that not supposed to be Pac-Man? Right? Is that or is that not supposed to be Jin Kazuya or whatever his name is from Tekken?
I don't know
Kazuma,
Tekken enough.
Right? Like so here's our stories. Armored Core, Concord. Are you fucking serious? That new like ripoff of Overwatch where the robots have pronouns in their bio? Crossfire, Dungeons and Dragons, Exodus, Honor of Kings, Mega Man. Okay, so we do have Pac-Man on the list. Okay. New World Eternum, PlayStation, just highlighting various PlayStation Studio IPs, Sifu, Spelunky, The Outer Worlds, Unreal Tournament, and Warhammer 40K. Like, what the fuck? Like, that is such a bizarre choice. No Mario. I mean, obviously Mario doesn't want to do anything because Nintendo probably said, no, we're going to do our own shit that we control. Don't talk to us again. Right? I'm guessing that's what happened there. But certainly you can think of other things that would have been readily available that would have filled this out. Whereas half of these names either to me aren't video games or I've never heard of.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I actually haven't watched the trailer.
Mega Man's the only one that I'm really...
Yeah, it's the only one that stands out, right?
Yeah.
And then Pac-Man, because why? Why not?
He was in Pixels.
Yeah, right? Like...
What was the name of that anime that... it wasn't an anime. It was like an animated series that came out last year that Ubisoft did. Where it had... It was called like something Blood Dragon, and it had Rayman in it, like going around killing everybody or something.
There's no way Rayman killed people.
I don't know. Anyway,
well, I mean,
I heard.
Hold on. Let me just correct myself. Sorry. Rayman kills enemies by like bopping them on the head.
Yeah.
When you said killing people, I assume you meant like more violently. So
like a mass shooter.
Yeah.
No, like pretty much like he does like. There's something I don't know. I haven't really like seen it. I just watched the trailer, but there's something that happens to Rayman where he basically just I don't know like does like a lot of like meth or some shit and just like goes on like a killing spree because everybody. I guess Ubisoft forgot about their mascot or something. I don't know.
That must be a
the name is like if I Google it, I can figure out. Anyway, go ahead. I'm rambling.
All right, let's move on from this to streaming news. So I guess we're in streaming news already. That was Amazon Prime. Virtual reality movie Mobile Suit Gundam Silver Phantom announces worldwide release date. So this is the one that you need to be on MetaQuest in order to enjoy. The price for the release is $17.99 US, but if you pre-order the movie at MetaQuest store, you can purchase it for $15.99. You have to use MetaQuest 2 or 3 to play it. Once again, it is a augmented reality feature-length movie or something like that. So, like, you can move, with the AR goggles or whatever, or VR virtual reality goggles, you can move your head around while you're watching it. And it's like a more immersive experience or something that nobody fucking asked for or wanted. All right, moving past that. Netflix is going to add Grave of the Fireflies on September 16th. Now, I looked and I can't find any answers as to whether or not, like, it was announced by the Netflix Twitter account, which I don't know. It's called like at Netflix, not at Netflix India or at Netflix UK or something like that. Yeah. So I assume they mean to the US, right? Where Netflix is based. But all the other Ghibli films are on HBO Max and they're only on Netflix outside of the US, right? So
I assume just because GKIDS has a license to all the other ones, and the GKIDS stuff it streams on Max.
I don't think GKIDS has got the license for this yet. Sentai might still hold it.
Might.
Yeah,
Anyway.
but I mean, I'm not gonna watch this film ever again. This is like a one and done for me. Like, you know,
you're echoing the exact sentiment Reese and I had. It's like I never need to see this again. It's great to know I have the chance to watch it, but I don't need to see it again.
Yeah, I still haven't seen it yet.
I'd like to at some point. I'd like to do a watch club for Barefoot Gen, which is like this times 11, right? Like.
So what you're saying is I'm going to need to schedule an appointment with my therapist after watching that film. Okay.
Well, Barefoot Gen is like, so this one is basically like after the bomb dropped, right?
Oh, hold on. I just found it. 190 countries, excluding the U.S. and Japan.
I could have sworn they had Ghibli stuff in Japan as well. Like I thought that they were hosting Miyazaki's at least. I know that they had that.
Yeah. You have to add this to the doc as a sub thing for it.
Okay,
I'm going to send it to the private chat.
I started watching this movie. It was so fucking boring.
Wow.
So Barefoot Gen will be up your alley then. All right. So
Like I know people talk about how it's like, oh, it's so like emotional and I don't know whatever.
So
I just couldn't get past the boring.
For anybody who hasn't seen it, this movie takes place after the bomb was dropped, right? And it's the story about a brother and sister trying to survive. Isn't it after? Aren't they trying to survive after the bomb dropped and they're orphans or whatever? It's been
it was the firebombing.
Okay, yeah. So the point is that I don't think the actual nuke gets shown off in this movie, does it? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Anyway,
whatever that was the nuke going off.
I haven't seen it since probably like 2002. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
No, they were doing fire. I think this took place before the nuke.
Yeah, so it's set to stream exclusively on Netflix starting September 16th. It will be available in 190 countries, excluding Japan. But it doesn't say the U.S. Oh, wait.
I've never watched the movie.
Studio Ghibli films to its members nationwide, ex-U.S. and Japan. So why would you go out of your way to say that unless this is coming to the U.S.? So we still don't know, I guess. We'll tell you on September 16th.
I've never watched the movie, but my bet is they survived the firebombing, and then they walk into Hiroshima.
Oh yeah.
And the last cut of the frame is just white.
So the reason I bring up the nuke is because in this movie you can kind of see the U.S. Aircraft behind him.
Yeah.
Because
they just drop burning sticks of wood.
Yeah. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because this movie, what's hard to watch about this movie is that you're watching two orphans trying to survive and failing. That's effectively what's going on, right? Barefoot Gen, you watch the nuke drop and eviscerate people and dogs, and that's why it's the best movie ever made, right? No, but you watch the
scene in
impact.
Terminator, except animated.
It is 100% Judgment Day in Terminator, but anime. All right.
So yeah, it is in Netflix. I was reading a post on the fan post, and then further down is that it has been updated to exclude U.S. was listed previously on that page, but it's updated to since not say U.S. and there is a U.S. page for it. I sent in the private chat. Okay. So it is for 100% can be streaming on Netflix in the U.S.
For trying to find out where we left off on. Grave the Fireflies is so boring. I started many times and have not finished. Wow. Guess we'll have to do it as a watch party. All right. So my dear friend Nokotan is on Tubi TV, right? JT Vega sent this to me, and the point he was making is that it's available to watch for free on Tubi TV, but Crunchyroll is charging you to be able to watch it, right? I don't know if that's a big
free
scandal.
with ads on Tubi.
I don't know. I haven't seen any ads because I'm viewing it on Brave. Basically, any of these shows shown down here are also on Crunchyroll
or somewhere else.
For them.
Yeah.
I will say this: the subtitles on My Dear Friend Nokotan are different than the ones we looked at
initially.
Initially. So Crunchyroll may have they might just be using the redone ones that Crunchyroll eventually did. But just throwing that out there, if you guys are interested in checking it out and you don't have a Crunchyroll account, the show is very funny. I watched like 2 scenes from it and I was dying. It was great. So
from episode 1.
Yeah, just from episode 1. It was great. Moving on, let's talk about Beau DeMayo. We finally have some tea that has been spilled. So regarding X-Men 97 showrunner Beau DeMayo, Disney insiders claim that he was fired due to issues related to sexual misconduct. So this has kind of been lurking in the background for a while, like the idea about it. But let's see what it actually says here. So in the latest development regarding the series' tumultuous behind-the-scenes drama, in response to former X-Men 97 showrunner Beau DeMayo's allegations that the company stripped him of his season 2 credits because he shared a Pride-themed piece of fan art to his personal Instagram account, Disney has claimed Z, whatever that means, by alleging that he was actually let go for sexual misconduct. DeMayo, who was booted from his role as series showrunner just days before its premiere for still as of yet unrevealed reasons, put forth his accusations on August 15th. Taking to his personal Twitter, he said, "Firstly, I'm so grateful to have worked on X-Men 97, collaborating with some amazingly talented folks. Creating this reveal was a dream come true, and the support fans have shown is so touching. However, I felt it pressing for me to speak up in the wake of leaving the show." Yeah, so for some reason, he felt the need to show this. Is that the reveal? Like,
definitely revealing.
Above is an X-Man fan art I posted on Instagram for Gay Pride in June. On June 13th, Marvel sent a letter notifying me that they'd stripped my season 2 credits due to the post. Sadly, this is the latest in a troubling pattern I suffered through while working on. Good job. Should have been fired for that alone. While working on X-Men 97 and Blade. That's the post, right? Can't even write a tweet. We can't trust you to write a whole show. Unfortunately, outside of his initial claim, DeMayo did not provide any further details regarding this supposed interaction. Instead, closing out his thoughts in this next post by declaring, quote, "I'll have more to say soon, but must take a step back from social media to find a safer space for me to be out, proud, and nerdy. Stay tuned." Damn, social media is unsafe to be out.
I'm pressing X to doubt that Disney would have fired him over that.
Yeah. If anything, he should have gotten a promotion from Disney.
No, hold on. He got fired earlier.
June 13th, he said.
No. That was when he got his name taken off the credits for season 2.
Okay.
He got fired in like March.
So his name would have been on the credits for season 2 anyway.
No, okay.
So when
what happened was
fired?
Hold on. Season 1 came out, and he got fired. Was it? I think it was March. Maybe it wasn't. Whatever it was. Whenever season 1 dropped, he got fired a couple days before it dropped. Right?
Yeah. Yes, and I can't remember how long ago
that wasn't in June.
Yeah. So in June is when he got the notice that he's removed from
season 2.
How far was
because
it gone into season 2 after season 1 aired?
He had already season 2.
Were they already producing season 2?
He'd even started writing season 3, as we're going to read about in a second.
He was done writing season 2 when season 1 aired.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he was already in the credits.
Yeah. Of season 1, you're saying. Okay. Yeah.
Of season 2.
Because he's already written season 2 is what really
he already wrote it.
Okay.
So they fired him, and they said, "Well, we'll still keep your script, and you'll still be in the credits of season 2 because it's already written." And then he posted that after he got fired. He posted that on Twitter and said, "Look at my gay whatever pride."
Mhm.
And then they were like, "This goes against our." This is my understanding. We can double check the dates on when season 1 aired, but one sec. And so I'll do that in a second. But so then Disney comes at him and says, "We agreed that you are going to be fired, and in order to keep your name on the credits, you have to abide by our terms of like our conduct policy."
Yeah. So
and then his tweet
when they
broke that
fired
policy.
him, right? Do you remember that he also like stopped tweeting or whatever? Like there was something to do with his Twitter account where he had been tweeting about the show, and upon being fired, something with his Twitter account was in the like terms or whatever, right? So if we're taking him at his word, and it was because of the post, and the post is a tweet tangentially about the show, then that could be a term. Like we that was part of our agreement. You aren't tweeting about the show, and you tweeted about the show, so we're taking you off of season 2 credits.
Yeah, it could have been.
Yeah.
I would think that if they fired him before season one came out, they would have just scrapped. To be finished, that they would have scrapped all the stuff that he did for season 2.
Yeah,
they did not do that.
We're gonna hear a little bit about that. Like some of those questions are gonna get answered. So let me just keep going here a little bit.
Hold on, just for clarification. Sure. So episode 1 aired March 20th. So he got fired, I think, like 2 weeks before that.
Mm-hmm.
That was when he got fired, right? Back in March.
Yeah.
Okay.
So notably, should everything have gone down as DeMayo has said, this move would have come well after he departed the Disney offices. As such, this would mean that Disney's supposed decision to strip him of his credits is unrelated to whatever mysterious circumstances caused his original exit. As to just what involvement the showrunner had with regards to the X-Men's next outing, in clarifying the situation for a fan via Twitter, DeMayo explained, quote, "I did write a lot of season 2. However, unlike season 1, I will not be heavily involved or leading production, cast records, I don't know, design editorial, post music, etc., nor doing any productive production rewrites as it relates to the creative vision of the show." Right? Further, another interesting point is the fact that DeMayo's revelation comes just a month after Deadline's Nelly Andreeva reported that, according to her inside sources, all of the former showrunners' completed scripts for season 2 had been completely revised by Disney. So DeMayo's revelation comes just a month after. Now, his thing was originally August 15th. Note that this post is May 17th, right? So this is before, this is like before him even getting fired, or right around the time he got fired. He's talking about
way after he got fired.
Oh,
he got fired in March.
Oh, okay, March. Yeah.
So
okay.
So this is towards the finale of.
The point is that this tweet is not current. It's not in reference to the stuff during Gay Month. It's not in reference to.
No, it was the day. It was the day the last episode aired. He tweeted that out.
So, and the point is that they're saying here, just a month after DeMayo's revelation comes, just a month after Deadline's reported that, according to her inside sources, all the former showrunners' complete scripts for season 2 have been completed by Disney. So, does this mean a month after that, or does this mean that his August 15th thing was a month after that? I guess we could just click on this and find out.
I'm guessing that Nelly thing was April.
This is July 9th.
Okay.
This is July 9th. Okay. So so what they're saying is that on June 13th or whatever, during gay month, he posts a thing and he gets the message that says, fuck you, we're taking you off the thing. Then a month later, Nelly Andriva reports that his stuff has been rewritten. So like that actually falls in line with what he's saying. They took me off the writing credit, therefore they rewrote everything, right? Shortly after
that I didn't know.
Shortly after DeMayo made his post, Disney responded to his accusations via an official statement provided to the Hollywood Reporter. Quote, Mr. DeMayo was terminated in March 2024 following an internal investigation. A Marvel spokesperson told the outlet, quote, given the egregious nature of the findings, we severed ties with him immediately, and he has no further affiliation with Marvel. According to the Hollywood Reporter's Aaron Couch and Boris Kitt, quote, sources say that following his exit, an agreement was reached between the two parties over the issue of tweeting about the show, right? Something that DeMayo had continued to occasionally do. In light of the breaches, his credit for season 2 was removed. While no details of the cause of the termination or the internal reviews have surfaced, sources say it involved sexual misconduct. Okay? Now, from here, I've got this extra little bit from this Variety post where they said, during the run of the first season, DeMayo regularly posted lengthy statements to Twitter about specific episodes and plot lines. Prior to being fired, he also ran a non-explicit, very important, non-explicit OnlyFans account under the username BonelyFans. Out Magazine, what do you think they're about? Called DeMayo in 2022 the sexy gay Marvel writer and showrunner to know. New rumor details emerge regarding Beau DeMayo's firing from X-Men 97. It was reported in March that DeMayo was fired and he would, quote, no longer be promoting the show or moving forward with the future seasons. The report detailed that DeMayo's company email was shut down at the beginning of March, and cast and crew for the series were notified that he would no longer be working on the project. DeMayo also shut down his Instagram account at the time. The firing came after DeMayo had reportedly completed writing a second season and was preparing a third season. However, Marvel Animation's Brad Winderbaum rejected these claims, telling Entertainment Weekly, quote, I can't talk about the details, but I can say that Beau had real respect and passion for these characters and wrote what I think are excellent scripts that really the rest of the team were able to draw inspiration from to build this amazing show that's on screen. He then specifically rejected the claim that DeMayo was fired. When asked if he would describe DeMayo's departure as a firing, Winderbaum responded, quote, I don't. We parted ways is the best way I could say. DeMayo recently indicated that Marvel was stripping him of his writing credits for season 2 over a gay pride post that he posted to Instagram depicting himself as a member of the X-Men team. This is all recap from the stuff we just read. Marvel Studios responded to this accusation from DeMayo, telling Variety, quote, Mr. DeMayo was terminated in March 2024 following an internal investigation. Given the egregious nature of the findings, we severed time with him immediately, and he has no further affiliation with Marvel. Furthermore, Variety's Adam B. Very and Katie Steffen shared, quote, a source with knowledge of the investigation said evidence was discovered of sexual misconduct and that DeMayo repeatedly violated his termination agreement, which led to the removal of his credits for season 2. So if his termination agreement has to do with tweeting about the show, and he tweets with the hashtag X-Men97, which he did, that could be the thing where they're saying, like, fuck it, you pushed the boundary and we're taking you off. We'll do it.
Yeah.
Despite claiming he was taking a step back from social media, DeMayo responded to this report, writing, quote, the truth will be revealed. After their Disney Plus disaster, Marvel wants to mislead with alleged contract breaches over tweets. It's tragic. It's come to this, but unsurprising. Stay tuned. He also added, quote, this is their Disney Marvel's usual playbook. Legal letters, as well as other items to prove their long-standing pattern to follow. It's about finding a safe outlet. Thanks for your faith and patience. DeMayo's claim that he was fired over a gay pride Instagram seems ridiculous on the surface, given the Walt Disney Company and Marvel's embrace of the disordered lifestyle and the ideological movement surrounding it. As an example, Marvel celebrated these disordered lifestyles at the end of May, promoting its Marvel Voices Pride comic book.
The Park Place adding in that tilted language, Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Furthermore, the Walt Disney Company puts on pride parades in its theme parks. Skipping all that. Everybody, these water is wet. We all know this, right? Now, new details have emerged regarding exactly why DeMayo was fired. Jeff Snyder at the In Snyder, great name, reports, quote, I'm told that DeMayo sent nude photos of himself, or at the very least, photos of himself in various states of undress.
That's a big difference.
Looking at his profile picture on Twitter, it doesn't seem that far-fetched.
But like, that's a huge difference from I am nude to I'm in like tight short shorts and nothing else.
Yeah,
right.
But look at the freaking thing he posted here. Look at him in his like sweaty, topless, I work out picture, right? For gay men, I'm guessing there is a little bit of like a teasing. This is like, a woman posting a provocative picture, but when you're a gay guy doing it, it's like people don't say anything, like they don't come after you. Is that food for me? Thank you. Wow, it looks so healthy. Thank you. Is there salt?
It might be not appropriate.
It's a good thing I asked that after she handed me the food, so she can't poison it.
It might not be appropriate to share pictures of yourself in short shorts and a crop top, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, like, that's a very big difference than you're sharing nude pictures of yourself.
No poison, right? Okay.
Like, to me, one winds you a slap on the wrist, maybe a firing if it's egregious and repetitive.
Yeah.
The other one warrants you're fired and maybe we look into charging you. Right?
Look, all I'm saying is because he's gay, he has a mode of operation where he posts pictures of himself on Twitter as his profile pic, right? And presumably elsewhere, showing him in positions that are intended to make, potential other gays swoon, right? So if you are trying to judge whether or not somebody is gay, right? Like if you're gay and you're trying to pursue somebody, there is probably like a safe level of grooming that you could send a photo and you just happen to be in the photo and like you've got it like super tight pants on that are really just overemphasizing your junk or something like that. And like, it's just enough where you could explain it away. Like, oh no, it's just my fashion. I'm gay, right? Like whatever, right? But the intention of sending it is to start making people who might be gay, interested in you, or like to start creating that thirst or whatever. So just entertaining the idea. I'm just saying you're correct. There's a massive difference between sending nudes and sending pictures in various stages of undress, right? If you get a picture and he's like, in a like a like a shop, but like a shop.
I mean, Gambit is literally in short shorts and a crop top in the show. I think he even takes the crop top off at one point.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, if you're in, let's say, a shop, like how the Mythbusters have a shop, like where you get work done, right?
Yeah.
And you built something. Let's just say hypothetical here, out of some 2x4s, and you're sending a picture to someone to show them what you kind of picture the general shape of a device that is going to be animated into the show would look like. And you just made it, but you purposely choose to take the picture while you're in like Daisy Duke level cutoffs with like a work belt on, and you're also topless, and you're just trying, like, you're flexing, but you're also trying to look like you're not, and you're just kind of holding it, and you're just trying to create thirst in a potentially gay person you're sending it to. You know, like, I can see there being a potential scenario where that is sexual harassment to a degree, right? Especially if the people receiving it are not gay and you won't let up, you know?
That's that last line there. You won't let up. Like, if it's sent once and they've already said something to him about it and then he repeats it, yeah, you got to go, man. But because it's obviously not appropriate for office, pictures to be sent like that. But whereas if it's a nude thing, there's no question, you're gone, right? One, you don't get a second chance on that. But if it's the Daisy Dukes and I'm topless in a workout video or something, and I'm like, look at my gains.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, yeah, maybe don't do that. And then he keeps like, no, I got to show people my gains. Okay, then fire him, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, I can see a scenario where, because I really think this is a thing where if you are gay and you don't know immediately if he was Vic streaming his boxers, but in the situation where Vic was streaming his boxers, what happened was not intentional, right? Like, and we even talked about it. You can tell what he's doing is pulling his laptop down to reach for something behind it, and the MacBook doesn't like have an accelerometer that turns the camera off as you're closing it or whatever. But I'm just saying that I feel like if you were gay, you would be navigating a minefield. It would be more difficult, I think, to be a gay man than a gay woman, because if you come on to a straight woman, she's probably not going to be as mean about it. Whereas a lot of straight guys, if you started to come on to them strongly, would possibly even punch your lights out, right? So I think that there's probably a dance that gets played when you're gay where you sort of have to like groom people into opening up to you to where you can determine whether or not they're game or not. You know what I mean? And I just feel like that could be a little bit about what's going on. But I also feel like it's going to be so subtle that you could argue it either way, so that if you do get called out for it, you can say, I wasn't doing that. That's just how I dress, or what, you know what I mean? So just catching up here. It says, I'm told that DeMayo sent nude photos of himself, or at the very least, photos of himself in various states of undress, to several young male staffers. Some of these photos allegedly featured DeMayo wearing superhero costumes and striking sexually suggestive hero poses that could be used as inspiration for the show. So again, if you get a picture and he's wearing like the X-Men blue underwear, like tights or whatever, or are they yellow? I guess they are, because they have blue legs, right? Yeah. So if you're wearing this, right, and you just got this banana hammock on, right, you're like, yeah, maybe a little bit more like this, like like that, like a little bit like that. Draw it more like that, like just keep inching the banana hammock closer to the camera. I don't know. I feel like I can see that.
Say banana hammock one more time.
Used as inspiration for the show. DeMayo was asked to stop sending such photos, but I'm told that he persisted nonetheless. One anonymous individual told Snyder, quote, if you were a guy who looked like they could be under 30 on that show, you have his nudes whether you wanted them or not.
Yep.
This anonymous individual used the term
that's true.
Nudes.
You gotta go.
I'm just saying. Yeah. Snyder also shared that DeMayo allegedly groped an assistant on multiple occasions, and that he was both emotionally and physically abusive to staffers, though I don't have any specific incidents to share on that front. Snyder went on to detail that the reason why DeMayo was let go from Netflix's The Witcher property was for similar reasons to the above. He goes on to note that Marvel Animation's Brad Winderbaum did not do his due diligence when hiring DeMayo. Finally, Snyder shared that DeMayo is losing his executive producer credit for season 2, but he will still retain a writing, albeit Marvel is apparently rewriting, so I guess a writing credit, albeit Marvel is apparently rewriting most of season 2. So they're going to take him off of season 2 as executive producer, but possibly leave him as one of the writers.
Well, no, now I think he's taken off of as a writer as well because of that tweet.
So this additional stuff came out where DeMayo now responds to that. So X-Men 97 showrunner Beau DeMayo's attorney denies allegations he sent nude photos to staffers. So just skipping over all the recap here. Brian Friedman, DeMayo's lawyer, informed Deadline, quote, having much experience with Disney, the playbook is always the same. Family-friendly on the outside, but secretly attempting to plant illegal, unconscionable items in contracts that silence the truth and stop the employee customer from asserting basic constitutional rights. Well, I mean, no, it must be arbitrated. Unfortunately,
did
DeMayo,
he have a Disney Plus account?
Therefore, quote, as we will explain through detailed examples, which we will roll out in detail one by one, Disney's model is very clear and a repetitive illegal pattern. Once it gets challenged or exposed, the gaslighting and redirection of the blame towards anyone willing to tell the truth starts through an international, well-oiled publicity machine. Beau DeMayo wants nothing from Marvel/Disney except the truth. He will bravely tell the truth, so will I stand by. Following the initial report from Variety that Marvel discovered DeMayo was allegedly engaged in sexual misconduct, Jeff Snyder reported, I am told that DeMayo sent nudes, right? That's the recap. Mo Hosen, fuck it, I don't know, at the streamer would reiterate Snyder's claim, writing, quote, numerous sources who have no connection to one another also said to the streamer that DeMayo sent photos and videos of himself to people who reported to him. Husen also shared, quote, a source told us that after one person reported DeMayo to HR, it opened up the floodgates for many others to do the same. This influx of reports then triggered an investigation by Marvel, who states it found egregious results. Quote, we also heard that at least one person quit X-Men 97 under DeMayo's tenure. Friedman responded to those allegations, telling the streamer, you realize that Disney allowed Beau to have an OnlyFans page while working for the company? No clue if someone quit while he was showrunner, but that's like every single day on every single show. I'm sorry, are we now going to claim that this OnlyFans page was not non-explicit?
Also,
all of a sudden, it's being used as an excuse.
No one's making you go watch his OnlyFans. Don't sign up for his OnlyFans. What the fuck?
Although, I bet if we signed up, we could probably get some of the photos that are going to show up in court, right? Because he probably took them, posted them, and then also sent them to people. Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if his actual egregious action was trying to, like, you know how people, like women, they'll post like photos or videos of themselves in various stages of undress, to use the exact terminology here. And then it says, see the rest of it, or see the explicit stuff on my OnlyFans. Right? What if he was just sending it to people as like bait? Like, yeah, sign up for my OnlyFans. See more. You know? Interestingly, he did seemingly confirm that DeMayo was reported to HR by multiple people. No one who reported Beau to HR received an inappropriate photo or video. That is simply untrue. So by saying this, he's admitting that people did report him, multiple people. Quote, as a proud gay black man, Disney knew exactly who he was and what he stood up for. That's why they did not tell him to stop his OnlyFans page. That's it. They let him be himself, which allowed his creativity to thrive. Friedman then alleged that DeMayo
I am a peacock. You gotta let me fly.
Friedman then alleged that DeMayo was fired because someone attempted to replace him out of jealousy. Quote, when they objected to his free speech rights and not complying with the illegal NDAs, a certain person over there tried to replace him because he was becoming more successful than other creators. Kathleen Kennedy, right? Asked Disney if his separation agreement illegally silenced him. Let me know what they say. Don't print this crap. It's wrong and defamatory. Anyway, there you go. Thoughts on this? Is it gay that he did show his body? I'm not suggesting that it automatically becomes gay. I'm just saying that if you were gay and you have an obsession about your looks and being fit and in shape and stuff, that there is a added incentive to send photos of yourself shirtless or whatever in order to cast the line, let's say. I don't know if he went full Jeffrey Toobin, referring to the guy for CNN, I think, who was like jerking off on the Zoom call.
Yeah. If he did, there's no question, fire him. But Disney better have some photos. They better have some evidence.
I'm sure they've got them.
Because
anybody who went to HR with that stuff, I know the lawyer said they didn't, but anybody who went to HR with that stuff would have given it to HR and it would have gotten filed away, right?
Yeah.
For this exact reason, right?
Because people making up lies about someone just to get them fired, that does happen. It's rare, but it does happen. So but if Disney did an investigation and they saw the photos and they saw him messaging the photos specifically, because if someone went and downloaded the photos off OnlyFans and said, look what he sent me.
Yeah.
Companies are so dumb sometimes. I've been in situations
they could
where
they could grab it from his OnlyFans and just claim he sent it, but not show proof that it came from his phone number.
I've been in situations where I've seen situations where companies or anyone in the management position will take the more popular person's word. Now, let's say he's not popular in the office or whatever because he's got an attitude and
telling.
Exactly.
What was her name? Why can't I remember her name?
Stephanie. Wasn't it Stephanie something?
No. It'll come to me.
The person from Sony, you mean?
Yeah, during the investigation.
I thought it was Stephanie. Anyway,
yeah. And she told when asked what her experience was with Vic, the story she told was the jelly bean story, and not he almost raped me, right?
Yeah, but then they take that story and they just go with it, and they're like, we don't need to see any evidence from them. We'll just take their word for it, and we'll push for the firing and the worst
and there's a cost
consequences, right?
To those situations where the gamble, if they're lying, is still better than not dealing with it right away just in case they are, And I think that's what happened with Vic and that in that investigation, which was dog shit.
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, if they have the evidence and he was sending these things and he was told this isn't appropriate, we don't need your self body images for animated references. We have other things for that. And he kept doing it, then buddy, you gotta. There's a line. This is a business.
Yeah. Cool. So let's look at the chat here.
And them taking him off season 2 is kind of bullshit just for that one tweet. It's whatever. I think he just retweeted a tweet or something, right? But also, if they did mostly rewrite his shit, then it's like, they're just take him off because we did fire him and we mostly rewrote the thing, so we'll just take him off, right? I don't know how credit
needs to happen.
I don't know. There is probably a like a union delegated thing that says like
WGA or whatever.
Yeah, if there's probably a rule in there. I don't know what it would be though, but
yeah, I think there is. I was annoyed when I'm seeing movies and they're taking Harvey Weinstein's name out of the credits. Right?
Yeah, that's kind of dumb. He still did it.
Yeah. That's like taking Hitler's name off of his paintings.
I was gonna say the same thing. Like, this is an unknown artist.
Yeah. My wife grew these. Remember I told you guys to be growing your own food? Yep.
So the Cool Tucci says the same thing I did. He was in shorts and a tank top is different than he was nude.
Yeah.
Which that's the other game they play all the time, right? They use ambiguous language and they flip-flop. They're like, well, it was nude or possibly, in some form of undress anyway. And then from then on after that, they just say inappropriate photos. Yeah. Right? So now it's leaving this like, well, who knows what it was at this point, right?
100%. And there are both sides of this story could be true to some degree. It's very accurate to say Disney has a multinational, media army, right? Disney owns ABC News, right? Easily, as they say, I think it's 98% of media in the U.S. is controlled by 6 corporations. One of them is Disney, It's very possible. Cool GT also said Disney only addressed the firing, not the removal. He could just not send provocative pictures to people. It doesn't matter whether it's appropriate or not, even if he was straight, just don't do it. Agreed, right? I'm playing devil's advocate on that side against Beau DeMayo. I think it's equally possible, and I think both sides could have some level of truth to them. They could be exaggerating the photos because he was actually correct when he said that people were jealous of him. Like, he was elevating too quickly. He was producing stuff that people liked. I don't know. You saw the show, right? Did you like it, Random?
Yeah. It wasn't
okay. As bad as you would have expected it to be, right? And for Disney, something that doesn't make you want to kill yourself while you're sitting there watching it is like something for other producers to be jealous of, right?
Yeah. What they did to Morph, I still vehemently disagree with, and the whole thing with Rogue and Magneto being a fucking
an
couple.
Item.
Yeah, that was bullshit. But
yeah, so he could just not send them. Yeah, don't do it. So they let go of Beau for being gay. It's hard to say. This is why all Disney employees get a free Disney Plus account. Yeah. If it's free, do you have to sign the terms of service though?
Probably.
Disney must have hated him so much. Yep. Or was supposed to be for all kinds of content. It's fun to see people assume that it's explicit. Well, I am assuming it's explicit because they said news or various forms of undress. I was right. They let him go because he's too gay for
OF means OnlyFans. Like when they made OnlyFans, it was initially supposed to replace Patreon or be a similar thing to Patreon.
Yeah, exactly. It's supposed to be almost like a mix between Patreon and Cameo. It's like Dr. Disrespect messaging minors. If he was sending nudes to coworkers, just do not do it. There is a line that you do not cross. Also, it is incredibly stupid. AI can fake
nudes, yes. If it was nudes, like gone.
That's
the play, right?
During a stream. Really? I don't need to see that. Thank you.
That's the play. This. There was this story a couple months ago now, maybe, where I think it was a coach was. I might have the details wrong, but like I think he was like taking advantage of his coaching position as a girls volleyball thing to like harass the girls or like look at the girls. And so the principal tried to fire him, but he didn't like that. He wanted, obviously. So he AI deepfaked a call from the principal and made the principal use all these like slurs and like the N-word and stuff to try and get the principal fired. And then he was successful. The principal got fired, from what I remember. But then he was like, no, this is completely fake. And they looked into it and they realized that the idiot coach guy made the deep fake audio from his. He used his school email address to create the account on 11 Labs and used the school computer.
That's awesome.
To make it. So yes.
Not so fast, Slick. Right?
You use some AI to deepfake some images of him, even if he didn't have explicit stuff on OnlyFans, and then just say, "Oh, look, a dick pic from him," right?
Yeah.
Then it's like, did you guys ever watch Porky's?
No, but I like the idea. I like the idea that
long time ago. Before
I like the idea that they present. One second here. I like the idea that they present the photos of the dick pic, right, in the courtroom, and then it goes to the defense, or I guess in this case the prosecutor, if they're doing it right. Then he shows the subpoenaed search history for Disney's lawyers, and it's like dick pic, brown skinned man, like Google image search.
What I was gonna say, in Porky's, at one point there's like a hole in the wall in the girls' change room, and a guy sticks his dick in the hole, and this I forget her. She was like the coach or something of the girls' team, or the warden of her. I don't know, whatever. The mom basically of the sorority grabbed the dick, and like it was a whole thing. Like it was a scene in the movie. And then she has them all like drop their pants, and she inspects all their dicks, and like there was a mole on one side, and like she's inspecting everyone's dicks to see whose dick it was, right? So that's the level of shit you're gonna have to go through when the AI deepfake, like, all right, sir, we're gonna need you to drop your pants. Wasn't dick
that an
yours?
Actual plot point of the Michael Jackson molestation trial?
Yeah.
Like
that
the
also happened there.
Identifiable birthmark on his dick or whatever. Like,
yeah, the kid didn't identify that whole situation properly.
as we know, dick amnesia is a thing. So But I don't know. I've never actually watched Porky's. Maybe we do it for a watch party. But well, I'm just saying, I like the idea that
it's definitely a rated R movie.
Yeah, I like the idea that they get away because the person, like, they don't get in trouble because what the coach did was worse, forcing all of these unsuspecting students to show their dicks to her, right? Like,
oh yeah. I don't remember if she got that far, but that was her plan. Anyway, it's been a while since I've watched those movies as well.
If he sent nudes, they would probably be different from his OnlyFans. Also, there would be easily identifiable objects in the background that AI could not replicate. Maybe.
Not true. You can, if you get a photo of him in his shorts, you can use AI just to replace the shorts part with a dick, right? So then everything in the background stays the same. You don't change anything about him. Like, he wouldn't look weird.
Especially if you take the photo. Because then he can't say, no, that's an edited version. I have that photo right here, Kutsuti says, or when they remove Ellen Page from the credits, right? Veronica Taylor never undressed me. I'm so glad. However, Monica and Jamie Markey may have grabbed some guy's hair. Wow. And Disney would not want to make any of this public. I heard the show was okay, but I will not watch not one step back. Okay. All right, cool. So we good to move on from here?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep. Oh, I'm leaving now, I think, right? This is the time I was going to leave.
You don't want to see your future?
I was
unfold?
actually just about to post this story in Discord, but I didn't know if somebody else posted it or not.
I thought you posted it originally.
Did I?
Now I need to give proper credit because this seems.
Let's find out.
Yeah, can you look for that, Reese, while I start reading it?
Hold on. Do you think that we can get to the Steins Gate article in an hour?
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah. Well.
That's all of anime news and theater
anime
news.
news will go pretty quick. And
Mirage Leonardo shared it.
No, probably not.
Did I?
Probably not because the
I don't
Lord of the
remember.
Rings thing. We're gonna look at the trailer.
Back on the 15th in article submissions.
Oh, okay. I guess I did.
Anyway.
Anyway, sorry.
Okay.
Let's see where we get.
I'll tap out at midnight. Where we'll see where we are.
Cool.
Okay.
24-year-old mukbang streamer dies live on stream due to overeating. Pan Xiaoting, a 24-year-old Chinese streamer specializing in mukbang, eating large quantities of food for viewers' enjoyment. I was doing that a moment ago. I'm sure you loved it. Recently died during her live stream due to consuming too much food.
See, this person didn't get the memo that like most of those people are like not actually eating the food. You know, they're putting it in their mouth and then spitting it out off camera.
Yeah.
China cracked down on mukbang streams and videos in 2020 in a bid to reduce overeating and shameful food waste, with offenders risking fines of up to 10,000 yuan or $1,400 US. However, mukbang streams are still incredibly popular in the Asian country. What's wrong with you? Asian aunties are like need to feed you more? No, that's more like an Italian grandmother thing, right? They're incredibly popular in the Asian country, with thousands of people putting their lives at risk by stuffing their faces with insane amounts of food for views. The thing that I find so unbelievable about this is even if it was profitable, you're spending all those profits on food, you know?
Yeah.
One such streamer was Pan Xiaoting, a former waitress turned professional mukbanger. Never heard it described like that before.
When three or more mukbangers get together, do they call it mukgangbang?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm just thinking of the Pokemon bent over, like, mukbanger. Anyway, she's a former waitress turned professional mukbanger who lost her life earlier this month during one of her streams after her body just gave out due to overeating. Do you think she had a heart attack or what? I like the idea that she split open and all of her guts just fell out. And she's like, oh no.
I like the idea that she like ripped a fat one and then just died from that.
Oh, like the smell killed her?
It could have.
Yeah.
Took all the oxygen out of the air? Wow.
It could have just been creative. Could have just been like excessive, vomiting from eating so much also. Because didn't they, in the article, does it say she consumed like 1 kilogram of like food or something?
I don't know. We're about to find out.
It's only like 2 pounds.
Oh, I meant like 100 or like,
we'll find out.
I don't know, 1,000 or something. Anyway, go ahead.
Due to overeating, the autopsy showed that her stomach was filled with undigested food and her abdomen was severely deformed.
Yeah,
Jeez.
1 kilogram is 2.2 pounds.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, my mouth is wrong. Sorry.
Pan
I mean, 2 pounds of food is a lot. But
not for me.
Not for her, for sure.
Pan Xiaoting used to work as a waitress, but after watching other successful mukbang streamers make serious money and being showered with gifts by their fans just by filming themselves eating copious amounts of food, she decided to give it a try. Mukbang is a highly competitive niche, so Pan's start was rough as she struggled to build a following. But things started looking up when she started increasing the amounts of food she consumed. At first, the young woman relied on mukbang streams as a side hustle, but as her viewership grew, she started looking at it as a potential career. Those are short careers. Pan eventually quit her job and rented a house, which she used as a studio for her mukbang streams. I just like the idea of this massive Snorlax, right? Lumbering into the studio and like setting up the tripods, which are like, she's like the size of that guy from Paprika, handling all these like tiny cameras and stuff, right? Just looking enormous.
Did it say how much she weighed?
I'm sure it will. I hope. She eventually quit her job to rent a house to use as a studio for her mukbang streams because her parents didn't approve of her new gig because they worried about her health. Also, I just want to point out a couple of great articles over here. Man sentenced to 3 years of prison time for catching his wife cheating. Cashing wife cheating? Cashing? I don't know. Woman claims daughter became pregnant by wearing underwear purchased online. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think that's how it works.
I'd go with the Holy Mary excuse over
immaculate conception, of course.
Yeah.
So the more people watched her mukbang streams, the more Pan Xiaoting ignored her well-being. She came up with all sorts of extreme challenges that attracted viewers, but took a toll on her body. Her parents constantly warned her about the dangers of eating too much, as did some of her own viewers, who were worried that she was eating her way to an early grave. However, she always replied with, "Don't worry, I can handle it," and a smile on her face. Right up until the end. I bet she said it on stream as she died. Don't worry, I can handle it. Then all the oxygen left the air because of the fart, and she couldn't handle it, in fact. Pan Xiaoting had never been the slimmest of girls, but during her mukbang streaming career, her weight soared to 300 kilograms.
Oh, shit.
That's over 600 pounds.
She doesn't even look like, I mean, she's definitely enormous. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. 300. That's
661 pounds.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's bigger than me.
Do you think she could have fit on the escalators?
she might have fit on the escalator, but not on the elevator. It's 700-pound limit. Yeah. I mean, just her, maybe. Just anyone else get on, they'd be fucked.
She didn't worry about it, though, instead continuing to stuff her face with food. At one point, she was hospitalized and diagnosed with gastric bleeding caused by overeating. She was treated for her condition and later discharged, and the first thing Pan did was go back to her mukbang streams. Keeping viewers entertained for long periods of time is hard, so in recent weeks, Pan started coming up with all sorts of extreme challenges, such as eating nonstop for at least 10 hours a day.
Oh my god.
Or consuming over 10 kilograms of food per streaming session.
Jesus
Unfortunately,
Christ.
her body couldn't keep up with her eating routine, and on July 14th, Pan Xiaoting died live on stream. The official cause of the 24-year-old's death has not been made public, but according to Chinese news website Sohu, her autopsy revealed that her abdomen was severely deformed and her stomach was full of undigested food. Her death is now being used as a cautionary tale for other mukbang streamers abusing their bodies for money and attention. I like the idea of, because like the whole thing is like, can she do it? Can she eat that much food in 10 hours? Oh my God, right? Instead, you do a stream that's like 600-pound woman has to do 10 push-ups. Or something like that. Right?
I have to do one push-up.
That would kill her in another way.
So like you eat one day of the week on stream, but then 4 other days of the week, you're working out, doing silly things where you're like, oh my God, I can't wait till eat day. It's easier than this.
I'm going to eat 22 pounds of food.
Woman doesn't eat for 10 hours would be a great stream.
Walk across the room 3 times in 10 minutes, and you have the camera set, her phone set to vertical, so you just hear waddle past one way and disappear, waddle past the other way and disappear.
It's just It's just a live stream of her like holding a burrito and like putting it up to her mouth and being like, no. And then no, I cannot eat it. Cannot. It's not eat day yet.
Do that again. Do that again.
Oh, that's gonna go in the thumbnail. All right.
I know exactly what's going in that.
Let's see. Probably high sodium.
It was not.
Believe it or not, sodium is
internal
actually
bleeding.
Significantly better for you than you've been led to believe. She should have got a sponsorship from Ozempic.
I don't think Ozempic could have saved her.
She died the same way that fat guy in 7 died. His stomach split open.
All right. GKIDS is going to screen Look Back anime film in North American theaters on October 4th. So this is a
anime from the creator of Chainsaw
What?
Man.
Hold on.
They put it in the fridge.
He's looking back.
Okay. Where are you going?
Like the movie or show or whatever it is.
Thank you.
The movie film.
Cool.
Yes.
All right.
Look back more. Do it. Do more.
Yeah. So
Watch
this is
the streamer turn it the other way.
This is from Tatsuki Fujimoto, who made Chainsaw Man. And the synopsis is: the overly confident Fujino and the shut-in Kiyomoto couldn't be more different, but a love of drawing manga brings these two small-town girls together. A poignant story of growing up, oh god, no, the hiccups, and moving forward that only Tatsuki Fujimoto, the creator of Chainsaw Man, could have crafted. Again, it's coming to North American theaters October 4th.
Chainsaw Man wasn't very sentimental, so I don't know where that statement comes from.
Right? Overlord, the Sacred Kingdom North American release date announced, and it is November 8th. So this is the, it picks up from the end of Overlord Season 4, but Reese, you're telling me that it actually takes place during what the arc of Season 4 is supposed to be?
No, so Season 4 covers 10, 11, and 14 of the light novels. This movie is supposed to it covers 12 and 13.
Interesting. All right, that's that. Okay. Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim film reveals new trailers international opening day. So it's going to come to U.S. theaters on December 13th and internationally beginning in December 11th. Okay. We're going to watch the trailer. I have it right here on my desktop. Thank you. Actually, before we jump into this, previously, I'm not sure what specifically made us feel like we were going to get CG anime. Do you guys remember?
Certain shots of the trailer I remember you thought looked very CG.
No, like certain screenshots we received.
Yeah, certain screenshots.
It was before we even got the screenshots. There was something that made us, I think it was because the other stuff that DeMarco had done, like the
Ninja
Junji Ito, right, is full CG, right? And there was some other stuff that they did, like with Fooly Cooley and all that.
Ninja Kamui.
Yeah,
and
Ninja Kamui. Yeah,
and Fooly Cooley grunge, specifically grunge. Fooly Cooley was
right. So just to preface, we were apprehensive when the imagery first got dropped. We're like, looks pretty good as a still frame, but also could be CG, and CG motion causes, that disconnect, that uncanny valley-esque thing. So, but honestly,
yeah, from what I've seen,
this is 100% 2D.
So far, yeah, from what we've
seen. It's
that's live action, Reese.
No,
that's live action.
Okay, shut up. It has been confirmed. I think it was. I don't remember if it was in the article or somewhere else, but it's 100% 2D.
That's great. My only gripe with this trailer is that their Lord of the Rings font is bold, and I hate it. Like, that's the worst nitpick I can give to this trailer.
Is anyone else like seeing this and it looks like dog shit on their end, or is it just me?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's not good. I don't think there's anything I can do to change that, unfortunately.
Okay.
I mean, I guess
I'll just try to pull from my memory like the good shit.
I could screen share the YouTube video instead if it's.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, that's a lot better.
There we go.
Thank you for saying that.
Knows the tale of the
Yeah.
War of the Ring. But 200 years before that,
Riders of the Mark! Brothers of Rohan!
there was an older tale.
We come with an offer to strengthen Rohan.
Hera, daughter of Helm, I, Wolf, seek your hand in marriage.
Our fathers speak as if I were not even in the room. I do not want to marry you.
You do not seek an alliance. You seek a throne. You will live to regret this, old man.
Weak
real
jawed bitch.
A throne. You will
Okay,
live
so he doesn't punch him.
to regret this, old man.
Because in the appendices or whatever, Helm Hammerhand kills this guy in one punch, which I guess is what we're seeing.
Well, we were seeing it until you decided to do whatever the fuck you're doing.
When I
Now
first-
we're just seeing.
Now we're getting like
Slideshows.
1 frame for 3 seconds.
What?
Yeah.
No.
You shouldn't have stopped
You
it.
will live to regret this, old
You
man.
don't see it now?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
still
it's-
1 frame for 3
I mean, we
seconds.
do see it, but
Yeah,
we
it's
see
like
it very slow.
Buffering, basically.
1 second. Let me just try again.
0.33 FPS.
Oh, fuck.
He's
it better?
dead. You
Yeah,
will
better.
with your life.
The boy I knew would never wish for war.
The boy you knew is gone.
Fire!
There's so many of them.
That's CG. Come on.
There's so many of them.
Definitely
Let's
CG.
fight for my king.
You know nothing of war.
I'm the fastest rider you have. People need hope, Hera. Something to believe in.
My pride, my joy. You could rule the world. You think I am afraid of you?
You should be.
Stealing from Star Wars?
Mordor want with rings.
What was that? What about Star Wars?
The line, you should be.
Mm.
It's Yoda. I'm not afraid. You should
You will be. You will be is the line from Yoda.
Should you will be.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. You
So-
will
Close
be.
enough. Close
Will
enough,
be,
Green
you
Line.
should.
So just as a recap, Helm Hammerhand is the one in the appendices. This character, Hera, is not even named. That's how
Oh.
insignificant she is in Tolkien's work. They
Oh,
decided to
great.
make the entire story about her, which is to say that they wanted to tell a sort of feministy, like women can do everything and beat men and all that stuff story. And they're using Lord of the Rings because they have the rights to the.
They've already done that though. Once the first time they did it was fine because it was the Eowyn? Is that her name?
Eowyn
That was fine. Yeah.
Well,
because
but
it was like one
that's
scene
in the actual story, though.
Yeah. And
When
that's
Eowyn
fine.
did
And then
it,
they
it
made
was-
Rings of
it was
Power
written-
and learned nothing from that.
Exactly. So the point is that they are utilizing the Lord of the Rings as a beloved property, right? In order to capitalize on that, because people will go to see this simply because the Lord of the Rings is attached to the name, right? Now, with that in mind,
Wait, is this a movie or a series?
it's a movie.
Oh, it's a movie. I thought
So until the trailer dropped, I thought it was a series as well.
It was always a movie.
No, we went over the news and we discussed that it was a movie.
Yeah, I'm sure we did. I'm just saying that, like, now it's confirmed and like, oh yeah, of course, it's just going to be one thing. Thank God. Which is great. Because that
Runtime's like
means they're
2.5 hours.
And that's also the reason why they're probably not going to use as much CGI, or it won't be as noticeable, because it's a movie, the budget allows for better things than otherwise, right? Now,
Well, they still use CG, like that tower falling.
Mhm.
That was all CG.
Definitely, but it's not as egregious as
mostly
like, you know.
Mostly 2D then.
Yeah,
right.
It could be worse. So I'm just saying,
It always could be worse.
I'm going to go into it open-minded. The fact that they have decided to create out of nothing the story by making it about a character that's not even named in the actual source material has a lot going against it.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna.
I already picked up on that vibe by watching the trailer. I'm like, I'm like this badass female. I'm like, oh, why do I feel so dirty and like scummy?
Right?
Like,
Doesn't it feel
just
like
feels wrong?
Like She-Man or whatever, kind of like like she can do it. And it just feels like
she had some femininity there, which is fine. It seemed like, but like
she seems like a well-designed character in terms of like there's a good look to her. It's like it's respectful, but it's also
she's
like
not
beautiful.
petite. She's not like, she definitely has, you know, her feminine figure instead of like the potato or like as a rail.
They didn't intentionally make her ugly like Game Studios, right?
Right.
So there's definitely something there. Honestly, I think I'm glad that it's a movie. I'm glad that I can experience it in one sitting. And so far, it looks promising. I don't know.
My only gripe, well, I mean, there's several gripes, but my main gripe is like, who asked for this type of thing? It's like, if you're going to animate something from, I don't know, Lord of the Rings, I'd rather have the era of like, kind of a little bit before the Rings of Power, like where the, you know, Sauron and his master were coming to power and like that crazy shit. Yeah, Morgoth. Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, I totally agree. I would prefer some other stuff. And I honestly, like, what the fuck were they doing? Like, The Hobbit should have been made immediately after Return of the King. Right? They should have got on that shit fucking right away. They should have done the Silmarillion, you know, a year later after they did The Hobbit. You know what I mean? Like, they should have been on that shit years ago. But yeah, now I don't think they can do it. I don't think the magic of movie making is gone, right?
Right.
What do we have here in terms of comments? Nothing. Oh, cool. All right. So yeah, I don't know. I just want to say one more thing. We did say that we read that one article that talked about like a leaked memo or whatever about it, where they were basically saying like use Kenji Kamiyama as a shield, right? Like hide behind him, point to him, show his expertise in this field and all that stuff as a way to like assuage criticism regarding it not being an anime, right? Which I'll just show you based on the characters created by J.R.R. Tolkien, story by Jeffrey Addis and Will Matthews and Philippa Boyens, right? Now, the important thing here is Philippa Boyens was part of the original team behind the actual movies, right? Jeffrey Addis and Will Matthews did the screenplay, Phoebe Gittins and Artie Herger. So none of these names are Japanese except for Kenji Kamiyama, who's only the director, right?
Yeah.
So it looks
well. I imagine like the animators
well-directed.
that are like, yeah.
That's remains to be seen. I don't know. I haven't. Was it production?
I thought it was Wit doing this. I could be wrong.
Okay, it says here, Senior Vice President working on... no, they don't say. Is it Wit Studios? Nope. Nope. Not Wit Studios.
Oh, New Line Cinema, Warner Brothers Animation, and Sola Entertainment.
Sola, that's right. Sola. Anyway.
Yeah,
so,
for oh, sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead. Good.
Oh no, I was gonna say for me, like I'm cautiously optimistic because I've been burned too many times from anything that's like Netflix original lately, especially the Onimusha anime, which I did not enjoy at all. I will say this though, like as far as like a positive,
which was also CG.
Yeah. I will say this as far as like a positive, I do think that the cast that they got to voice the characters actually sounds pretty good.
Well, yeah, because they're using a lot of the actors from the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
that's one thing.
No,
that's one thing
only
I'll give
one
them.
actor from the movie. Only one actor from the movie.
Yeah, it's Miranda Otto, right? Partially it's because, and this is a very smart decision on their part, to use clips from the movies in the trailer to catch your attention and stuff. This is a somewhat cool transition, right?
Mm-hmm.
They show Miranda Otto and another transition, right?
Right.
So like, that's kind of a good idea. They use the music. This is like the best song from the second movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like that they've done a good job capturing, like, to say nothing else about like, is it anime, is it not anime? They've done a really good job capturing the feel of the movies because they're using the production Bible for, like, they're not redesigning Helm's Deep from scratch, right? Helm Hammerhand is the reason it's called Helm's Deep, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're kind of going out of their way to recreate parts of like things from the movie that we're spiritually almost longing for a return to, you know what I mean? And I think that is going to go a long way for this movie. And I'm hoping that they can stick the landing on it and that they don't go too over the top with the She-Man kind of approach.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe that I got from it. Because me personally, I never watched the original He-Man, but I heard like nothing but like bad shit about He-Man Revolution.
What I mean when I say She-Man is I just mean like, I don't mean like specifically the original He-Man. I just mean the character, the concept of He-Man, like big, strong sword wielder, like almost like Conan the Barbarian with Arnold Schwarzenegger, but it's a woman, right? That's what I mean when I say She-Man is like a woman as tough as He-Man, you know, kind of thing. All right, so let's move on from here before Randy has to leave. Going into anime news. It was definitely a good move to skip those articles early on. All right. A wild last boss appeared, anime adaptation announced. So this is based on a light novel, right? J Novel Club's releasing it. The year is 2800, and Lufus Mafal, the black-winged tyrant, great conqueror, and leader of the 12 heavenly stars, has returned. A man wakes up in the body of his MMO character 200 years after her defeat during a player-made event in the game, X-Gate Online. Now,
so
he's
like
stuck
cross-gender?
Yes. Now he's stuck in her body, but this isn't a game, it's real. With her reign long over and her legacy one of fear, Lufus must journey through the world of X-Gate looking for answers, possible comrades, and all the monsters her death unleashed upon the world. So just a different take on it. She looks a lot like Astolfo here. Like I get hard Astolfo vibes with the hair.
I don't know. The hair is giving me like Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh yeah,
yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
It's an ugly look. The flip out here, kind of short hair on that. Not digging it.
They could have done a better work.
Mahoutsukai ni Nare Nakata Ona no Ko no Hanashi anime premieres on October 4th. Yeah, again, the story of a girl who couldn't become a wizard is the name of it. Yeah, I don't know.
You're not a wizard, Harriet.
Yeah. So it's
very pastel-y, very demure.
It's the second TV anime series from Project Anima, an animation initiative launched in 2017 by DENA, Nippon Cultural Broadcasting, Sotsu, and MBS. The anime is based on the novel by Yuzuki Akasaka, which was the winner of the project's Parallel World / Fantasy category. I noticed they didn't call it an isekai. Okinawa de Suki ni Natako ga Hogan Sugite Tsura Sugiru anime reveals first full trailer.
First try.
Nailed it again. Incredible.
It's on a roll.
Love comes in many forms, and crossing cultural boundaries can make that difficult. It's even harder when that person has a deep accent you're not familiar with. The upcoming anime releases the first full trailer for the cross-cultural romance series, showcasing the voices with subtitles as necessary for the Okinawan dialect. So even in the Japanese version, they have to put subtitles on screen for Tokyo people to be able to understand the Osakan language.
That's going to be like a hard Southern accent on the dub.
Yeah, imagine the dub.
No, imagine they make it pikey.
Imagine she speaks Ebonics or something.
I just like reminds there's on the Snatch DVD they literally have an isolated subtrack just for when Mickey speaks.
That's funny.
You know what they should do now? Like, if it's Funimation, they'll probably just do Southern because that's what they do. But after the Deadpool movie, they should do Cajun. Yeah.
Well, hold on. For that movie, Ryan Reynolds asked Channing Tatum for certain takes. I don't want to understand a word that comes out of your mouth.
Yeah, I saw that interview. Yeah.
Yeah. So Channing Tatum grew up in Mississippi, and he was around the Cajun dialect kind of thing, but he said he never spoke it until that role. So he was just riffing and was told for some takes to make it unintelligible. So not quite the same thing, but that would be funny. That would be exotic.
What do you mean not quite the same thing?
Well, no, I mean because like he was making shit up and just kind of for some of those lines. Just
I don't think he was making shit up. He was mumbling a little bit.
Yeah.
And going deep on the accent, but I don't think he made shit up. I watched someone that was watching it, and they said they understood it. I don't know.
So the main character transferred to Okinawa and fell in love with the girl, but he can't understand her dialect. Thankfully, Higa-san is always helping me out with the translations. I don't know who that is, but we'll see. I also think it's funny that she's doing she's doing the big pee-pee version, right?
So one thing before we leave on, one thing I would think would be funny is when they have the subtitle and she goes like really hard in the accent, like the characters acknowledge that there's subtitles on the screen and just stare down and read them.
Seriously, the best movie that ever did that was National Lampoon's Loaded Weapon 1, where who's not Charlie Sheen? What's his brother's name?
Martin?
Not Martin Sheen.
No,
the other guy.
Martin's his dad. Martin's his dad.
Emilio Estevez.
Emilio Estevez, yeah. Emilio Estevez is infiltrating like the Russian secret base or whatever, and he's hiding behind these boxes, and the Russians are talking to each other, and there's subtitles on the screen, and then he tries to sneak past them, and he trips over the subtitles and draws attention to himself. All right. Also, I forgot to bring this up. This is during the Lord of the Rings thing. She has a lot of forehead. She can blind enemies with the shine from her head. Is that a receding hairline? I think it just looks that way because she's got that like headrest thing. Yeah, that makes it like feel a little bit more. It looked okay. I was reading your comment when other people were talking, and I was looking at the still image, and it looked fine there. But they're probably, if I watch it again, maybe there'd be some scenes where it'd be like that. GT Vega says Kansai is considered redneck language. Basically, the South in America is equivalent, like the rural, farmer type people, the way they speak is the equivalent to Kansai and Okinawa in Japan. Like it's a similar country bumpkin vibe, so that's why they use the southern accent in anime. Coffee's Wand Dance hip hop dance manga is getting a TV anime in 2025, so that's a thing. Hip hop dance manga. I don't even want to read it. We're gonna move on. With You in the Rain anime announced for 2025. So this kind of reminded me of the shirts I was showing you guys. If it looks like a dog and acts like a dog and insists it's a dog, probably. She adopted it anyway, and her life with this dog will never be boring. So it's like a red panda or a raccoon or something.
Mm-hmm.
Tanuki, probably, because it's got the leaf on its head.
The coloring of that umbrella makes me think of Garden of Words.
Okay. I should make you think of Weathering with You.
Well, I didn't watch that movie.
Well, there you go.
Oh.
Can you tell this is the kanji?
Oh, you sat through Garden of Words?
Yeah.
Wow.
Though that's why he didn't watch it, is because Garden of Words burned him on the feet. Right? He's like, never again, Shinkai.
I have been adamant that Garden of Words is shit, and it made me not like him. And then I went back and I saw the reviews of his previous work, and I was like, this is bullshit. I'm never watching one of his movies. Now I will eventually watch Your Name, because it's just gotten to the point where it's like everyone has watched it, so okay, I guess I'll watch it. But I swear to God, if it doesn't wow me, there's no way I'm ever watching another one of his fucking movies.
How come we have so many of these? Can we just have this one? I like this one.
No, so this one, we can get rid of this one now. No, I don't think so. We can get rid of this one. But this one is so that sometimes you need to see the whole thing.
Yeah, in that situation, we should just go like this for a moment. Because this one is better, because it puts us all the way top to bottom, and it doesn't block the stuff on the side. Anyway, we can figure that out later. All right. Mataku Saiken no Tante Tokitara TV anime announced for 2025.
You were a little bit stumbly on that one, man.
No, I wasn't.
Gotta get better.
That was the perfect one. Mataku Saiken no Tante Tokitara, right? Tante being detective.
Detective.
Yeah. So the story of this follows Keiichiro Nagumo, a formerly brilliant detective who, as a teenager, never met a case he couldn't solve. Nowadays, though, he is washed up and broken down old guy who hasn't kept up with the times. One day, a high school girl named Mashiro shows up at the Nagumo detective agency and insists that she wants to be a detective and demands to be Keiichiro's assistant. So the two of them become unlikely partners. So it seems like like a cute.
Is he gonna spill his guts and be like, yeah, I took this drug that made me a small kid for a little while, and that took like 30 years of my life away?
It's like, sorry, kid, my heart belongs to someone else, right? She's an old grandma.
Yeah.
All right. I Parry Everything reveals a paradoxical new key art. Yeah, because he's not parrying. So I just want to say I saw this at Anime Expo. It was pretty good. I just say that one of the things that I really appreciated about it is there's a bit in it where he saves this character in the first episode, and she turns out to be like royalty, and she's trying to repay him for saving her, but he doesn't see what he did as worthy of needing to be repaid or whatever. So every time she offers him something, he parries what she said, like verbally. And so her father, the king, notices that he's parrying even what she's saying. So he figures out a way to say it to where he can't parry it. And it's pretty clever writing how they did it. So I'm just gonna say you should check it out when you get to. Also, manga news: Crocodile Who Dies in 100 Days manga gets sudden sequel. May or may not involve cute animal death. Something is going to happen to Mouse in 100 days. Oh shit! It's been 4 years since the manga, The Crocodile Who Dies in 100 Days, fulfilled the promise in its title by ending with the death of its main character. It was a conclusion at once both completely predictable and utterly shocking, with the laid-back, often heartwarming tone of the slice of life story having readers hoping against hope that the crocodile would be spared, only for him to abruptly die right on schedule on what was otherwise shaping up to be a fun, relaxing spring day in the park with friends. The final scene of The Crocodile Who Dies in 100 Days, with Crocodile's friends wondering why he's late for their cherry blossom party, the protagonist crouching down near a bird in the flurry of sakura petals, and his phone lying on the ground. So like you see him looking, and then like he just dies, right? The phone is the only thing left, kind of thing. But just as suddenly as the story ended, another has now begun, with creator Yuki Kikuchi announcing the start of a sequel series, The Mouse Who Dies, but it's crossed out, in 100 days. In his announcement made on August 20th, Kikuchi says that he hadn't initially intended to write a sequel, but that his feelings gradually changed after hearing from so many people that say they still enjoy reading/rereading The Crocodile Who Dies in 100 Days. As the new manga's title indicates, the focus is now on Mouse, one of Crocodile's friends. Kikuchi even posted a sort of interlude between the end of The Crocodile Who Dies in 100 Days and The Mouse Who Dies in 100 Days, in which we finally see how Crocodile died. After spotting a small bird that had tumbled into the street, he scooped it up to get it out of harm's way, but was instead himself struck by a car. Kind-hearted.
Now he's in an isekai.
Yeah, kind-hearted to the last, Crocodile passed away while trying to ask the bird, "Are you all right?" Wouldn't that be the funny? Sequel. Wouldn't that be funny if you made an anime that has run for like 4 seasons, and then at the end of the 4th season, the main character dies and gets isekai'd into another world, and then the 5th season is just a completely different show with the same main character taking place in like a medieval fantasy world. There's a bit more mystery this time around as to where exactly the story is going. Kikuchi explicitly states that The Mouse Who Dies in 100 Days is a continuation of The Crocodile Who Dies in 100 Days, which would indicate that it takes place after Crocodile's death. In the next segment, posted after the interlude, we see Mouse taking a moment to remember a fun time with Crocodile. And the first official chapter of The Mouse Who Dies in 100 Days, in which Crocodile shows up in every panel, is even titled, "We Had Fun, Didn't We?" Oh no. "I'm a gunfighter," declares Mouse, only for Crocodile to pop right back up with the "I'm the strongest immortal monster in the world, so your bullets don't work on me." So it looks like flashbacks are definitely going to be a part of The Mouse Who Dies in 100 Days, but it's not a strict prequel. In the new series announcement, Kikuchi goes on to say, quote, "I think everyone who's alive right now, all of us, have experienced both happy and painful things in our lives. Mouse and Crocodile's lives are just like ours, with happy experiences and painful ones too. After that happened..."
You're going to get a copyright flag.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that green line?
That is green line.
I looked down and saw Mirage was already muted. I was like,
I thought
who am I gonna single out?
I'm sorry. Somebody sent something to me on my phone. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Oh,
is this Crazy Frog a reference to the anime or this comic in some way? Like,
I think everyone who's alive right now, all of us, have experienced both happy and painful things in our lives. Mouse and Crocodile's lives are just like ours, with happy experiences and painful ones too. After that happened, how does Mouse go on living his daily life? What happened to Crocodile? I'd be happy if you could read this new series while thinking of those things. So I honestly thought that the way it was going to end is that Crocodile drowns and dies or something like that. Maybe not drowning because he's a crocodile, right? But like something would happen to where he would die. but then he would be brought back to life through any normal means that a person who suffocates or whatever could be brought back to life. Your heart stops, you're dead, clear, you're alive again, right? And then you
How
keep
do you
going
give a
with the story.
crocodile CPR?
I wouldn't want to.
Is the X over the word dies, or is the X over the word crocodile?
It's over the word shine, or this is the kanji for death.
Okay.
There's also that X in Mouse Who Dies in 100 Days title. In the new series illustrated title, the character for dies, shine, are crossed out.
Perfect.
And where each chapter of the Crocodile Who Dies in 100 Days ended with an ominous reminder of how much time was left until Crocodile was destined to die.
They need to put the 24. Ba-dum, like
the new series' first chapter finishes with the message 99 days until death, again, with the character for death crossed out right here. You can make an argument that the overarching theme of the Crocodile Who Dies in 100 Days is that in the real world, not everyone's death is the end point of a dramatic sequence of narrative events. Sometimes you don't get a heads up that your days are numbered. Just like Crocodile wasn't privy to the countdown the manga's readers were presented with, right? And yet, you can't live your life with a constant sense of urgency either, since the stress of trying to pack significance into every waking moment leaves no space for the mundane requirements or the simple joys of ordinary life. So is Mouse going to die in 100 days? Or is there some other major turning point in his life? Or some other major turning point in his life going to happen then? We'll have to read on to find out, and the series chapters are posted via Kikuchi's Twitter account. What's up?
There's this guy who posts on Twitter about he's like a comedian. He's been in a few things. Sorry, did I say Twitter? TikTok, where he watches a VHS once per day, like a new VHS he'll put in. Like he gets like random tapes from everywhere, like estate sales and all this stuff. Like someone recorded off a TV, right? And then so he'll just play someone's random VHS. And every day he does one. And so he's like, this is day 1 of watching random VHS. This is day 2. And it's at like, I think it's at like day 280 now or whatever. And it's like, as he's been going along, it's kind of like a calendar for me. And I'm like, seeing the calendar in a series of days, as opposed to like from 0 to 365, as opposed to blocked out in the months, makes you think about the time passing in the year way differently.
Yeah. The calendars that I have at work, they have in the lower corner of every one of the boxes for the day, they have a little number where it's the number of day in the year, and then a slash, and then the number of days remaining in the year. So it's counting up one way and down the other way.
Yeah.
Right. And that like really puts into perspective, how many days into the year, like we're, over 200 days into this year right now, or almost 200 days.
I think we're, like I said, I think I remember him saying 280.
Is that right? I mean, it seems
maybe it was 240.
It
was 240
in a year, right? And this was also a leap year, right? So I don't know, but the point is, we're past halfway. Obviously, we're rolling into the third quarter, or rather the fourth quarter of the year.
238 is today, apparently.
Yeah, cool. All right, you ready to go on?
Yep.
All right, good, because I'm ready to go on. In games news, Steins Gate 15th anniversary event shares a new visual. So this is for the Steins Gate games. The key visual here shows my Yuri holding a card here, but actually this is the Japanese release, and it's censored because actually that says Kirari, right, which everybody knows is Hillary Clinton over here, right?
Okay.
So there you go. That's the real card. Everybody knew it. Hillary, right? Anyway, moving on from that dumb joke.
That was the only. We just get an image.
The whole time I was waiting, like he's waiting for this moment so he can go to bed, and it is not going to live up. But I can't say anything.
I was let down.
They just put out an image. There was no news. There was no news. Nothing about a game or nothing.
We can read about it.
I was let down by the hype you hugged me up for yesterday.
Oh.
The joke was bad, and you should feel bad.
I should feel bad, but I have something for the thumbnail, so you know. All right. Celebrating the original game 2009 release, the upcoming Steins Gate 15th live One World event today unveiled a brand new visual depicting future Gadget Laboratory members and associates in fancy dress. Wow!
Yeah, so that's
oh
the visual,
God,
not
amazing.
the fucking.
That's even worse than what I provided.
No, it's better actually.
The occasion is scheduled to take place at the Hall of Forest 21 and Matsuchi. Cast members are going to be there. They got theme song artist. Wow, who fucking cares though? No, there's nothing new. That's it.
Kirisu's dress looked good. Did they put the trap in a dress?
Yeah, I was
Probably.
wondering that too. It looks like it's like a yukata dress style. The legs are definitely showing a lot. So yes. The answer is yes. Unless that's who? No, that's my Yuri, right? And that's why all of a sudden did they look the same to me?
The trap's in the back there.
Yeah. Anyway. All right, Snowmaker.
Spoilers, Random 11. I didn't know there was a trap in this show.
You haven't watched Steins Gate?
No.
Oh, fuck,
what?
Get on it. All right. I guess we know we're finally going to watch Steins Gate 0 next watch club. Greenline, you have double duty.
Oh, damn it.
I have to watch Steins Gate, and is the movie on Crunchyroll? I don't know.
Oh, Steins Gate, what is it called? Deja Vu?
The movie and season 2 are skippable. Just watch the one show, the one season.
The Steins Gate, the movie Load Region of Deja Vu.
Deja Vu, yeah. All right, Snowbreak Containment Zone update rejected on Android due to inappropriate images. So this is that game where the English voice actors refused to come back because it went fan servicey.
Yeah, that I mentioned, that I brought up, that was when I looked into it. It was like borderline porn. Now again, borderline, but it's like
I don't know if I'd say
it's not the voice actors that we're always clowning on. It's the studio that does Arknights.
Let me just say that I've seen a lot of anime and stuff that my kids should definitely not be seeing. When I see it in anime or pop up on like a screen, doesn't faze me at all.
Yeah.
So like I'm kind of in a bad space for like judging what is or is not appropriate in that regard. Kotachi says, I never watched Steins Gate. Do I need to if I played the game? It's a good question.
If you already played the game, you already know the story.
Yeah, you already know the anime is wonderful.
Unless it depends on what ending you got in the game, or whether how many endings you went through, because the anime covers the true ending.
Yeah. So anyway, patch 2.1 for Snowbreak Containment Zone has launched, but for those playing through Android, they are unable to update and play the game as of this writing. This is like when I stream on Twitch and they say I can't use the word "sucka" in the title or whatever. According to a moderator on the game's Discord, the update was rejected by the Google Play Store due to image resources being inappropriate. This means players on Android are unable to update the game and therefore even play it right now, as the update is required. The developer said they are working as quickly as possible to resolve this issue and will provide compensation to players once it's been fixed. How this will be fixed is currently unknown. If those working Google moderation services clearly state whatever inappropriate images cannot be allowed, it's possible said material may be censored for the Android update's release. For now,
or they could just circumvent Android and just, have a phone release on their own website.
Amazing Season Games. This is the same company that makes that mecha, the game with the 4 different dimensions of butt customization.
Okay.
What's it called? Mecha Break or whatever?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
course, Snowbreak and Mecha Break are made by the same people, creatively bankrupt and can only make hot ladies. For now, Amazing Sun Season Games recommends those who game on Android to go to one of the other platforms the game is available on, such as iOS or PC. Snowbreak Containment Zone has seen a shift in its tone and presentation since launch, which has caused some amount of controversy complaining about the pandering of the male gaze. The English voice actors for the game have also refused to return to working on the game due to its shift as well. Despite this, the developers have stated they remain committed to its vision, though it remains to be seen how this new issue will be resolved by them. I mean, play it on fucking PC. How about that?
Yeah.
All right. Yes, like I said last stream, the dev really likes breaks. Yep, well, you knew it. You're on it. When are you going to guest host Cool 2T? All right. Medieval zombie survival game God Save Birmingham announced. What? Why am I sharing this? Well, I just needed to redeem myself after last podcast debacle where I couldn't find this thing about Birmingham. British white people set to become a minority in Birmingham. Birmingham is one of the most murderous places in the country. Right. Those aren't related. All right, no, seriously. God Save Birmingham. It honestly looks pretty just like as a concept, but the actual execution of it looks so unappealing. It's basically Resident Evil 4, but you don't have a gun. And apparently you have to like feed yourself and drink water and stuff, which is going to make it even more annoying to survive. I think it even said something like says something like watch out for
What are we watching out for?
These nuts.
Oh,
just be careful. Just be careful not to stumble over a bucket while fleeing for your life. So I feel like it's going to be like that anime Full Dive, where like you take a step and your sandal breaks. Like this RPG is even shittier than real life, or whatever the full title for that is.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, so there you go. Stop. Hibari-kun is getting an English release by Pio. However, they called the main character trans. The creator made it clear he is a crossdresser. Oh, that's wonderful. All
Clearly,
right,
English dubs are the devil, and we don't like them. But
Square Enix.
There's this. Hold on. There's a stream of Square Enix stuff. Or actually, no. But whatever. Anyway, I'm going to take this opportunity to leave. So,
all right.
Goodbye.
Guess you didn't have anything to say about Silent Hill's trailer. All right, bye.
No, I don't like Silent
Get some rest, soldier. I'll see you next weekend.
Okay, bye.
All right. Just gonna make our stack of people look weird when you leave, and T jump on the call. All right. So Square Enix renames the town of Isis to Ibis in Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake. So that's the whole thing. That it's right there in the headline. It's stupid, but it's expected. The characters in Archer, they're the competing organization they were always after was called ISIS, right? Or maybe it was their one, I can't remember. And that had to get changed. Basically, terrorism. Gasp. How you do. Terrorism basically ruins everything, right? So there you go. Moving on. All right. The original Resident Evil 2 is finally getting a PC re-release via Good Old Games. So we covered this when they released Resident Evil 1, and it wasn't even that long ago. And I don't know anything specific about 2, other than, 6 localizations of the game are included, including the English, German, French, Italian, Spanish, and Japanese versions. But when we covered the first one, I had learned that they actually released it with the uncut FMV sequences. And up until this moment, when they released it, they had never released the uncut FMV sequences in the US. I think they were also grayscale. Right? That might have been the censorship to make the blood less noticeable or whatever when it was released in America originally. So I assume if there were something censored, that this might also be uncensored in that same sort of way. Moving on. Silent Hill 2 remake devs claim, quote, they never had any intention of changing anything. Says, quote, we are quite confident we did the best job that we could. So
that's a very bold statement.
It is, right? They said the biggest challenge is retaining the gameplay authenticity, because obviously the change from fixed cameras to front-facing cameras impacted a lot of our decisions when it came to creating monster AI and when it came to creating levels and making those levels interesting for players to explore. Basically, when you're only using one camera angle, or like you're switching deliberately, like, oh, you come around the corner and then we give you a different angle kind of thing, the choice for what the layout of a hallway, for example, would be is going to feel weird once you experience it in a place where you can move the camera around, right? Like the reason they did it the way they did originally was because it was striking from that angle, but it would look weird if you were going all the way down a hallway that was, designed the way they originally did it. I'm guessing is what they're getting at here. They said, we were always fans of the original story, and we did not feel at any point that it needed any significant, keyword significant, changes. We added a few things here and there, mainly to flesh out the story even more, to give a bit more exposure to some characters, which was not maybe given as much in the original. We might enhance a thing or two, but we never had any intention of changing anything. So another person clarified that while Silent Hill 2 Remake will not be a one-to-one copy of the PS1 release, PS2,
yeah.
Any and all modifications are being made in service of preserving the original game's experience. For example, layouts for the apartment were just one corridor. Creating the gameplay in such an environment, it's just impossible. So that was definitely a challenge to keep the memory of the original location, and I hope we did that. So the feeling is the same, but the structure of the latter is much more complicated. We knew from the beginning that we wanted to use professional actors to play the roles because the game is about emotions. The game is about characters and their stories. A crucial part of it, taking that approach, we've been able to expand on the very cinematic feeling of the game. Obviously, the combat changed, mostly in terms of the balance, because this is usually the thing that comes last, right? You first focus on fleshing out all of the monsters, all of the AI, and making sure all of the mechanics are in place. Then you start playtesting. At its core, combat is probably similar to what was portrayed. Now, what they're talking about here is they're answering questions about the trailer that had been released before this point, as far as I understand. So what I mean by that is it feels the same, but the amount is not the same as was portrayed. That particular trailer had a lot of combat, and even though Silent Hill 2 is not a combat game, the combat is still an integral part. In my opinion, it is way more about exploration and puzzles. These are all good things that they're saying. Now, again, you might know exactly what needs to be said to assuage fans' criticism enough to get them to at least pick up the game. And for most game companies nowadays, the goal is to just get the fucking pre-orders in. And it doesn't matter that The Last of Us Part 2 went up on Mercari the day after it was released because people despise the fact that they literally lied in the trailer by putting Joel in the trailer at different moments, that in the actual game, it's a different character because they killed him off. We are quite confident that we did the best job that we could. Okay. Now, wouldn't you fucking know it? We have a trailer to look at. Please let me know if at any moment it becomes unwatchable the same way that the Lord of the Rings trailer did. In fact, now I'm wondering if I even know where I put this trailer. Movies, 4K video downloader. There it is.
Did you play the original game on PS2?
I did.
You did?
Yep. I play it often, actually. In fact,
James?
Sorry. I tried to set up my PS5 to stream through the Elgato capture card I have, and I can't do it. For some reason, my Elgato card is not accepting it. Yes, before anybody suggests it, I know that there's settings in the PS5 you have to turn off. They are already turned off. I did everything that I could. There is a 4K version of the Elgato that requires a power source. That's an option. It's like $300 or whatever. But I was thinking, instead of playing Callisto Protocol and doing a marathon of that, I've got that thing that I showed a couple podcasts ago that converts the PS2 to an HDMI input. And so I can use that into the Elgato. And when I get back from Florida, I might play the original Silent Hill for game night. And then from there, do Silent Hill 2, which would be actually perfect timing because the remake comes out October 8th, right? So I would be able to easily get through Silent Hill 1, hopefully, in that amount of time. And then Silent Hill 2, I mean, that's a month to do that. You know, I mean, I'm not going to play every night, but like I might be able to do that, you know? And if I finish Silent Hill 2, maybe I'll go into Silent Hill 3 and then finally finish 4, which I haven't finished. Although I liked it. I think it's a pretty good game. Different take on the series, but anyway, let's look at the trailer here. So let me full screen it like that.
James? Honey? Did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now.
So I just want to say, when I first watched this shot right here of the gazebo on the pier or whatever took me right back to playing the game for the PS2 one. Like, just, it was more like this specific set piece I just forgot about. You know, I haven't thought about this part of the game in a very many years, you know, kind of thing. But seeing it here kind of like just, I don't know, floods of nostalgia came back to me. I don't remember anything super important happening here. I just remember this being a place I got stuck at or something for a little while when I was originally playing it.
In our special place.
Just put the gun to their head.
You can't just kill someone because the way they looked at you.
You should see your face, too.
So that character, look, the original Silent Hill 1 has extremely weird, like the models are human looking, but they're like a rudimentary, like Toy Story 1, a little bit better than Toy Story 1 in terms of like how the faces and stuff look. Like they definitely work, but they don't really have like a good amount of emotion in them, and they have a specific plasticky look that feels uncanny valley, right? This specific character in the original game looks so bizarre. Let me see if I pull a picture of him. Eddie, that's his name. Oh man, he doesn't look nearly. Oh dear Lord, no! Did they bring him back in a different one of the games? There's a character here who just came out from Silent Hill Downpour, which is a game I haven't played.
I haven't played Downpour
looks
either.
A lot like him.
Downpour is like stupidly expensive now. I remember when Downpour used to be like $40 at GameStop. It's like going for almost the same price as Silent Hill 2 is now on PS2.
So I'm looking at it over here, and I just gotta say, like, he doesn't look nearly as bad as I remember. Okay, here he is. This might make that's probably what I'm remembering actually. Hold on, let me just pull up. Okay, here he is. That'll work. Eddie Dombrowski, that's his name. All right, so let me pull these over here so you guys can see him. Okay, so this is what he looks like in the cutscenes for the original game. Right? Not as bad as I remember, but this is what he looks like in game.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So like, and it's partially the acting.
Oh geez.
Right? So when they say
he looks like a character from the Bully games.
The Bully, yeah. When they say that they wanted to get real actors, you know, because it's about emotion and stuff. One of the things about it is that his voice acting takes you out of it. Like it's so weird and over the top, and but like it doesn't quite fit.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, if I can say just anything,
You should see your face, T.
that's the greatest accomplishment for the remake so far. Is that they make him look better. He's even creepier and acts in a way where it's like it feels believable, which I could really appreciate that.
You should see your face, T.
Let go!
Sorry, Laura, but I can't let you just run around this place. You might get hurt.
Hurt by what?
This place is different from what I remember. I don't think she's here anymore.
This whole town. Might be best if you just get out of here.
Yeah, you're right.
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So you are Maria.
I am. If you want me to be.
How do you know about Mary?
You see it too?
So it's really hard to tell here because we're not looking at the same. We're not looking at the same footage that we previously looked at. I think each of the character models has been improved a little bit. I still don't think. Fuck, her name just completely escaped my brain. Angela, right? I don't think Angela quite hits the way that I like what they were doing originally. Which the idea was that she's actually like 16, but she looks like she's in her mid 20s. Like she has like a sexually, like a sexual confidence about her. Like she looks like a model who's really confident, and it's because she was so abused, right? That there's like that like hypersexuality that comes from children who are molested and everything. And I don't feel like they captured that yet, right? Like I don't think they're going to. They're going a different direction with it. I do feel like she kind of gives me that like shattered psyche kind of vibe, like she's a broken individual, which might be more important than the hypersexualized, like look at me, I look like a model, I'm gorgeous, and I'm and like that's kind of the thing, is like she's interested in James and kind of like flirty, but it's because she's damaged goods, so to speak, rather than, you know, a healthy, you know, attraction or whatever. So again, I do think she looks better, at least from this angle, than they did for the last trailer or whatever we looked at. But I'd have to see more to really know. Just full disclosure, I pre-ordered the game before last podcast. I am really looking forward to playing it. I have never played a Silent Hill game I didn't like, but I've also only played the ones that are available on PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2. So I know there are some awful ones, and pachinko machines, which I have not played. But
You see it too? For me, it's always like this.
Doesn't matter who I am.
As for Maria, the thing about Maria that doesn't quite hit for me is that, and this is true of the original Maria as well, she is meant to be sexy. Like there's supposed to be like a Sharon Stone in Lethal Attraction. Is that what that movie's called?
Mm-hmm.
So it's meant to be sort of like that, like just oozing sexuality and like, you know, winding yourself around her finger kind of thing. That I think the new design doesn't capture. I think the original design captured it better, but also I'm just not really attracted, like just personal preference wise. I don't think she's, you know, stunningly good looking or anything, so it doesn't really have it, right? And again, the original one, the language in the original one is English, right? As far as I remember. So they got actors to voice act and motion capture to the degree that motion capture was a thing back then. But they aren't very good actors, right? It's just a little bit off, right? So it's kind of a quirk of playing the games that it's weird like that, which kind of honestly adds a little bit of the atmosphere to it. It's like an unintentional eeriness that comes from the bad acting. So I don't quite feel like she's catching the seductive aspect of Maria or of Mary, or you know what I mean? So the thing about Maria is that she is meant to be like a sexualized version of James's wife, Mary, right? And I just don't quite feel that, right? Like I feel like Mary was made even more matronly, and Maria, like in order to compensate for the fact that Maria is not quite hitting, you know. But it's a nitpick, and it's a nitpick I have with the original game as well, because Maria is kind of based on Christina Aguilera, and I've never liked Christina Aguilera, so it's like just one of those things where like her outfit just looks weird. It's kind of like with me with Jill Valentine. I do not like the pencil skirt and tube top that she wears in Resident Evil 3. You know, just like I don't like it. You know, I don't think it's a good design in terms of like she can look good in it. And it's like any woman can make a certain outfit work from certain angles and posing certain ways for photos, but in motion, especially running around and stuff, it just gets weird and it stops looking attractive. You know, it's kind of like you ever see a movie, or like I recently saw a video on Twitter or something of an escort who was on the hood of a car wearing like a maid themed lingerie where like everything was hanging out, right? And she was like pounding on the windshield, and it was like this really weird like Las Vegas like look at what's happening on the streets of Vegas kind of thing, where like some prostitute got stiffed by the John or whatever and was trying to like pound on his window of his car and like cracked his windshield and like was being thrown around by the car driving off and her rolling off the windshield and stuff. But it's like, that's an outfit. Now the girl was a little bit heavy, which didn't help, but that's an outfit where some, like if you pose properly, you know, like it can be alluring in the appropriate context. But when you see a person, you know, like crawling in that outfit in a non-sexy way and like hitting a windshield, just like it there's a weird disconnect. You get what I mean? Like, I don't know, every once in a while you'll see in a movie a character in lingerie, like, or like running in heels, for example, right? Like walking in heels can be very sexy. Running in heels always looks weird, right? So that's kind of the vibe that I get out of Mary here, is like the outfit she's wearing, maybe you could do like a photo for a magazine where you'd be like, wow, that's sexy. But just like in motion and in the game and stuff, it's just like the jacket looks weird. You know, it's just a little weird, right? They also gave her this ombre on her hair where the bottom of her hair is like a different color. I'm not sure how
like,
I feel
it's
about
like matching the jacket.
Yeah, that's different from the original game. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I'm sure it'll grow on me or repulse me as I play the game.
I am here for you, James. See? I'm real.
See, like when I see this, now granted, she doesn't look great in the actual footage he recorded on the thing. I think this face and hair and makeup and stuff, I think this is prettier to me than this girl, right? Personally, just in my personal preference, right? So women do this thing. So this is such a nitpick. Women do this thing where they portray being sexy, right? Every once in a while, you'll see it. Somebody will go into a mode where they're like, I am now seducing you, right? Like to whoever they're doing it to in a movie or whatever. And I mean, I guess I wouldn't even say in a movie, because usually in a movie, they're going to do a good job actually making it seductive. But occasionally you'll be at like a party or something, or you'll see like an internet video of somebody doing this thing. And it's an immediate turnoff for me. Like, it's like my another thing that women do that I've seen before that like it's just a weird quirky thing about my brain is like, you know how like you see like let me pull up an image here. All right, so I think of this particular image. No, it's making me download the image. Let me try this one. I think of this particular image from Prince of Persia often, right? And you've got the determined look and the basically, I'm going to fuck you up look, right? Like the head down, eyes up, where you see like the white underneath. It's an intimidating thing when a man does it. It is not intimidating when a woman does it. And occasionally, and it's like, I don't know if you've ever seen those TikToks where women, there was this trend they did for a while where women would put the phone to be the height of their boyfriend looking down at them. And then they got to see what their boyfriend, their 6 foot tall boyfriend sees when he looks at them. And they're like, are you serious? This is what I look like? I'm like a child. And when I'm scolding him, like they'll be like, when I'm scolding him, and it's like from this, like, now you been, kind of like they look like a child, right? And this is something that women do my ex, my first girlfriend, used to do this every once in a while, and it's like, I know you're trying to convey to me that you're mad, but instead, I can't handle it. How cringe it is, right? And it's just like this look of like determination and like rage or whatever. It's like, please no, you know. And so it's kind of the same vibe, but with the seductive thing, right? Women just have this thing where you either have it or you don't, and when you fake it, or you're not confident in faking it or whatever, it just doesn't hit, right? And I kind of get that. I think they do an okay job on this trailer, right? Like it could certainly be worse, but I'm just saying that it's all of those reasons that personally I think this character is more attractive. Anyway, comes out on my wife's birthday. I'm sure she's gonna love that I try to play it.
Playing Silent Hill instead of doing something for her birthday.
So, Capcom shut down fan fixes on Resident Evil. RIP. Most publishers' goal is to trick gamers. Yes. Making the voices better will probably upset old school fans. There was an unsettling delivery to the original voice actor. Yeah, I kind of brought that up. Angela looks like David Duchovny. She's investigating Silent Hill for the X-Files, right? Would AC buy Dustborn if they slapped Silent Hill on the title? Basic Instinct. That's what it was. Basic Instinct. Thank you. No, I would not buy Dustborn. We'll probably talk about Dustborn next podcast. There are raised heel shoes for males. They were designed for horse riding. Yes, it would be hard to run in them. All right. Well, anyway, does anybody else have thoughts about Silent Hill?
Nope.
Is anybody else going to buy it besides me?
Nope.
I'll buy it once I can afford a PS5. They're still $500 where I'm at.
Yeah. It also is coming out on Steam.
I don't have a PC.
Oh, wow. Fucked, are you?
My PC is 6 years old and no graphics card to speak of. Really.
All right. So let's continue here. Capcom defends censorship of erotica mechanic from Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. Says, quote, "It is not an appropriate reward for survival and not a skill required of journalists."
That wasn't the point.
Sex sells. Journalists do need.
So correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Wasn't, because I know that there's a in the original Dead Rising for 360, there's a psychopath that you can meet up like very early on in the game that you have to take photos of like the zombies, and you get all the, you zoom in and you get like points or whatever, and it's determined how well that you do. You can either say screw it and leave and he'll become a psychopath, or you can help him with his camera shots. I distinctly remember that one of the camera shots that you have to take is erotica.
Yeah. So you're remembering correctly.
Yeah.
Right. So the game has these things called prestige points. And basically there are a couple different categories. This one is horror, right? You take pictures of zombies, it's considered horror.
Yeah, there's like horror and humor and
because
erotica
he's
and
got
other ones.
this zombie, this one behind him for some reason registered because the hitbox, I guess, even though you can't see him, he's there. This one, that one, this one, these ones up here, right? So the more you have, and the more close they are and looking at you and stuff, the higher the score, right? These effectively are experience points which get exchanged for upgrades and stuff, right? So it says here, in completely missing the over-the-top and goofy contrast of the game's mechanics against its overwhelmingly depressing setting, Capcom has defended their censorship of the erotica photo mechanic from their upcoming Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster on the grounds that, in their opinion, it was, quote, not an appropriate reward for survival. In the case of the erotica category, originally, players would be rewarded for taking risque photos of their fellow female survivors with points for these shots being awarded based on the presence of such elements as cleavage and bare legs. But unfortunately, the erotica category will no longer be present in Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. That's funny. Capcom's statement on this is actually better than the statement we're about to see from that park place. Capcom defended their censorship on the grounds that, quote, when developing Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster, we tried our best to create a game that would please returning core fans and appeal to new players alike. Well, that's where you fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. I hear myself. I think Mirage is it Mirage? It is Mirage. Okay. I'm echoing through Mirage. I'm not anymore. That's good.
I don't like Frank's redesign for the remake.
Really?
No.
What do you hate about it?
It feels like they're almost pushing the way that he looked in Dead Rising 4.
Oh, really? I didn't realize there were so many sequels, actually.
Yeah.
I never played it. My brother-in-law played this game, the original game. I remember seeing it when I was a wee lad driving over to my girlfriend's house. He'd be playing it, and I remember like glancing at the TV. I saw him like run up on the zombies. You can kind of like step on their shoulders and run through, you know? Yeah, I kind of like the way they did like his hairline, and it kind of gives me like this New Yorker kind of vibe about him. He's kind of like there's like a toughness to him, you know? So, but I don't know. I didn't play the original game, so can't compare it against anything. But it says Capcom defended their censorship on the grounds that when developing Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster, we tried our best to create a game that would please returning core fans and appeal to new players alike. As development progressed, we inevitably discovered that we couldn't include everything from the original game. In the case of the erotica point system, this was something we discussed at length and decided to remove, not so much as a response to changing cultural climate, it totally was, but because we felt there was no need to have a reward point system on that basis. Additionally, when considering Frank's situation, it is not an appropriate reward for survival and not a skill required of a journalist trying to stay alive for the next 72 hours during a zombie apocalypse. Honestly, I feel like it added a lot, just from what I understand and what I've seen from the trailer for this game. I think it added a lot to the personality of Frank, because he's got like a crazy personality where he jumps out of a helicopter to go take photos in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. Like, that's a fucking psycho in and of itself, you know? Like, and like, you got to be a little bit crazy to have the balls to do that. And I feel like him being pervy kind of, you know, like, it aids that perception of it, you know? So that, however, players will still have the right to choose their picture subjects freely. And even though they won't receive points, it is up to them to decide what photos they will take to represent their journey. So Capcom here is officially saying, like, we took it out. That doesn't mean you can't take photos of legs and breasts and whatnot, but you're just not going to get rewarded for it. Now, I would say that's a fair compromise, except for the part where they probably have gone out of their way to nerf things that in the original version of the game you would go out of your way to take pictures of. Like, for example, I don't know if it's shown here or if it's in the next article maybe, but like you see like a whale tail kind of thing, right? So actually, I guess we can jump to the next article because that's it. So that park place, yeah, again, I think that there's something about his face and the hairline, which he doesn't have in the original game all the way up here. I feel like really sells that tough New Yorker type look to him. So Capcom confirms Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster removes rewarding players for taking erotic photos of female characters. There's the thing I was talking about right there. While this is indeed censorship, and Capcom is clearly altering the game from the original creation, you ready for this? In this case, it is for the common good and is not a bad thing. The game was clearly encouraging players to take lewd and scandalous photos of the female characters purely for titillation. That is wrong. Christ explains why this is wrong in Matthew 5:28. But I say to you, everyone who looks at a woman with lust has already committed adultery in her with her in his heart. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Has already committed adultery with her in his heart. So then he goes on to say, Tom Nash at Catholic.com also explains blah, blah, blah. So basically, he's saying, I agree with this censorship, so it's good, you know. John Trent over here, the owner of That Park Place, is deeply Catholic. Clearly, the game was promoting a moral standpoint of immodesty and lewdness and wanted players to embrace that same standard. It did so by rewarding players for taking erotic photos of the female characters. Given players are no longer being rewarded through this mechanic, it can only be seen as something good and is aligned with the promotion of the common good. Yay, censorship! Furthermore, to the point of censorship, it is not something that is good or evil in and of itself. It's what is actually being censored that matters. In this case, it's actually good to censor this, given the gameplay mechanic promoted illicit activity and opposed the common good. Do you know what else is illegal? Murder. Are you decrying games for which you get to murder people? What about Grand Theft Auto? Like, seriously, man. Censorship would be bad if it is done to censor things that are promoting the common good. Are you a fucking retard? So this is what we were talking about earlier about the concept of freedom of speech. I agree with him that the purpose of this mechanic is, for titillation. I totally agree with that, right? And I do agree that overall, it's not a good thing to promote that in terms of like, you don't want that spilling outside of the game and into the real world. And there are, especially in Japan, what do they call them? Teisatsu or Tosatsu? I forget what it's called. The upskirt photography and whatnot, voyeurism and whatnot. Like, that's definitely something that happens, right? And in Japan, one of the reasons that happens is because their pornography is censored to the point where it's mosaic, right? So again, John Trent, that's not promoting the common good. If their censorship for their porn didn't exist, there would be far less voyeurism in Japan. We agree on this, right, John? Right? So anyway, I just think it's the whole thing we were talking about earlier about freedom of speech. The thing about freedom of speech is that you are upholding the principle that speech you do not agree with should be allowed to exist. In this case, you don't agree that it's a good thing that you take photos in the game and get rewarded for, the lewd nature of them. But if you actually upheld freedom of speech, you would argue that it is something that should be allowed, right? Now, to quote Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper, responding to the headline here, Capcom, we are not children. We know exactly the reason why you censored the erotica mechanic. It looks good for your ESG score. It's something that you can point to in a board meeting as an example of how you have matured as a company by moving away from pandering to the male gaze. Perfect. Exactly. That's 100%. Oh, here. I don't know. I wish I had been following these closer when you were saying them.
This is slightly off topic, but didn't in the Lollipop Chainsaw remake, didn't they keep like all of the fan service stuff from the original?
That remains to be seen. It hasn't come out yet, but the release date has been moved up to earlier next month than it originally was. I think it's actually a month from now. I think it's September 25th it comes out. So we'll see. I haven't played the original of that either. But Cool TT said, I bet Dead Rising gets locked camera angles. I wonder. I haven't played the original. Like, there's probably something you're specifically thinking of when you say that. Like, the camera angle ability, or the original way you could do it, allowed you to see things maybe that now they're going to try to not let you see. Does the Bible count pixels as her? Yeah. See, and this is the thing that irritates me about this. When it is a fictional character, they do not have rights. It is dangerous for us to treat fictional non-existent things as though they have the rights of humans. The purpose of a game, again, something we're going to look at later on tonight is a sex doll manufacturer in Japan is going out of business, right? And that, although it doesn't get brought up in what we're going to read tonight, something I had thought about is the concept of, in Asia, most specifically China, but I imagine Japan might also have it, a problem that people outside of Asia have had with these companies is that they produce lifelike dolls that are below the age of consent, right? And on the surface, there's a knee-jerk reaction to things that are morally like understood as immoral, right? That are morally bankrupt or whatever, right? You will look at, when you think of pedophiles, your blood boils, right? Because they are harming children. They are preying on defenseless children. So the knee-jerk reaction is anything that you associate with pedophiles has got to go, right? Now, look, there's an easier choice, which is to line up all the pedophiles with a firing squad, right? That's the easier choice. Because if you can get rid of that problem, then anything that you even think about associating with them won't exist by nature, right? But the problem that you have is, let's just say, for example, if you have sex dolls that are designed to look like children, right? And you have pedophiles who are choosing to buy a sex doll that looks like a children, that's icky and gross. We can all acknowledge that. It is still preferable to that pedophile actually raping a child, right? So
absolutely.
So when it comes to the concept of, well, I agree with this censorship, so it's a good thing, it's like, bro, you're kind of fucking missing the point. To some degree, like, for example, one thing that drives me up the wall is the purification of media to where things are now problematic and therefore cannot be shown, right? So we're going to continue with Looney Tunes. We're going to reboot Looney Tunes. But Pepe Le Pew has been reformed. He is no longer, rapey, or for lack of a better word.
Going after that cat.
Here's the problem with that. When your kids watch Looney Tunes and they see a character acting that way, and they clearly display the person, or in this case, the cat, that Pepe Le Pew is pursuing, doing everything that they can to get away, disliking every moment of Pepe Le Pew pursuing them. It creates not only immediately in the child watching a distinction that what is happening is not good to the character it's happening to, but it also creates an opportunity for the parent to point to something that is safe for a kid's mind and say, what is happening here is not an acceptable behavior. That way you don't have to tell a child, hey, there's these things in life called rapists and they're all bad, right? You can convey to a child's mind through media something that if happened in real life would be repulsive, and help them to understand the concept and train them for the idea that it is not a good thing, right? And so that is a extremely important aspect of media that we have sanitized to the point where it doesn't exist anymore, right? And it is one of my biggest pet peeves, right? That we now live in a world where the current ideological left, you can't write characters to have flaws, especially if you first of all, you must have gay, black, you have to tick every box for your characters to begin with. And then because they tick that box, they then are not allowed to have flaws, right? It takes great bravery to write a character who is one of the, box ticks and also has egregious flaws that they must either overcome or work through in spite of, right? So it's just really something that drives me up the wall. So again, does the Bible count pixels as her? Right? Does the Bible give human rights to inanimate things? Right? It's a question. Murder is also in the Ten Commandments. Yeah, thou shalt not kill. Right? This is censorship of heterosexual attraction in the religious right or losing the plot. I could not have said it better myself, dude. We need to get you on the show at some point. If they don't want the male gaze, then surely they don't want the male players and their money. Maybe there are enough female players who love horror games to make up the difference. I doubt it. They only go after male PDF files, right? If they don't go after females as vigorously, then PDF files will always be with us.
I get it.
Yeah.
Censorship, that's what he's saying.
Censorship even removed the lesbian gaze. It's weird to say that after saying the word lesbian. The lesbian gaze. Right? Censors turn against their own people. No surprise. Women in trench coats look like they are about to show you their naked bodies, making censorship worse. Okay. That wasn't my initial thought when Ada Wong showed up wearing the trench coat when I played the game, but I'll be thinking that from now on. At any moment. Cross-dressers are in ways taboo because it is lying about who they are. Hibari-kun dressing as a female can be a liar. Wow. Okay. I'm sure. Okay, whatever. I'm going to move right past that. All right. More censorship confirmed for Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster as Capcom removes anti-communist dialogue line from Cliff Hudson boss fight.
Oh, yeah, I remember those.
Another day, another discovered instance of censorship in Capcom's upcoming Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. This time, as a new trailer has confirmed the removal of an anti-communist dialogue line from the player's pre-fight conversation with psychopath boss enemy Cliff Hudson. Is it me, or does he kind of look like a cross between Woody Harrelson and Thomas Jane?
He was voiced by Steve Bloom in the original game.
Oh, really? That's the real reason, is that Steve Bloom's become a communist and now won't say the line.
Probably.
Okay, so Cliff Hudson, a Vietnam veteran whose particular break from reality sees him falling into war flashbacks that cause him to falsely believe he's back on the battlefield. As a result, upon his first meeting with protagonist Frank West, Cliff, standing underneath a collection of freshly decapitated zombie corpses he strung up as warnings to his enemies, demands that the war photographer provide him his name and rank, soldier. However, before the confused Frank can even process Cliff's request, the soldier immediately concludes that he's Viet Cong, in turn taunting, "You can't tell me, can you, fella?" "Oh, yeah. I know why. It's because you're Viet Cong. I'm right, aren't I? You're nothing but a filthy communist. You, son, are going to tell me where the guerrillas' hideout is." He then yells before lunging at Frank, "By the time I'm done beating information out of you, you are going to be begging for death to come take you away." At least that's how the interaction played out in the original release of the game. In the updated version of this fight, rather than accusing Frank of being a filthy communist, Cliff instead decries him as a filthy animal. Given the sheer amount of modern audiences, doesn't he look like Thomas Jane? Given the sheer amount of modern audience edits discovered thus far, it's likely that there's far more waiting to blindside players who choose to pick up the game. All right, so I've got something I'm going to pull from off screen here real quick. It's one of those things I wasn't sure if I wanted to include or not, but I'm going to toss it in. If I can find it. I know I have it. Just give me a second. It's not like last time, I promise. Here it is. Oh. Ha ha! The tweet it was attached to is already gone. Okay. Summary of the tweet regarding the censorship of Dead Rising Remake. So somebody had tweeted basically like an excuse for all of the censorship so far. And they were basically trying to spin it like it's a good thing, like John Trent at that Park Place. Summary. So this is their response. Here's a summary of the tweet regarding the censorship of Dead Rising Remake. 1, they bent the knee to China. 2, they bent the knee to feminists. 3, they bent the knee to Western communists. 4, threw the old VA cast under the bus. 5, dumbing down the gameplay. No, we will not be buying this game. So, 100%. They bent the knee to China by changing Larry Chang to a white guy. They bent the knee to feminists by removing the erotica mechanic. They bent the knee to Western communists by removing the filthy communist line. Although, does it not seem like if you were trying to empathize with the communists, that you would allow the villain, the psychopath villain, to be anti-communist? So funny how they do this. Anyway. All right. That didn't hurt so bad, right? That wasn't so bad. I managed to make that not like pulling teeth, right? Let's talk about Squirrel with a gun. So I just want to show you a little bit about this game. It looks fucking hilarious. I just want to show you how yeah, check this shit out. Yeah, there it is. You shoot the ground for your double jump. Right? So it's kind of in the vein, I think, of what do you call it?
Like
the
Goat Simulator?
Yeah.
I was thinking, yeah.
So sadly, the game is not coming to Switch, according to this trailer at least. It's coming instead to Steam, Xbox, and PS5.
I'm so sad.
It'll probably be there soon. Don't worry. All right. Also, I noticed this right before we went live. Head Up Games launches a new independent studio, Goon Squad. The team at Goon Squad is known for producing titles like Tinkertown and Dr. Fetus's Mean Meat Machine.
Jeez.
All right. Anyway. Okay. Green line, you there?
Green line.
Oh no.
Yeah, Green Line is here. Green Line noticed the recognized the image.
Bible Black creators' visual novel series Sleepless is coming west. Everything you just imagined is in these games.
Oh, the problem
everything
with
you just imagined is in these games is probably here. Okay.
I like the artist.
The artist is fantastic.
About
the art is fantastic. The character designs are fantastic. The content is
just
the fetishes are acquired tastes.
Yeah.
I would
just based
love
on
these
what I know
designs
from
in
what
a
you guys
bit more
have told me.
vanilla setting.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it amazing how the more talented the artist, the more fucked up they are?
Yeah.
Manga Gamer announced they will publish the Empress-developed visual novel series Sleepless, which will be coming west to PC via Manga Gamer. The publisher will host Sleepless, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and Sleepless Nocturne, which features uncensored CGs, meaning it's even less censored than the Japanese version. John Trent, I know you're arguing that the Japanese mosaic censorship must be removed for the common good, right? If you know about other titles from this developer, I'm sure that everything you imagined is in this game is likely there. In Sleepless, players are thrust into the mysterious and seductive world of Black Rose Manor, where temptation and secrets lurk around every corner. So this is the same team behind Discipline Hentai Academy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. And this is the only way I know of it. This hentai has a moment where you remember in San Andreas how you could get that Harrier jet that could like hover and then fly off like the fucking next jet. Yeah, that shit lands on the front lawn of this fucking mansion, and the girl says, "Hop in, kid," and the main protagonist guy gets in there, and then they fly away and have sex in the cockpit. Right? That's how ape shit this storyline is. Right? It's the most bizarre, crazy shit. And if only that's as far as it went, you could be in for the greatest ride of your life, where just like it won't end, and it's just crazy shit happening left and right. Unfortunately, that's not where things end.
Discipline is the most vanilla of all of them.
Yeah, Discipline is the normal one by like mine and Reed's standards. Have you even seen like Sleepless or Bible?
I have not seen any of these. I have not. I've barely even seen the Discipline one, and that was a laugh a riot, right? So, to quote Dan, when watching hentai, it can quickly go from to no.
Exactly, I agree.
That's why you make supercuts, leaving out that part.
All right.
I couldn't agree more. That is
so players are thrust into the mysterious and seductive world of Black Rose Manor, where temptation and secrets lurk around every corner. The story begins with the Takamiya Ryohei, a new tutor for the enigmatic Maria, daughter of the powerful CEO Mamiya Marie. However, the seemingly straightforward task of tutoring quickly unravels as Takamiya is drawn into a web of debauchery spun by the woman of the manor. Each encounter pulls him deeper into the manor's dark allure, challenging his resolve and drawing him into the forbidden mysteries that lie behind closed doors. As the tension builds, players must navigate through the intricate relationship and make choices that will determine whether they uncover the manor's secrets or become ensnared in its pleasures. The game also introduces Nocturne, where a young couple finds themselves stranded at the manor, only to face the same temptations as Takamiya. The luxurious yet ominous atmosphere of the manor offers a myriad of experiences to test their loyalty to each other, with a storyline penned by the infamous Sei Shoujo. Known for his work on Bible Black, Sleepless offers a captivating narrative filled with beautiful yet dominant women, multiple endings, and a variety of hardcore scenes. The full HD artwork brings this twisted tale to life, ensuring that each decision players make not only affects the outcome, but also immerses them deeper into the enigmatic and erotic world of Black Rose Manor. We'll keep you updated at the release of blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so they didn't mention it, so I'm going to ask you guys, what is one thing you can tell me about this that will tell the audience specifically whether or not they would be interested or should stay the fuck away?
The Forbidden Sunday.
The Forbidden Sunday. The Forbidden Chocolate Sunday.
The Forbidden Chocolate Banana Split Sunday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bananas get split also in this series. Yeah.
Chocolate. Just throwing it there. All right. We've said enough.
the banana's been places you don't want to go.
If JT, the other JT, JT Loves Code Lyoko is here, I know you've already pre-ordered it. You filthy fetishist, you. All right. Dark Horse releases Berserk Manga's 42nd volume in March 2025. So this is the first. What? Yeah, this is the first volume that was not by Kentaro Miura. So Dark Horse will have caught up fully with Miura's work. So if you were only planning to collect what Miura had done, stop at 41.
Yeah.
Or wait,
deluxe edition number 14. Yeah.
Yeah. So did 41 does 42 not contain any chapters by him? Or did
41 was
it a clean break?
Well, it was a clean break.
Okay. Anyway, so that's it. That's the news. We're gonna move on. I don't want to waste time talking forever. Azuki brings Mecha Ude mechanical arms and Hikaru in the Light manga to print. Okay. This is important. Azuki is a manga streaming platform, and they are actually going to make the bridge a streaming platform has decided to release things physical. That's a good sign, right? That's a great fucking sign.
Sleepless seems very familiar. Something involving tapioca balls.
Oh no.
Yeah, those two. That God, my Vietnam War flashbacks are starting again.
No.
Yes, D-Day. All right. In more ways than one. My flashbacks are also someday. Not today. But
interestingly enough, I don't think Sleepless went that far.
Someday the audience is going to learn the secret behind that picture.
Of us on top of Mount Fuji, letting our hearts out.
Yeah. All right. Once I have fuck you money, I can go to court over it. So. God, I can't wait to be rich. Anyway, moving right past this. Seven Seas licenses Pet Shop of Horrors, Ichi the Killer, and 9 more titles.
I didn't mean to click on that.
So here's the titles. I Got Married to the Girl I Hate Most in Class. Pet Shop of Horrors Collector's Edition. Ichi the Killer. Is it an omnibus of the whole thing? The entire 10-volume series will be collected across 5 large trim omnibus editions, followed by volume 0. Okay. I don't know. At some point, we should do Ichi the Killer as a watch club and a watch party. And I'll just tell you, it is hard to watch a little bit, but I don't know if I could enjoy the manga. I'm not sure. I'm afraid. Also, I betrayed the hero. No, betrayed by the hero. I formed a MILF party with his mom is the title of this.
What's the summary?
Summary. After getting kicked out of his first adventuring party, one man is ready to give them a mother of a time with his brand new MILF party. Get ready for hot moms and revenge in this mature-rated fantasy isekai title.
So I'm just sent you a tweet in the private chat. This makes it sound even better.
Betrayed by the hero, I formed a MILF party with his mom, is getting an English release. Main character gets kicked out of a hero's party, so he decides to take revenge by buying their mothers from the slave market and forms a MILF party. Oh, man. I can't wait for the anime adaptation. That's fucking amazing.
That sounds so much better than the anime description.
All right. They also got Loving Moondog. That's a weird mouth. I didn't mean to fall in love. Double. Oh, God. Is that a woman or a man? I can't even tell. Bowing to Love, The Noble and the Gladiator. Oh, I bet that's a yaoi. Yep. BL. Eat. That's it. Okay, great. All right. And Aniplex USA confirms an English dub for Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai and Rascal Does Not Dream of a Dreaming Girl. So after they fucked you by saying it would be on the disc and then not putting it on the disc, now they're saying, don't worry, they're definitely really for real. Honestly, to God is one. Now that we've gauged the interest by how many sales we had when we lied,
but now you have to buy it again.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know. Watch them just put it on fucking Crunchyroll and not release the disc.
Or just on Netflix.
Fuck them. Out of principle, I'll never start this show. All right. Right.
I got.
Go for it.
Present. I got. Okay. So Sentai put out their release, their November slate. So on it, we covered this a couple weeks ago. Release date October 8th. This has now been moved to a November date. Crunchyroll just hasn't updated it yet. And Parasite is getting a steelbook.
I already have the limited, so it doesn't fucking matter.
I feel like they could have done better, but
I think it's so funny how Sentai, when they released Parasite around that original time, their premium editions were chef's kiss. They were so good, right? The Chunibyo one, like all of these shows were coming out, and the premium editions were like a return to the box sets from like days of old as a collector, and it was gorgeous. They looked so good, and then they fucked us with the giant oversized sets like fucking Umaru-chan and shit, and Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon and Food Wars and whatnot. And now they have gone and taken what they previously released as a premium edition that was good and done it as a steelbook, and I'm like, you son of a bitch! I mean, like I want that as well. God damn it!
I just feel like I made this comment over on a forum on the fandom post. Like, I feel like they could have done so much better for an image to use.
It's a bad image. Is this a art not final or?
Yeah, this is an art final. This is an art final. Or, no,
I
final.
feel like they could have, oddly enough, I feel like they could have used the spine image. If you combine all the spines of the original release, it's like the entire group.
Yeah. But like, and this was brought up, like, there's no real promotional art for this. So, since like on the collection sets or like the standard editions of Part 1, Part 2, the standard editions that go complement the premium editions, they had to use screenshots for the cover because there's like no promotional art for this that they could use or were allowed to use. So like they're basically down to just using like, screenshots from the series. So anyway,
the Lupin Italian game, was that Discotheque or Sentai?
Italian game?
Yeah.
Yeah. Discotheque.
Okay. I was like, yeah. Right. Okay. What?
The only ones Sentai I have are Part 6 and 0.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah. And Reincarnated the Sword, Season 1 Steelbook.
That didn't get a limited. Well, it did. This is the limited.
Steelbook.
But like,
yep. Collector's Edition Steel. Which, given the content, this looks like it'd be a fantastic steelbook cover. Like having the probably look this up on Sentai's website. I'll go back to that. The Vexations of a Shunning Vampire Princess is also getting released. So pretty weak November slate.
Yeah, very disappointing from Sentai showing.
I don't know. I just pre-ordered 4 items, so don't know if I agree.
You're just setting a bad example. That's all.
Yeah. Let's see what the. How's it go? Okay. Yeah. So. It looked okay.
Say that to me in the private chat.
Like having the steel whatever background. And yeah. That would probably look pretty good as a steelbook.
Huh,
and then where's the Parasite?
So Reese, when you sent me the Netflix title, was that Grave of the Fireflies?
Wait, sorry, what?
In the private chat, you sent me Netflix a Netflix link.
Yeah, that's the Grave. That's the
Fireflies. Okay.
The US page for Grave.
When I click on it, it says "Lost Your Way." Sorry, we can't find that page, but that might just because I'm not logged into Netflix right now.
Oh.
I don't know.
Don't see this again.
Want to take a look?
Yeah, it still works for me.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm probably just because I'm not logged in. I'll be right back.
All right. So, like the back looks really good.
Yeah.
Like they should have had like this face back here and like a different image of what's his name?
Shinichi.
Yeah, Shinichi. Like, this definitely should have been on the cover over here instead of this empty space. But I guess that's where they put the title. Yeah, they put the title. Like, even the end, like this, I can't remember, like this side over here. Like, even just using like this, the cover for the, complete collection, that would have been great on a steelbook. Like, having different, like, sheens of metallic, like what they did on the High School of the Dead steelbook.
Yeah.
I feel like this is probably like for the complete. This is definitely the best cover for Parasite for a complete, small package. Far better than this one. And this does go on sale during the sales when they have them. So, all right, that was it.
I mean, theoretically, you could go on sale. Sometimes these don't for the longest time.
Yeah.
Steelbooks, like you wait for them to go on sale and they just don't.
Yeah. Like, I think when I bought the High School of the Dead and Princess Tutu ones, they were like, list price was like $99 or something. And they were on sale for like 40 something. So it's like,
that's what I did. That's exactly what I did. I
like, Yeah. Yep.
They do have steals on occasion, but there's times where they just don't. Their deals are just, especially as of late, just fucking suck. They had a sale, and it's like, what was on sale? Like, I don't even know. I didn't even care.
Sometimes like they fluctuate. Like, I remember seeing, like Mr. Tanigawa's Middle Management Blues, the Kaiju prequel series, like on sale for $8, and then it's on sale, and it's like 30 some bucks, like, and then it's back down to 8, and then up to the sale price is back up to 30, and then the regular price is like whatever, 40 some dollars or whatever it is. Like the grade of the scale is constantly shifting, All
right. Finishing off release news, Macross Do You Remember Love film is getting a 4K remaster Blu-ray set in January 2025.
In Japan.
Yeah, I should read that. A Blu-ray set that comes out in January 2025. The way I said that, it sounded like the remaster is set in the year January 2025.
Yeah.
So
which would make sense. I mean, it was like in the 80s, right?
Yeah. So it's a retelling of the original series. It's a theatrical version that reconstructed the story of Super Dimensional Fortress Macross, the first TV series that aired from 1982 to 1983. Macross Do You Remember Love was released in Japanese theaters July 21st, 1984. So, and it's got new artwork from the original illustrator guy. So, or the character designer, I should say. Honestly, I don't really like the new artwork, to be honest with you. Like, looks kind of shitty.
It's probably just a promo image.
You got my hopes up. I thought this was a Kickstarter.
Well, the point of bringing it up is that this is a Japanese one, but it opens the door for a U.S. release down the line. So,
is this particular title being released over here by like Nozomi or Animego or whoever has the Macross series?
That's a good question. I'm pretty sure it got released, but I can't remember now.
Like, under the new licenses that were announced like a year or two ago.
Hold on, I'm going to look it up. I despise Anime News Network's search function now. It used to be so good, and now it's like a forum post? Like, no, fuck that. All right, so Do You Remember Love only came out on VHS in the UK from Kiseki Films, according to Anime News Network. That does seem kind of familiar, though. Anyway, back to this. If you would like to support the OCA podcast, super thanks. No, because sadly, still down.
Uh-oh. Says link didn't work.
Yeah. That's to be expected because there's a I think it was the WooCommerce update. I'm not sure. One of my plugins needs to be I think it's the PayPal WooCommerce PayPal plugin needs to be disabled because the update crashed it. Anyway, you can also go to ocapodcast.com/store. I have a couple more things. I just look. The thing is with the podcast is the amount of time I have to do this just keeps getting incrementally more tight, right? Though that was a little weird. It looked like a vagina. Anyway, I don't like saying that tight while I'm making that shape, but the timeline has gotten smaller and smaller to the point where like I'm basically like the reason we're doing the Wednesday show is because I'm jamming this stuff out with barely reading any of the articles ahead of time and just gambling on it and only having one day to prepare, right? Now, granted, as I launch my new business, which the way we're setting it up, the entire model of it is designed that you make money while you're sleeping. If it takes off, hopefully this is going to change and I'll have more time to prepare. But basically, when my amount of time, available is being taken up by other things or whatever, I just don't have time to also throw stuff up that's basically already done. Videos that are almost fully edited, So hopefully that'll change in the near future. But as of now, it's still kind of stuck. All right, let's look at this. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure merch, an anime plushie that you wear on your face. Yes. Fuck yes. The Stone Mask as a plushie. I must have it.
How much is it? $80?
Probably like $150. I don't know. It doesn't even look that good, but it's just so stupid. I have to own it. Do they have the price? Doesn't say. Yeah, I don't see a price on here. It's a mystery. All right, anyway, moving on. Japanese premier Love Doll maker is closing. Says goodbye to fans with heartfelt message. So heartfelt. Orient Industry shows that in Japan, the customer is always supposed to be appreciated and respected. It's nice to believe that in this world. I'm trying to see. Keeps flickering the lights and it's getting annoying. It's nice to believe that in this world, the supply of love is infinite and eternal, produced in the hearts of those who found someone to care for. However, the supply of love dolls is limited and about to get more so with the sudden announcement from Orient Industry, Japan's most prodigious and prestigious love doll maker, that it's closing down. Headquartered in Tokyo's Asakusa neighborhood, Orient Industry was founded by Hideo Tsuchiya, who was initially employed by a moving company. After that, he worked for a period in the Mizu Shobai industry, a broad term for adult entertainment businesses such as hostess bars, strip clubs, and erotic massage parlors, until a former co-worker from his moving company days invited him to work at his adult toy shop in Tokyo's Shinjuku neighborhood. Quote, in those days, the love dolls didn't feel good because they were made of vinyl, recalls Tsuchiya, which prompted him to set up his own love doll manufacturing company, Orient Industry, in 1977. Experimenting with softer materials, when Orient Industry's first product, a love doll called Bisho, meaning subtle smile, was released in 1977, it was priced at 38,000 yen. And for context, at that time in Japan, the average starting salary for four-year college graduates was 97,000 yen, meaning that the Bisho cost nearly 5 months worth of white-collar wages. If you were an incel in the 70s in Japan, you would have to spend more money to buy a sexual partner than to buy the engagement ring for an actual sexual partner that you were planning to marry. Nevertheless, it was a commercial success. And as the years went by, Orient Industry developed a reputation for high quality silicone-based designs, even opening a gallery/showroom for their products in Tokyo's Ueno district. We'll look at that in a minute. But now, Orient Industries' 47-year history is reaching its climax, which is coming with little advance notice and is to be followed by a peaceful rest.
Even premature?
Even premature, one might say. On August 21st, the company posted a statement on its official website saying, quote, "This is sudden, but our founder, Hideo Tsuchiya, who has been leading our company, Orient Industry, for many years, has made the decision to retire and prioritize his health. We would like to take this moment to express our sincere gratitude to all of our customers and partners who have believed in and supported Oriental Industry." All of a sudden, there's an AL at the end of it. You just said Orient here. Come on. In consideration of our owner's health condition, and out of respect for his wishes, the company has decided to cease operations. If you are able to keep the times we were able to be a part of your life and the times we walked the same path in your memories, we would be very happy. Oh, man. What a sentimental statement.
Yeah, like, oh yeah. I mean, think of us anytime you
think of us fondly as you fuck that doll.
Think of us fondly as you find our doll's ass.
Yeah. Some might argue that's a needlessly flowery way of saying, hey, thanks for buying our hump doll. But remember,
we're proud to know you got off.
But remember, this is Japan, where customers should always be treated in a way that reflects the company's appreciation and respect. And while male horniness is, without question, the firm foundation that Orient Industry built its success on, that doesn't mean the company didn't care about its customers. In a 2015 interview, Tsuchiya spoke of how his company's goals included providing comfort for widowers or couples where the wife, due to physical ailments or other reasons, could not engage in intercourse because she's a stone cold bitch, right? He acknowledged that while Japan's Mizu Shobai industry is robust, some men with no other outlet for their urges may feel uncomfortable paying another person for such services. In addition to being a showroom for the company's products, the Ueno showroom also has a counseling desk for interested but inexperienced customers looking for accurate information about the love dolls from a non-judgmental source. So with all that in mind, maybe it's not so strange after all that in its closure announcement, Orient Industry goes on to say, "We wish you all the best and continued health and happiness. May you continue to nut frequently in our dolls." Right? No specific information. What's up?
Not here.
No specific information regarding Tsuchiya's health condition has been provided, but in the 2015 interview he gave, his age was 70 years old, meaning that he either has or will be turning 80 this year. So it could be that rather than suffering from any particular ailment, he's simply ready to retire, enjoy a more relaxed, restful lifestyle. Orient Industry has already stopped taking orders for new silicone heads and body love doll parts. Its Ueno showroom will close on September 20th, and its factory, along with all remaining business operations, will shut down on October 20th. So if you wanted one, chop.
Couldn't find a successor, somebody else to take over the business?
Yeah, I guess. Speaking of banana splits, what is this?
GoTT says, does the OCA have an affiliate doll link?
Not yet.
Also, I figured out why there's no price on the Stone Mask.
Stone Mask? Is it like a win it thing?
It's going to be in Crane Games.
Oh. eBay. Nice. All right. Was there any more? There's a Chinese 4K bootleg of Do You Remember Love?
Yeah. When I'm talking about license, there's a bunch of licenses from across stuff recently, and I didn't know if it was under one of those licenses that were.
Was it? I can't remember.
That's what I'm trying. That's what I was trying to figure out. I couldn't find anything.
I have to look. We covered it like maybe 7 podcasts ago or something. They keep getting away with this, but the censorship of the game.
Yeah, probably. Or changing things.
Although it might have been more value to buy a surrogate instead of a doll, and you'd get an heir. Yes. 97,000 yen is like 3 anime box sets in Japan, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's keep going here. So the Japanese love doll maker Orient Industry goes out of business. Here's some images here. It says here the company has been producing love dolls for 47 years up until now, with its craft being recognized to the point that a 40th anniversary exhibition was held in Shibuya in 2017 with some displays shown above. So these are the Ueno, I think, things you're talking about. I just like, what the fuck? Look at the finger, like off the side. It's so lifelike. It's not an immersion killer at all. I'd like to see a Guinness book where, like, the Guinness World Record is most sex toys shoved in a love doll's vagina. All right. The company was founded on the idea of making love dolls that could be an object of affection, rather than simple Dutch wives used for masturbatory purposes. To this extent, realistic love dolls that could be mistaken for humans who didn't even have privates were also sold as products, targeting the lonely elderly looking for company. Imagine being an old ass person and paying 5 months worth of income to own a doll like this without parts. Right? Like,
I've been probably 4 months instead of 5 months. They'd have to be cheaper without the good stuff.
What is happening right here? What is that?
I want to say that's someone's finger, maybe?
That's weird. I hope that's not a man's dick.
I've just had the funniest idea. Toy Story in the sex doll shop.
Yes. All right. I clicked on that link. I'm pretty sure we covered this before, but I could not find it on the website referencing like we've previously done it. I looked at the podcast around this time and I didn't see it, at least not in the doc. It might actually have been on stream, but I didn't put it in the doc or whatever. Drowned love doll mistaken for floating human corpse. In yet another strange occurrence that will surely break the heart of neets who have a similar possession, a Japanese love doll was seen stranded out at sea, confusing some individuals who thought that it was a drowned corpse. One person who spotted the floating object mistook it for a waterlogged corpse, but on closer inspection, it turned out to be a love doll. Photos of the doll were shared online. It seems someone else also mistook it for a dead body, as the authorities were called, resulting in heaps of police officers, fire trucks, and ambulances rushing to the scene, only to unfortunately be met with discarded plastic and not a living being. The doll was rescued regardless. Like the fucking head looks like it fell off. Like, oh, remarks online. Yep, I'd make the same mistake. If I were fishing alone at night and saw that, I'd pee myself. Lol, I bet those police and firefighters felt pretty awkward. Just glad to see her safe and sound. It's funny for sure, but not fun for the emergency services. Dispose of your garbage properly, people. This person has no sense of humor. All right. Anyway, moving on from here. Pokemon trading card shop allegedly contained $1 million worth of meth. Brick breaking bad. A Pokemon trading card shop in Hong Kong allegedly had more than $1 million worth of Schedule II drug methamphetamine, commonly known as crystal meth, hidden in the back. As reported by GameSpot, the South China Morning Post revealed a 28-year-old man had been arrested following the discovery of what is alleged to be 5 kilograms of crystal meth in a staff-only area of the Pokemon card shop. Oh, please tell me that it's behind. No, this isn't even it. This is just something else. I thought this was like a safe wall, and it's like pull it apart, and then you step in, and there's their meth lab with like people cooking the meth or whatever in their underwear. Located in the residential district of Hung Hom, nice. The shop held Pokemon card tournaments that teenagers and children would attend to play the Pokemon trading card game with friends. Police confirmed no child or teenager was involved in the purchasing of the crystal meth. Oh,
sure.
Storing such a large quantity of narcotics in a place where teenagers and children can visit is irresponsible and disgraceful behavior that also heightens the possible risk of teenagers and children mistakenly encountering illegal drugs. Great. State the obvious then, why don't you? Hong Kong Narcotics Bureau Inspector Leong Chung-hin said, perhaps inspired by Team Rocket, Pokemon cards have long been the target of criminal endeavors, but usually with thieves trying to steal them. Tokyo police reported an unprecedented number of trading card thefts in the latter half of 2022, while an independent gaming store in Minnesota reportedly had around $250,000 worth of Pokemon merchandise stolen in February of that year. 1 month later, again in Tokyo, a man was arrested for allegedly launching a literal heist in order to steal the treasured cards. Making the most of a bad situation, a trading card shop in California posted a video of thieves who stole $35,000 Pokemon cards from them in January 2024 and mocked them for not knowing what to take. Ha ha! Look at how many potions you took, losers. You took all the normal energy cards, losers. That'd be fucking hilarious. If you stole 35,000 cards, you're just going, all right, let's see what we got. Normal energy, water energy. Like just
Trainer. Pikachu, Rattata. What the fuck?
Rattata.
Pidgey, God damn it.
Oh my god, a Krabby! Rattata. Like, yeah. All right.
Zubat, get out! Like half the deck in Zubats.
I feel like we may choose to skip some of these. We'll see. A wily 73-year-old man has been arrested for hiding a knife in his cane. 73-year-old man was arrested in Mie Prefecture on August 10th when a man called the cops saying he was brandishing a kitchen knife, which turned out to have been concealed in a custom-made walking cane for self-protection. The Oji-san was arrested on charges of brandishing a knife without reason, with the knife having been pulled out against a man in a parking lot of a pachinko parlor. The victim had reported to the police that he had been punched by the other person in a fight, and the other man was brandishing a kitchen knife. When police arrived at the scene, they were at first unable to find said weapon, only to find it cleverly hidden in the man's cane. The knife was 9.2 centimeters long, roughly 3.6 inches, and the old man admitted to owning the knife and revealed the knife's sheath in the cane was a do-it-yourself piece of work. Oh, good for him. Old woman arrested after mistakenly beating another to death at a senior facility.
Oops.
Whoops. Life imprisonment. That's short term, though. An 83-year-old woman at a senior care facility in Fukuoka Prefecture was arrested after beating a 91-year-old woman to death at a senior facility last August. Honestly, though, like that could mean like, oh, you dumb bitch, and you smack her on the back and like let's be honest.
Over, breaks your hip and cracks your skull.
Exactly. It doesn't take a lot to kill a 91-year-old. According to the police report, the 83-year-old woman mistakenly entered the room of the 91-year-old woman at the same senior care facility on August 4, 2023. At the same time, she mistakenly assumed the 91-year-old woman was sleeping in a room without permission and became angry, then proceeded to assault her by punching her multiple times in the face and other areas, subsequently causing her death. Holy fuck.
All right, Grandma, no jello for you.
So she assumed it was her own room?
Yeah. Yeah.
This old decrepit bitch. You only just like fucking go nuts on her face? God.
Imagine
what a
getting
cheerful
killed.
Bitch, right?
Imagine getting killed just for sleeping in your own bed.
Right? This is like the story of Goldilocks, but the bears just get mad and eat her, right? Like in her bed. The 91-year-old woman was initially believed to have died of illness, but the police determined that the assault caused the death and that she should be held responsible. The unnamed 83-year-old woman denied the charges, saying, "I didn't do it." Imagine the autopsy comes back. It's like, yeah, it turns out she was already dead when she got beaten. Well, you're off the hook then, I guess. You know?
But there's no bruising.
Yeah, right? Like, oh, man. All right. Parakeet found riding Shinkansen by itself. Gets taken into police custody.
Put the little cuffs around.
I don't know. This is a gamble. This could be a lame article. I don't know. Now, just where did you come from? August is when summertime domestic travel peaks in Japan. With kids already on vacation from school and working adults getting a few days off, lots of people take the opportunity to go back to their hometowns and visit relatives, or to leave their homes in the big city for a getaway in the countryside, or vice versa. During this time, the Tokaido Shinkansen, which connects Tokyo and Osaka and makes stops in Nagoya and Kyoto too, is the busiest bullet train line of them all. So you can expect to see a lot of passengers on it on any given day. What you wouldn't expect, though, is for one of those passengers to be a parakeet. Look at that bastard. Or maybe we should call the bird a stowaway, since he didn't have a ticket. But then again, the word stowaway usually implies hiding, and the parakeet was blatantly out in the open, perching on top of a seatback on the Shinkansen train that had just left Kyoto and was heading east for Tokyo. So where are parakeets native to? The term parakeet always, to me, sounded exotic. You know? Japan doesn't have a wild parakeet population. Well, I guess if I just kept reading, I might learn that they are not native to Japan.
A pet parakeet got loose?
Yeah, seemingly. So Japan doesn't have a wild parakeet population, and uncaged pets aren't allowed on a Shinkansen, least of all ones that can fly. But while the bird was clearly a pet, further evidenced by how calm and relaxed it was around people, no one on the train was its owner. So how did it get on board? Even as a member of the Shinkansen's onboard security staff takes the parakeet into custody with gentle deftness in the video above, he can be heard murmuring, "Now, just where did you come from?" It turns out that prior to the train leaving Kyoto Station, the parakeet had swooped down and landed on the backpack of a foreign tourist who was standing on the platform and waiting to board. Apparently, the traveler didn't notice the extra weight, as photos taken inside the train show him on board with the bird still on the bag. Yep, we were just looking at that. But while that solved the mystery of how the parakeet got on the train, it didn't provide any clue as to where the bird came from. So the animal remained in the custody of the Shinkansen security staff for the entire 500-kilometer journey, or 310.7 miles, from Kyoto to Tokyo. That sounds like a fucking long way. After arriving in the capital, the Shinkansen staff, how long was that bullet train? How fast did they go?
Pretty fast.
After arriving at the capital, the Shinkansen staff turned the bird over to the police, though to its lost...
put it back on the train and take it back to Kyoto.
Right? Though to its lost property division, not its missing person task force. The parakeet, being a parakeet, could not provide any answers to police inquiries about his home address. Fortunately, though, as the heartwarmingly silly video of the Shinkansen parakeet was giving the Japanese internet a chuckle, it also gave one woman in Kyoto hope. This woman's pet parakeet had run/flown off on August 7th and hadn't returned home. But it looked a lot like the bird on the train, with the same coloring to its feathers. The woman then got in touch with the Tokyo police, and pet and owner have now been safest reunited. Safely, you mean? Sadly, it's unclear if the bird got to take another Shinkansen ride back to Kyoto, or if it made the return trip by more mundane means. The owner says she'll be taking more care, deciding whether or not to let the parakeet fly freely throughout her home. With no cage, as that unfettered flying freedom seems to have been a contributing factor in its escape, and thanked all of the Twitter users who brought the Shinkansen images to her attention. Meanwhile, this is just a reminder of all. This is a reminder for all of us that before getting on the Shinkansen, it's always a good idea to check your bags, not just to make sure you're not forgetting anything, but also that you're not inadvertently sneaking anyone on board. All right, it was okay.
That was a nice story. I like that.
Everybody liked that. Let's talk about a woman who was cited after urine exploded in a Denver area 7-Eleven microwave. Thank you, Mirage.
Everybody did not like that.
I liked that. That's hilarious. And Matt, I just, is there an interesting property about urine I don't know about that causes it to explode, or does any liquid, given ample time,
it was probably in a closed container and started and all the pressure from boiling just caused the thing to explode.
I was trying to purify it, right? Hold on, I just got a message. That's not important.
I bet you that microwave smelled so freaking bad afterwards.
They'd toss it out for sure. She'd have, bare minimum, she'd have to pay for a new microwave.
This doesn't look like a microwave. It looks like a toaster oven.
That looks like the microwave that we have at work.
Does it?
At my job, yeah.
That looks like a microwave to me. Probably put a banana in there.
It just looks like it opens from the top to me.
Yeah.
Anyway, what happens if you leave urine in the microwave too long? Just ask this lady in Colorado who found out in a very unfortunate way. Please, as I scroll down, let there be footage from the security camera that shows her right in front of it as it explodes and gets all over her. Please, I'm begging. This is all I ask for podcast magic. Fuck. A woman was cited by Aurora police for allegedly causing damage to a 7-Eleven microwave by heating up pee, leading to an explosion. The incident occurred when the woman reportedly placed the pee into a microwave at the 7-Eleven located at 3200 Chambers Road. The microwave exploded, which prompted the store clerk to contact the authorities. According to the Aurora Police Department's report, the woman was found at a nearby clinic waiting for a physical and urinalysis for a prospective job. It appears that she attempted to heat the urine sample to body temperature, which is required for accurate drug testing. Holy fuck, she was smuggling in somebody else's pee. That's even better than where I thought the story was going. Wow. Dastardly. Can you imagine? The police report noted that when questioned, the woman claimed she didn't understand the problem and said that it wasn't real urine. The officer also reminded her that the explosion occurred in a place where people prepare their food, which led to her being cited for damaging property. The microwave is valued at $500. That seems a little high, if that's the picture of it. Oh, wow. That was good. All right, let's see this. Screwdriver. What? 8-inch screwdriver removed from man's rectum? Damn, I feel like we were just talking about this. In fact, let me play for you a clip from 2 podcasts ago to set us off. A screwdriver, which had to be surgically removed from a Florida man's backside. He stuck it in. Look, man, if you're going to stick it in, at least go handle first.
Then you got to go handle last so you can grip it to pull it back out.
I don't know if that's a good idea. I think what you should do is go handle first, then clench it with your butt and see if you can unscrew something, right? Because that would be the way that it would be like on the prostate or whatever. You're thinking about this all wrong. Spoken like someone who's never been terminally horny, right?
I don't think about it at all. Thank you very much. I'm proud of that fact.
Warning, graphic content. A man who inserted a screwdriver up his anus nearly died from septic shock after leaving the tool inside his body for a week.
Jeez.
For a week! No!
You'd think that shit would try
The
to push
septic
it out.
shock is the fact that he didn't take a shit for a week. That's the real truth here, let's be honest. The 46-year-old pushed the 21-centimeter long, 3-centimeter wide item so far into his body that it impaled his large intestine. An Annals of Medicine and Surgery case report paper revealed. Now it is called the Annals of Medicine and Surgery. He was admitted to Kendall Regional Medical Center in Miami, in the U.S. state of Florida, where a CT scan showed the screwdriver wedged inside his bottom. Inside! It's like he put it in and then managed to like turn it sideways in his body. Right? I mean, I'm not like an expert in anatomy, but I assume the anus is like over here. Right? No.
I imagine the shit coming down, pushed the handle at the wrong angle, and just pried it against the wall. And the more came in, the farther
it like stuck in. It stuck in, and like as it was getting pushed further down, it's like started to tear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's wonderful. Wonderful thoughts. Doctor said hardened feces around the metal shank left them with no option but to remove it surgically through his abdominal cavity.
Well, at least they didn't try to. Ew.
Oh my god.
Why did they need to show this?
It's bent.
You can see that from the x-ray.
I thought that the x-ray was just like warped. Right? Like I thought that, because they're paper, right? So I kind of figured it was Yeah,
I know what you're saying.
Warped in the middle, or like he couldn't stand still because of the agony when they took it or something. Fuck. As well as perforating the large intestine, they found the object had also wedged itself into the man's buttock muscle. Not even once, people. Not even once. Team Rocket side business. Sorry, I'm behind on these. DIY is dangerous in Japan. Rip Abe, right? Would you rather meet a bear or an 82-year-old woman in the woods? Depends on whether or not I'm sleeping, I guess. Kishida, whatever his name is losing. No, he stepped down. There should be hope for Japan staying as Japan. Commercial appliances cost more and have fewer bells and whistles. Huh.
I don't know. I'd think a microwave out in the sticks in Colorado would just be like a typical microwave, not industrial. Especially if it's like one for public use. Just like to heat up your cup of coffee or something.
They had to redirect his waste, oh my God, temporarily to a bag outside of his body while he healed from his injuries.
Ugh.
Not even once. The paper stated the man had a history with mental health issues, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and non-compliance with medications. Look, people say that, the LGBTQ lifestyle is disordered and a mental illness, and I'm starting to believe that. He was discharged into 2 behavioral health care and returned for a checkup 2 weeks later. Doctors found he was doing well with a functioning colostomy. He had a reversal planned for later in the year. The peer-reviewed paper said the most common reason people inserted foreign objects into their anus was for sexual pleasure. What other reasons do they get? Let's be honest. But it wasn't.
I want to see if I can survive, unlike that one guy.
Sorry, what?
I want to see if I can survive putting a screwdriver up my ass, other than unlike that loser.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Yeah, so it says peer-reviewed paper said the most common reason people inserted foreign objects into their anus was for sexual pleasure, but it wasn't the only one. Other documented explanations include drug concealment, assault. Assault? Like somebody rape? Assaulting you? Accidental. That's a lie. Psychiatric reasons? What the fuck? And to alleviate diarrhea or constipation.
Okay. I don't think you need to stick anything up there for diarrhea, as far as my understanding of diarrhea goes.
We'll save that for later. So previously when I was on this website, or maybe it's actually the next web. Yes, the next website. I saw this other article at the bottom of the one that's going to be our SpongeBob, and I just had to read it. Suspicious package. Man accused of shoplifting, but suspicious bulge in his trousers was just his 10-inch penis.
I like to have his girlfriend or whatever just like holding the freaking.
It seems like more than 10 inches by a long shot.
Maybe a couple inches.
That's at least 12 or 13. I want to say. The fact that there's a video. Oh my god. Oh, you wouldn't even believe that.
It's just a slide.
Yeah, it's a slideshow with that annoying music. A man was accused of shoplifting after staff saw a suspicious bulge in his jeans, but it turned out to be his 10-inch todger. Widow fitter, like he fits it up in the widows. Steve Whitehurst. His name is Whitehurst. Come on. 47. Showed security his member after a female manager raised the alarm. Wait a minute. Is this the same image, but this time not with a photoshopped in? No, it's a different image.
That doesn't have
I think that's the same image. I think they did the old Photoshop generative fill to switch it to
dark in the background.
Okay. No. I'm like, I spot the difference between these two pictures. I'm really trying here. Okay, her head is tilted a different way, so it is a different photo. Okay. All right. Where was I?
Spot the difference master over here. Looking to go.
He had been buying 400 pounds worth of stuff at Scott's Menswear with his girlfriend Mandy Shenton, 46, and her 18-month-old grandson. But things came to a head when the store manager asked about his bulge. Steve, who claims he often has to roll up his manhood, Is it 10 inches flaccid? Is that what he's working with?
No, 10
Like,
10
roll it up.
inches.
Fruit
10
by the
inches.
foot levels of dick. Now that I think about it, fruit by the foot was like 3 feet, wasn't it? Like, He said, quote, I had very tight jeans on that day, and there was a bulge, yes. But that's not illegal. I can't help the way I'm made. I was born this way. Here's a baby picture, giant dick. The manager started arguing with me. She wouldn't let it go. I just kept telling her that it was my penis. That's like such a great excuse, if you're honest. Like, it's the best gaslighting. Oh, man, that's my penis. I was like, no, you got something in her. I'm telling you, I have a 10-inch penis. Like, no. You know, like, oh, my God. Yeah, the female manager just wanted to peek. Yeah, women need to go to jail for having big breasts. Horny jail. It's a conjugal visit for all the men there. They both from underneath the clothes. All right. Where did I leave off? Steve has rolled up. The manager started arguing with me. She wouldn't let it go. I just kept telling her that it was my penis. Eventually, I dropped my trousers in front of everyone and just stood there in my boxer shorts and said, see, I've got nothing to hide. What's that bulge? But that didn't satisfy her. She kept saying, what's that bulge? He said he then went to a cubicle with a male security guard at his local store in Stoke-on-Trent. More like Stroke-on-Trent, am I right? He recalled, I dropped my boxers. He shook his head and ran out and spoke to the manager. I heard her say, please tell me he's got something down there. And the guy said, no. He called last Sunday's outing the craziest experience of my life and has complained to the company owned by JD Sports. Mandy said, it was so humiliating. What they did to Steve was disgusting. Yeah, he liked it. He's like, I'm telling you, it's my 10-inch wing. You know, like,
my hard throbbing.
Staff claimed the manager who accused Steve of shoplifting was on holiday. What? What? It was just some other random woman who wanted a peek? Pretending to be manager? But sources stressed they never asked Steve to expose himself and accused him of becoming aggressive. One witness said staff had good grounds to suspect him. He was picking up and dropping a lot of items. They found a missing electronic tag in a jacket he tried on and then spotted the bulge in his pants. When they cornered him, he became very abusive. He then dropped his trousers, but the bulge was much smaller than staff remembered it. Oh, what? Well, shit, man. I can't stay hard all day. No one ever asked him to go to a cubicle to reveal himself. He did that on his own volition. JD Sports said, quote, the customer in question was exhibiting suspicious behavior, and when the store manager confronted the customer, he became abusive. I just love all these customers who are saying, like, I saw it, this happened. It's like, you're just jealous. Like, at no point did any colleague ask the customer to remove any clothing. That's it. Wow. Okay. Here you go. Wow. She fell for boyfriend Joshua Ritchie's majestic penis. Did it turn you into this monster? Like, it was the policewoman from Eden of the East. Show me your Johnny. Oscar from Evangelion should have known better than wearing a dress at a ship port. Her panties will show by the wind. Stupid bitch. Right. All right. The SpongeBob for tonight. Eye-watering. Man, 22, has tweezers squeezed out of his penis after inserting them 4 years earlier.
Ouch.
Years. Also, it's kind of interesting. You can see the scrotal line in the fucking X-rays. Like, that's a thing, I guess.
I'm just curious how he like took a piss.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure he sat down to pee after this. Like, you know, he's gonna get everywhere, or it's gonna dribble, right? Like, a man had a pair of tweezers squeezed out of his penis after inserting them himself 4 years earlier. I'm honestly a little bit surprised he couldn't get them out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's very possible.
Wait, hold on. So which end did he go? Like, was it handle?
He went in, like, so you know how tweezers go like this?
Yeah.
He went in he closed it and stuck it in his wiener. So then
handle first. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm guessing this faint line might be the end. Well, no, because this. Oh, that might be his ass. I don't know. Maybe that's not the scrote. I don't know. Who knows? But if this faint line right here indicates that is where the dick starts, right? Then I can maybe understand this would be pretty difficult to get out, right? Because effectively what happened is it like launched itself down, right? It was like burrowing its way in, obviously. But if it was just like here, I feel like you could like, you know, dump some lube down your urethra and like maybe like just
but like with the prongs sticking out, they'd catch on the inside. It's like, oh god.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like the prongs would actually like propel it forward, right? I don't know. I'm amazed that he went 4 years like this. Whew. A man had a pair of tweezers squeezed out of his penis after inserting himself 4 years earlier. The 22-year-old, who hasn't been named, said he hadn't been in any pain and was able to pee normally.
Was he able to get an erection that lasted more than 4 hours, though?
That's the real question. That's a really good question. Because I don't know that it would feel very good to hump something with that inside of you like that.
Yeah.
Although, perhaps it was nestled right up against his prostate from the other end. And it was actually the best sex of his life, and he's now depressed that it's not currently in his urethra anymore.
Now you have to go from the other end.
Yeah.
Tune in next week.
We saw that already. There's the screwdriver. But when doctors, led by Dr. Mohammed Abulazayem at Royal Wolverhampton NHS Trust, examined him, they found a long foreign object about midway along his penis shaft. Midway, huh? They carried out x-rays and were shocked to discover the tweezers measuring 3.1 inches in his urethra, according to a journal published in Urology Case Reports. The patient was taken into theater where the medics planned to remove the object under general anesthesia. How would you go about removing it? You take the forceps, kind of hook them into the urethra. Got it. You know, like right. I don't know. maybe a magnet. Put a magnet on top and bottom, and just kind of like clamp it a little bit, but like also kind of try to pull it out. Right? I don't know. The patient was taken into theater, or the medics removed under general anesthesia, but the operation proved tricky, as the sharp open ends could rip the soft tissue of the urethra while being pulled out. Safest option is just cut it off, right? Like, so back on afterward. Instead, they were able to squeeze the tweezers shut by applying pressure on either side of the penis so they could wriggle them out. Doctors wrote, quote, "At the end of the procedure, no urethral catheter was inserted. The patient voided well and went home post-procedure." Wow. Maybe once then. Like, not even once, but maybe in this case you could get away. The patient was recommended to undergo a psychiatric evaluation, but he refused. The patient did not follow up with the outpatient department. History of sounding. Wow. Wow. We get a whole wow. What a joy. They explained that the man had visited a clinic in Saudi Arabia with a history of inserting a metal foreign body into his urethra 4 years ago. He visited a clinic in Saudi Arabia, quote, with a history of inserting a metal foreign body into his urethra. Okay. It was unclear why he had inserted it, but the medics say that it is usually due to psychiatric issue, being drunk or sexually curious. We all know there's only one of those, right? I've been drunk before. I've never done that.
Really?
Yeah, but if you were sexually curious and drunk, maybe. Inserting items into the urethra for sexual pleasure is a well-established fetish known as sounding, is it? However, the fetish comes with a high risk of infection, injury, and potential trauma, with the medics emphasizing the importance of using only specialized toys for sexual pleasure and not objects found lying around the house. Oh, God. The team warned that patients with this problem normally put off getting medical help due to embarrassment or guilt. They added that while they have, I just imagine he has sex with a woman and it shoots out into her, right? Like imagine having a date, right? And that happens and you feel it leave and it hurts, but you know exactly what's happened. And you're like, well, anyway, bye. Like,
here's your cab fare.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna just go. Want to go for round 2? He's like, oh no, I'm good. You gotta get out of there quick. Well, the GKIDS of foreign objects noted in previous literature. It was only the second time tweezers or forceps have been reported. Writing in the case report, they said, quote, different types of foreign bodies have been reported in the literature over the years. Variety of foreign bodies that are inserted into the genitourinary tract defies imagination. These include objects such as fish hooks. What the fuck?
Oh, God.
No!
Well, there's your SpongeBob reference.
Fish hooks, metal rods, hairpins, screws, pellets, wires, wooden sticks, piece of fish.
The F would be a little bit quieter. I'm trying to get.
If you read what I just read, you'd say it too. All right.
Yeah, but I shouldn't say it.
And telephone cables.
Ugh.
Wow. Man, the 2 women left with disease that thickens the lungs after having eyebrows.
Oh my God, that bottom one where it says brush up.
Man left in agony after shoving toothbrush up his penis, which snapped during. We covered that, didn't we?
Did we?
I think we did.
Did.
Sounds familiar.
Shocking scans show a brake handle lodged in teen's eye socket after horrific crash.
Jeez.
Let's not. I don't need that one.
No.
Pretty sure we covered this last podcast. Man who stuck 26-inch eel up his thumb ends up in hospital after it bites its way out. I'm interested in this one, but we don't need to do it tonight. Anyway, and this is where I found this one. So, wasn't there was another article I wanted to save. It was on this one, I think. Yes. How do I?
No.
I just want to know what it is. All right.
We covered that. Hold on. Man 43 left his shoe shave paying after shoving toothbrush. We covered that on podcast 248 titled Lethal Loving.
Yeah. What's the Lethal Loving? Interesting. Hold on.
That was from My Senpai is Annoying.
Yeah. Wait. But hold on. Lethal Loving. Okay. Okay. I don't know. For some reason, that came up recently. I was looking at that podcast for some reason. I'm trying to remember why. I thought it was the one that we had talked about, that thing I posted in article submissions about where I said we had already covered it and I shared it to Mirage today. But that was 211. Anyway, why don't we do one more?
One for the road.
Said, yeah, why don't we pull this one out here?
You saved the best for last.
Oh, God.
Say what? Shocked as cockroach is found trapped in woman's vagina after she felt something extremely strange down there. Yeah, so sexually transmitted sounding, right? Like, as we were saying,
yeah.
If you defended yourself, you're abusive. Would they ever say this to a woman? Women will put stuff in their vagina as opposed to men putting stuff in their penis. Yes. Okay. Men have an easier time putting things on. Right?
The urethra is not meant to stretch.
Yeah. All right. Say what? Shock is, as cockroach is found trapped in a woman's vagina after she felt something extremely strange down there. Oh, no. Oh, there's images. Okay. All right. We're safe so far. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, I think we're okay. Oh, God. Scroll down for a detailed list of other bizarre things gynecologists found in vaginas. This article's not even about the cockroach thing. Doctors were left stunned after they discovered a cockroach in a woman's vagina. The unnamed patient showed up at the clinic in Honduras, Central America, complaining of feeling extremely restless, agitated, and sweaty. She had been unable to sleep the previous night because she felt like something extremely strange was trapped in her vagina.
I'm just like, imagine like the sleepless, restless, and sweaty. And it's like Dr. House, you have a cockroach in your vagina.
Yeah. On examination, the team from Tegucigalpa, oh God, the country's capital, that's an unfortunate capital name, found the dead critter inside her. Dr. Marco Calix, a gynecologist at Hospital y Clínicas Vieira, who looked after the patient, said he had never seen anything like it. Recalling the event, he said, oh God, the woman said she had something unusual in her vagina. When I introduced the speculum, I could see that it was an insect. In fact, I had to remove something like a cockroach. Like a cockroach?
Oh, the cockroach that got smashed because she was
what the fuck? What is this website? The truth about fart walks and if they can really slash your risk of diabetes?
I think this is a parody. I think this is a parody website. Come on.
All right. A speculum is a piece of equipment used by medics to see inside parts of the body, such as a vagina. It was unclear how the cockroach got into the woman's body or how long it had been there. The specialist said it was very common to find condoms and sex toys during vaginal exams, but very common. How common is that actually? Do you find that shit, right? Like every time, like so often that it's the norm. But discovering a cockroach was a whole other level. It's not uncommon for insects to get stuck inside people, and roaches tend to be the worst offenders.
Just like imagine like a spider just made a whole web inside.
But this is normally in such areas as the ears. Okay. In a period of 2 years, a South African hospital pulled 24 critters out of people's ears, a 2006 study revealed. 10 were German cockroaches, followed by 8 flies, 3 beetles, and a tick, an assassin bug. Oh, shit. And a badly mangled moth. In October, doctors shared a terrifying clip revealing the moment they discovered a spider in a woman's ear. Hear the warning signs. You ready? Insects that get into the body can be dangerous because they could scratch sensitive tissue, such as the vagina or ear, triggering an infection. Warning signs of problems include pain or swelling at the affected site. Dr. Marco said signs of infection of the vagina can include abnormal or foul-smelling discharge, bleeding, swelling, or a rash. He advised women to always consult with their doctor if in any doubt. Oh, God. Here are the bizarre things that gynecologists have found in vaginas. Doctors revealed the full list of baffling items found in vaginas in 2017. The list was compiled using the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission's database of emergency room visits in the U.S. Some escaped the year without injury, and others weren't so lucky. Here it is in full Technicolor detail. Scented soap. Okay. Oh, like the actual, like an Irish Spring, like rub it on you bar of soap.
Try to clean that out.
Deodorant cap.
Sticking the whole can up there, and the cap gets left behind.
Right. I'm guessing. That makes sense, right? Bottle cap. Penis ring with spikes on. Oh, shit. Silicone balls. A ball. A bike reflector.
Shine a light in there and make a disco ball.
A sponge. The patient said she was on her period and inserted a sponge into the vagina so she could swim. This isn't wise. Use a tampon or menstrual cup instead. Headphones. A hot towel. It was hot when it came out from the body, or it was a hot towel when it went in.
Yeah.
A phone and money. The patient was having sex with her boyfriend when he put a phone and cash into her vagina.
Here's your tip, babe.
Play, a candlestick, a lollipop, 15 stone balls. The patient was using urethral vaginal stone balls. The string holding the balls together dissolved, and she could only retrieve 14 balls. No. A toy wand. Okay. Wow. That was a
just reminds me of the mayonnaise story.
The mayonnaise.
Have you heard the mayonnaise story?
No, I don't like this. Where's this going?
I don't know if it was. I think it was a Reddit post or something. I don't know if it's real or not, but the story was like this couple didn't have any lube and they were in the kitchen, so they scooped out some mayonnaise, and a week later she was having like constant uncontrollable orgasms. So she went to the doctor, and it was maggots.
Oh. No, I don't like that. I choose to believe that didn't happen. Best sex of your life. Maggots. All right. Well, that's our stream for tonight, folks. I have a flight to catch really early tomorrow. And I'm going to go to bed. So let us choose something to end with. The no square. Let's not. We definitely need some new clips. What do we got? All right. Yeah.
You have to see how you just fingered yourself.